Chapter 212. Xiao Han easily defeated the Great Desolate Army and heavily injured the Azure Dragon Crown Prince, allowing Fatty Zhu to successfully kill this designated target and obtain the minimum 10,000 points. It was a simple cleaning up of the spoils. In the true acupoint of the Azure Dragon Crown Prince, there were many bottles and jars that were filled with viscous liquids that were beautiful and dazzling in color. It was the precious blood of all kinds of beasts. There was a bottle of the swan knees precious blood that was made from special materials. When it was stored inside, mist surged and scarlet multicolored light burned. One could vaguely hear the roars of wild beasts that tore at one's heart and split one's lungs. This small bottle of blood weighed more than 500 kilograms. Is this the legendary pure blood of the Baiyan? Xiao Han put all the bottles into his true meridian. This blood should be able to nourish my body, but I don't have time to think about it. Let's find Miss Mo and senior sister Hua first. Fatty Yunrong, let's go now.
Yes, boss.
Xiao Han, let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rays of light flashed past. Not long after the 3 left, 2 people walked out of the void. One was dressed in black and the other in yellow. Their faces were full of fear and solemnity, and they even shivered. They were the contestants from the eastern region, Xianxia and Tang Feiping. Tang Feiping was Xiao Yunrong's target. That's too cruel, Xianxia said in horror. Such a killing technique is as powerful as a thunderbolt. The crown prince of the Blue Dragon clan had led hundreds of elites of the Great Wilderness to besiege Xiao Han, but in the end, he was utterly defeated. Even the Blue Dragon crown prince was killed. Tang Feiping, if you fight with the Blue Dragon crown prince, what do you think will be the winner? Tang Feiping's face was gloomy. His pupils contracted and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. I'll fight with the Blue Dragon Crown Prince with all my strength. I'll fight with my life on the line. I'll have 6, and the Blue Dragon Crown Prince will have 4. Although the Blue Dragon Crown Prince's body is as deep as the ocean, my Heart Demon Curse Fist is mainly a mental attack. If I can sneak up on him, I'll have a 70% chance of winning. But if I encounter Xiao Han, I will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Feiping's face turned completely gloomy, and he laughed in self-mockery. Xiao Han is even more terrifying than Garen. This time, I admit defeat. I'm going to hide. If I'm not found, I'll be automatically eliminated in a month's time. In this life, I no longer want to be a hero. Sigh. Although I'm unwilling, it's better than being tortured to death by Xiao Han, right? Xianxia was stunned. The corners of Tang Feiping's mouth twitched. My target is Xiao Yunrong of the Southern Domain Sword Villa. Xiao Yunrong's cultivation is very weak. Although she has comprehended the sword intent, she is still weak. I can kill her hundreds or thousands of times easily. But what can I do? She was actually Xiao Han's woman. Now, it wasn't a matter of me killing Xiao Yunrong, but Xiao Han would definitely help his woman kill me. How can I block Xiao Han's attack? Now I just want to save my life and hide well so that I won't be found by Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head regretfully. Indeed, Tang Feiping, you're too unlucky. In the last round of this year's Devil Hero tryouts, Xiao Han actually killed all his opponents. Even Garen's limelight was completely suppressed by Xiao Han. Garen and Xiao Han are hunting each other. Now, I'm very optimistic about Xiao Han. Well, let's go and find a place to hide. Staying alive is more important than anything else. In the void, a group of old-timers and seasoned swordsmen sat cross-legged amidst the swirling mist, exuding an ethereal aura. At this time, this group of senior devil heroes had their eyes closed tightly, as if they were sensing something. Waves of spiritual fluctuations penetrated the void, like divine light that was rarely seen in thousands of years. They received it from the unseen world. After a long time. It's incredible. An old man opened his eyes, which were flashing with lightning and runes. The rules of the 4th round have been changed. Yes, we just received an edict from our superiors at the same time. The questions of the 4th round of this year's Devil Hero tryouts have been completely changed. Tut-tut. It's rare to change the questions at the last minute. It seems that in the entire history of the human clan, it's rare to change the questions of the Devil Hero tryouts. Another old man sighed. Moreover, the change of the questions this time is not because of external factors, but because of a candidate, Xiao Han. Because of Xiao Han, the questions of the fourth round of this year's Devil Hero tryouts have to be changed and changed. Ha ha ha. This kid. I'm completely convinced. You have to be convinced. At such a young age, Xiao Han was able to kill the Demon Emperor, so he obtained the privilege to crush the rules. He is a heaven-defying existence that jumped out of the rules and killed other candidates at will, which caused a huge loophole in this round. The superiors had no choice but to change the questions. Well, don't say more. Now, immediately send the new questions to each candidate. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Xiao Han is going to stir up a storm again. He's going to wipe out the entire army and massacre everyone. Sunshine City. In the bustling downtown. Inside a restaurant. The peerless beauty Mo Qingtong, who was born with an enchanting bone, was sitting by the window. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy or a witch, which attracted the attention of the diners in the restaurant. It seemed that they had been deeply bewitched by her charm and could not wait to die for her. Mo Qingtong was well versed in the great sky devil world. This kind of spiritual power could control people's minds and subdue them without a fight. The people in this restaurant were all commoners. Therefore, even if she were to casually sit down, she could cause ripples in people's hearts and even produce spiritual illusions. Mo Qingtong didn't care about the reactions of the men and women in the restaurant. She looked out of the window and said to herself, Xiao Han, where are you? Did you encounter Garen?
Say.
I've been looking for you for several days, but I still can't find you and the others. Yesterday, Mo Qingtong successfully killed her designated hunting target and obtained a minimum of 10,000 points. Now, the most important thing for her was to find Xiao Han. At this moment, the jade token in Mo Qingtong's arms trembled, and a thought was directly transmitted to her brain. Attention, all contestants participating in this year's Hex contest. From this moment on, the content of the fourth test has changed. Listen carefully, all participants. The content of the fourth test is no longer to hunt each other's designated targets. After a month, the participants with 10,500 points will become the Devil Hero. What? Mo Qingtong immediately pouted as soon as she received the thought. The content of the test has changed again? Qingtong finally found the hunting target and successfully killed it. She obtained the minimum 10,000 points, and now the test is changed. What the hell? However, even though Mo Qingtong was extremely dissatisfied, her mind still continued to receive the message from the jade token. Attention all participants, those who have successfully hunted down the designated target have passed the test and become the new generation of Devil Hero. Those who haven't hunted down the designated target don't need to find it anymore, because the test has changed. Now, you don't need to hunt down the designated target anymore. For those who haven't hunted down the designated target or killed the designated target, your test has changed. The content of the previous test is completely invalid. Now your test has changed to a choice. From now on, the content of the fourth test is a choice. There will be a battle between the two strongest participants. This battle can be called the Pinnacle Battle. This was an unprecedented battle between the two strongest contestants in the competition. It is no small matter. You have to make a choice about this battle. Bet on the winner. Those who bet correctly will successfully break through and become the new generation of Devil Hero. Those who bet wrongly will be eliminated. Those who have hunted down and become the Devil Hero don't need to bet anymore. For this battle, you bet on Xiao Han from the Rain sect of the southern region, and Garen from the Devil Hero region. 3 days later, Xiao Han and Garen will have a battle in the barren area in the center of Sunshine City. At that time, you can go and watch the battle live. From now on, you can place your bets. Whether you bet on Xiao Han or Garen will decide whether you can become the new generation of Devil Hero or not. Input the results of your bets into your numbered jade tokens through the transmission of your thoughts. Every contestant can only bet once and cannot change the result of the bet. Please think twice and be cautious. The time to place your bet starts now and ends 2 hours before the battle between Xiao Han and Garen. Those who give up will be considered as giving up and will be eliminated directly. This last test actually turned into a choice question? Between Xiao Han and Garen, one of the two? Mo Qingtong suddenly stood up. How did it become like this? In the mountains on the outskirts of Sunshine City. Phew, Hua Lan's body was covered with cuts and bruises. Her back was leaning against a huge rock. Her true chi was exhausted and her face was haggard. Her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness.
He he he.
A coarse and ferocious laughter was heard. A barbarian woman of the great wilderness, who was 9 meters tall and burly like a female bear, came out from a bamboo forest. She looked at Hualan with an evil and murderous gaze. Her body was flowing with a precious glow and her flesh was so strong that it seemed like she could break the air with just a breath.
Pray.
You're not bad. I've been chasing you for 2 days and 2 nights. You're really cunning and slippery. I remember when I was young, I hunted a one-horned bear. Just like how I'm hunting you now, I've almost worn out my patience. However, in the end, you're still going to die in my hands. The barbarian woman glanced at Hualan's exquisite and curvaceous body. What a pity. You're so beautiful. If you don't die, you'll definitely become a seductive beauty. Even I feel it's a pity. However, fate has sent me to hunt you. You'd better accept it.
No.
I can't die here. I must become a devil hero. I have a blood feud on my back.
I can't die.
Tears streamed down Hualan's face. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness, but she no longer had the strength to escape. 2 days and 2 nights of running for her life had already drained every trace of true chi and physical strength in her body. She was already at the end of her rope. At this moment, between life and death, the image of Xiao Han suddenly appeared in her mind. She thought, if junior brother Xiao Han is by my side at this moment, he'll definitely be able to protect me and not let me die in the hands of this savage barbarian woman. Junior brother Xiao Han, where are you? However, at this moment, Hualan and the barbarian woman of the great wilderness were stunned at the same time. Almost at the same time, they received the message from the jade token in their minds. Dozens of breaths later. Damn it! They've changed the exam question at the last minute. It's actually become a multiple-choice question. The barbarian woman of the great wilderness roared with dissatisfaction and looked at Hualan coldly. Little beauty, you're too lucky. But remember, don't do it again. The next time I meet you, I'll definitely kill you. After saying that, her body moved and directly disappeared from this area. Hualan's whole body relaxed, and she slipped and kept gasping for breath. Great, great. The question has been changed. In a residential house in Sunshine City, Tang Feiping and Xianxia both took out their jade tokens and looked at each other. The next moment, Tang Feiping laughed hoarsely. Ha 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 ha. That's great. There's always a way out. I've already given up this devil hero tryout. Now, the question has been changed, so that I have another chance. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han and Garen are going to have a peak duel. Let us, the contestants, bet. Choose one of the two. Ha 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 ha. I'll choose Xiao Han directly. Tang Feiping's mind moved, and a consciousness was directly transmitted to the jade token. Xianxia, I've already chosen. Xiao Han's strength is tyrannical, and he can sweep away everything. I choose him to defeat Garen. What's your choice? Tang Feiping's face was full of smiles. Now he was very happy, as if he had been rescued from a desperate situation. Xianxia smiled slightly. Tang Feiping, you can only choose once. If you choose wrongly, you won't have another chance. You're too hasty. Xiao Han is indeed strong, but Garen can't be underestimated. Ha ha ha. I heard that Garen and his people are in the barren land in the central area of Sunshine City. Let's go directly. I just want to observe Garen, and then make a choice. Let's go. Chapter 213. Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, and Xiao Yunrong controlled their true chi and flew in the air. There is a bustling town in front of us. We will directly descend and look for Miss Mo and senior sister Huayang in the market. Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, the three of them stopped at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The jade tokens in their arms trembled at the same time, transmitting a message through their thoughts. Dozens of breaths later. Ah! The rules of the 4th stage actually changed? Fatty Zhu blurted out. Boss, with this change, Fatty passed the test and became a demon hero? It seems so. Because Fatty, you personally killed the designated target, the Azure Dragon Crown Prince, so you passed. From now on, you will become a demon hero. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Congratulations, Fatty. You are now a demon hero. From now on, you can go to various secret realms and ancient countries to adventure, accumulate a large amount of wealth, and be respected and praised by people.
This, boss, you.
Don't make fun of Fatty. Fatty Zhu rubbed his forehead in embarrassment. However, boss, you have to have the final battle with Garen now. It seems that the victor between the two of you will be able to become the demon hero. And the other participants will bet on the battle between the two of you.
Yes, I need to defeat Garen.
In Xiao Han's eyes, battle intent soared, and he was fearless. All right. That's not bad. The final battle will directly decide the demon hero's name. It's fair and square. There's no need to beat around the bush.
Xiao Han, I think highly of you.
Xiao Yunrong clenched her fists tightly, took out her jade token, and sent a thought into it. All right. I've chosen. Xiao Han, I choose to bet on you defeating Garen. This is the only choice. You have so much confidence in me. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. You didn't even think about it and directly chose? Ha 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 ha. Yes. Xiao Yunrong answered firmly. Then she said in a low voice. Is there a need to think about it? Of course it's you, Xiao Han. All right, 3 days later, the dust will settle. Let's go, let's enter that bustling city. Xiao Han smiled. A group of veteran heroes sitting cross-legged in the clouds were still whispering to each other and discussing. Why do the higher-ups want Xiao Han and Garen to have a pinnacle battle? In reality, these two were both geniuses among geniuses, natural-born supreme beings. Both of them had the potential to become excellent villains. Actually, you don't have to be so stubborn. You can let them pass at the same time. Why fight to the death? Sigh. Geniuses are all arrogant and untamed. Do you think that Garen will be convinced by Xiao Han? Would Xiao Han be convinced by Garen? Xiao Han crushed his way through and killed many participants from the Fairyland region. He and Garen were already mortal enemies. They would fight to the death. Moreover, Garen had already become Xiao Han's inner demon, and Xiao Han had also become Garen's inner demon. Sooner or later, there would be a battle between these two. It was unavoidable. Why don't we meet now and see who can step on who? A general success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. Between Garen and Xiao Han, the one who defeats the other will be the one whose name will shake the world in the future. What do you think? Who do you favor? I favor Xiao Han. Xiao Han killed demon monarch Qinglin and slaughtered the geniuses of the Fairyland region and the geniuses of the Great Wilderness as if he was slaughtering pigs and dogs. If Garen really went against him, he would definitely be tortured to death. That's not necessarily true. When Garen was born, he was accompanied by immortal Qi. This person is very extraordinary and has the quality to become an immortal. It's not easy to defeat him. Moreover, this kind of peerless genius is usually able to complete a breakthrough and metamorphosis in adversity. It's not impossible for him to launch a desperate counterattack. Yes, Garen is not a weakling. Moreover, it is said that he cultivates an ancient supreme Buddhist technique. When he opens his eyes, he will display a power that can destroy everything. Killing those who are at a higher level will be as easy as drinking water and eating for him. I have also read some ancient books and know that cultivating this kind of Buddhist technique places great importance on talent and wisdom. Once you reach the peak, the moment you open your eyes, you will release a light similar to the birth of the universe. It will devour everything and everything will return to its original point. However, Garen's realm is still low. He is only at the 5th level of true Qi. Therefore, it is not a good thing for him to open his eyes now. If he can open his eyes when he is at the 7th or 8th level of true Qi, he will be able to destroy a world. Let's go and see Garen now. He should have received the news of the change in the assessment rules. Let's see how he prepares for the battle. Let's find out about Garen's background. The group of old antiques could not wait any longer and directly flew to the area where Garen was. The center of Sunshine City. Why did the assessment rules suddenly change? But this is good. My target is a supreme expert of the Great Wilderness. Originally, I did not have the confidence to kill him, but after the assessment rules changed, it will be much easier. We can choose one of the two. Ha! We don't have to fight and die. This rule is beneficial to us. Idiot! At least we have the initiative to hunt. But now, We can't control the choice of one of the two. Why can't we control it? Do we even need to choose? I have already chosen Garen to defeat Xiao Han.
I am not in a hurry.
Let's go check out Garen first. I heard that after Garen teleported to Sunshine City, he has been hiding in the area filled with demon aura, pretending to be mysterious. Let's check out Garen's condition first before making a choice. After all, Xiao Han is not a pushover. At the same time, many contestants gave up on hunting targets and hurried to the barren forbidden area. On the way, everyone expressed their opinions. On the 29th floor of the Devil Hero Tower, I have just received the notice that the final round of this year's Devil Hero trial has been changed. Junior brother Xiao Han will directly fight with Garen to determine a place to become the Devil Hero. As for the other contestants, they will no longer hunt each other. Instead, they will make predictions and bets on this pinnacle battle. Xiao Mingchu looked slightly surprised. It's really strange. Changing the exam topic at the last minute is a rare thing in the history of the Devil Hero trial. Dark Lord looked at the names on the list that had dimmed. Zhang Sun Wuhan, the leader of the young generation in the East region, has fallen. The Zonglong Crown Prince of the young generation in the Great Wilderness has also fallen. You should have seen it just now. Within 10 breaths, the Zonglong Crown Prince and a dozen geniuses of the Great Wilderness have died one after another. The names of other geniuses of the Great Wilderness have also weakened. Although they did not die in the end, they must have been seriously injured and could be extinguished at any time. Although we can't observe the process of the competition, one thing is for sure, there has been a drastic change in the 4th round of assessment. This drastic change has caused the content of the assessment to be changed at the last minute.
But no matter what, the situation is now clear.
Fong Ling's expression changed slightly. I dare not comment on the other contestants, but at least junior brother Xiao Han has firmly grasped his fate in his own hands. If junior brother Xiao Han can defeat Garen, he will become the new Devil Hero. Yes, the long Devil Hero trial is finally coming to an end. The heavenly devil old man stretched his back. It's the last battle. Not far away, a middle-aged man in red robes, who was also an extremely powerful evil hero, spoke in a clear voice in the hall. Everyone, in 3 days, the battle between Xiao Han of the southern region and Garen of the Devil Hero region will be transmitted here through the Demon Eye Stone, so that we can all watch it. Moreover, some busybodies were also placing bets on this match. If you're interested, you can go to the 33rd floor. There's a gambling house there. Oh. When Xiao Mingchu heard this, he immediately became spirited. Go. Let's go up to the 33rd floor. Xianxia Tower. It was an extremely high level. A bunch of old fogies. Phew, the tournament is finally coming to an end. 3 days later, this child Garen will kill Xiao Han with his own hands and become the evil hero. One of the old antiques was relieved. In a fair fight, Garen will definitely not lose to Xiao Han. There is no need to doubt that. The other children must have bet on Garen as well. Which means all the other kids, together with Garen, they will become the new generation's heroes. These days, we old guys have been very tense. Now, it's time to relax. An old antique leaned back in his chair and exhaled. This battle will be transmitted back using the Demon Eye Stone, so that we can see with our own eyes how Garen tortures and kills Xiao Han. That will be a one-sided battle. And our proud disciple Garen, his peerless talent will be seen by the higher-ups. Heh, this is also Garen's luck. He has the opportunity to let the higher-ups see his amazing skills with their own eyes. Now, I actually hope that Xiao Han won't be defeated so easily this time. At most, he can block a few moves to show off Garen's invincible power. The higher-ups will also watch this battle. I think so. After all, changing the content of the test is decided by the higher-ups. They have no reason not to watch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the Demon Eye Stone to transmit back the video of the battle. In the central area of Sunshine City. In the barren land. In a world filled with demonic aura, there was an area filled with demonic aura, demonic dragons dancing, and demonic clouds rolling. Garen sat cross-legged like an unparalleled demon king. His body was surrounded by lush and evil demonic plants. He closed his eyes lightly, a strange expression on his face. Dense demonic arts and demonic secret techniques surrounded him, constantly being comprehended and absorbed by him, causing his aura to rise and become stronger. The ancient, desolate, and evil demon world ballad was sung from his body and soul. Suddenly, Garen's aura suddenly changed. All the demonic aura in his body instantly turned into Buddhist light, delivering all living beings from suffering. Above his head, the demonic clouds transformed into holy lotus flowers. All the plants of the demon world around him transformed into the Sudra tree and the Bodhi tree that represented Buddhism. Garen sat high up on the lotus platform, the demonic aura and evil on his face receding. His expression was calm, his eyes closed, and he smiled slightly. His expression was solemn and dignified. His entire aura changed from that of an unparalleled demon king to that of a flower god. Demons are originally Buddhas, and Buddhas are originally demons. It's all born from the heart. If there was Buddha in one's heart, one would be Buddha. If there was a devil in one's heart, one would be a devil. If there's a Buddha in the heart, then there's a Buddha. If there's a demon in the heart, then there's a Buddha. Garen finally stood up. Around his body, there was demonic aura one moment and Buddhist light the next. Two completely different states of mind were constantly being created and destroyed, alternating and circulating. He did as he pleased. Sometimes, Garen stood tall in the wind, like a flower in the water, and sometimes, he did as he pleased with the demonic Tao. The two completely different states complemented each other, appearing extremely natural and harmonious on Garen's body. Demons move according to the heart, and Buddhas appear according to the heart. Garen smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother has comprehended the mysteries, and his power has skyrocketed. Congratulations, eldest senior brother. The group of geniuses from the fairy tale region finally felt relieved. They all bowed and sang praises. Amazing! Garen is indeed a genius. He actually succeeded in suppressing the demonic heart and comprehended the supreme realm of creating demons and Buddhas with a single thought. He did as he pleased. The pressure that Xiao Han brought to him made him completely transform. Lung Ruyu exclaimed in admiration. Chen Shifeng frowned deeply. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, I know. Although Garen has temporarily suppressed the demonic heart, allowing the demons and Buddhas to coexist and alternate between life and death, as long as he opens his eyes, the demonic aura will go berserk and he will lose control. At this moment, huh? The content of the fourth test has been changed? Lang Ruyu was shocked. I've also received the message. The fourth test will be a direct battle between Xiao Han and Garen. Chen Shifeng blurted out. On the other side, the younger generation of the fairy tale region had also received the changed content of the test. Garen was no exception. Xiao Han and I will directly battle in 3 days? Garen's mouth twitched, forming an otherworldly smile. Fate. Good. Xiao Han. Garen, will wait for you here. In a bustling city tens of thousands of miles away. Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, and Xiao Yunrong were walking on the street. Xiao Han's body paused. He felt a faint spiritual fluctuation flashing past. This spiritual fluctuation contained a strong battle intent and provocation. It's Garen. Xiao Han smiled as he looked into the distance, at where Garen was, and said calmly, Garen, I'm also looking forward to this battle. Everyone calls this battle the pinnacle battle. Heh. Interesting. To be continued. Chapter 214. In a bustling market, Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, and Xiao Yunrong finally met their long-lost companion, Mo Qingtong. Finally, they met their long-lost companion, Mo Qingtong. Everyone burst out laughing. They gathered in a private room in a restaurant. Miss Mo, congratulations. You've also become a devil hero. In our small team, you and Fatty are both devil heroes. Xiao Han toasted Mo Qingtong. He sincerely wished her well. Perhaps, after the chivalrous hero trial, you can go to the chivalrous tower to complete the relevant procedures and receive the chivalrous token. In the future, there are many magnificent and incredible adventures waiting for you to explore. Once a person became a devil hero, his life level would undergo earth-shaking changes. It would be an eye-opener and he would enter a new and vast platform. The sky was wide and the sea was wide. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu both laughed. From the qualifiers where the elimination rate was extremely high, A total of 10,000 beautiful and enchanting women participated in the main competition. After going through 4 rounds of cruel and intense competition, countless participants went through untold hardships, but before they could fulfill their ambitions, they all fell. To be able to become a devil hero in the end, it was indeed a blessing. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He sighed as if it was a lifetime ago. Xiao Han, you have to fight to the death with Garin now. 3 days later, your battle will not only affect the 2 of you, who will become the devil hero in the end, but it will also affect many participants. This battle will determine the fate of too many people. Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, your battle with Garin took place in the desolate area in the center of Sunlight City. That place is filled with demonic qi, and it's said that there's a space-time gate that constantly teleports demonic soldiers and generals over. It's a dangerous place. Why don't we go there in advance and spy on Garin? This battle is very important and we can't afford any mistakes. Heh. Xiao Han smiled. This smile was a little mysterious. The demon monarch tattoo on his left arm slightly throbbed. Xiao Han thought to himself, every demonic land is my home ground. I have the home ground advantage in the battle with Garin. I must beat Garin to the point of no return. Hovering between life and death. Suppress him. It's okay. Let's find senior sister Huayang first. Then we can go there. Xiao Han said calmly. After the meal, the 4 of them left the restaurant and split up to search. Finally, they found Huayang in a wasteland, on the verge of death. Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong both carried a lot of healing elixirs with them. Xiao Han had previously killed a large number of geniuses from the Devil Hero region and the Great Wilderness and had also dropped a lot of elixirs and elixirs. Under everyone's care, Huayang's injuries were also stabilized. Hua Fan's complexion was slightly pale, making her look pitiful. She took out the jade tablet from her bosom and sent a thought into it before smiling. Junior brother Xiao Han, I've already made up my mind about your battle with Garin. I choose you to win. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Senior sister Hua, both you and Yun Rong chose me to defeat Garin. Ha! This little brother is under a lot of pressure now. If I fail, not only will I not be able to become a hero, but I will also implicate senior sister Hua and Yun Rong. Xiao Han, you won't lose. Hua Lan looked at Xiao Han with a serious face. Just by looking at your current attitude, you look calm and confident. I know that you have the confidence to defeat Garin. Ha ha ha. Good. I, Xiao Han, will not let everyone down. Let's go. Let's go to the demon land now. Let's enter the battlefield. Xiao Han laughed loudly. In the center of Sunshine City, in the desolate demon land, was the battlefield where Garin and Xiao Han would fight in 3 days. Garin had already completed his comprehension and cultivation. At this moment, his body was glowing with Buddha's light. His eyes were lightly closed, glittering like a flower god. His smile and frown seemed to be blessed by the gods. His aura was very powerful, like a god. Ah! Congratulations, first senior brother. The group of geniuses from the Devil Hero region were all smiling and congratulating him. 3 days later, I will fight with Xiao Han. What will you choose? Garin smiled out of this world. Of course I choose first senior brother to defeat Xiao Han. Is there a need to consider? A girl took out a jade tablet and sent her thoughts. All right, I've chosen. Eldest senior brother will definitely kill Xiao Han in an unstoppable manner. First senior brother, let's not talk about the fact that you've achieved great mastery in your martial arts. We can't choose Xiao Han just from the standpoint of friend and foe. A short young man also took out a jade tablet and sent his thoughts to Garin. Soon, the group of geniuses from the Devil Hero region took out their jade tablets and sent their thoughts to choose Garin as the winner. However, there were also a few people who looked a little hesitant as if they couldn't decide. They stood in the distance and whispered to each other. Senior brother go this. I heard from first senior brother that Xiao Han killed demon monarch Qing Lin. Moreover, we had more than 30 people besieging him, but they were all killed by him in a thunderous way, causing us to suffer heavy losses. This kind of fierce person is rare in the world. Although Big Martial Brother is also a deity that descended from the heavens, but it is really hard to say that he will be able to defeat Xiao Han steadily. It will definitely be a bitter battle. It is really hard to make a choice. If we make the wrong choice, We will never be able to become heroes in this lifetime. What should we do? If we don't choose first senior brother, our masters will definitely regard us as traitors when they find out about this in the future. We'll be in trouble. These people were discussing with each other, showing a hint of indecisiveness. The corner of Garen's mouth twitched slightly and he sneered. Why are you guys so hesitant to choose? Do you think that I will fail miserably in the battle with Xiao Han? What a joke. Listen, the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower have changed the rules of the 4th round of the competition at the last minute. They want me to fight against Xiao Han so that I can completely defeat Xiao Han and become the Devil Hero with my strongest appearance. In the future, I will definitely be all-powerful, dominate the world, and create an immortal legend and meritorious deeds. Why are you still hesitating? Yes, first senior brother will make our choice now. Make your choice now. Under the pressure of Garen's imposing manner, these people had no choice but to send their thoughts into the jade tablets. However, they quickly exchanged a look. At this moment, Garen's temperament seemed to have changed greatly. He was no longer as ethereal and reserved as before. Instead, he had a domineering arrogance. Upright, arrogant, and despotic. At this moment, there were already hundreds of contestants gathered outside this area. Almost all the contestants who had not died in the 4th round had gathered here. They all came to observe Garen's strength and wanted to make a choice between Garen and Xiao Han. Now they were all criticizing Garen. Garen's imposing manner is getting stronger and stronger. It's as tall and terrifying as a divine mountain. So powerful. He's really too powerful. Yeah, look at him. His face is like jade, and his whole body seems to be covered with immortal chi. It's as if he can shrink the ground into inches or even teleport at any time. That's why we can't capture the aura of his soul. Yes, I can't lock onto Garen's real position at all. It's too ethereal. Moreover, his spiritual fluctuation seems to be able to affect my will. This person is really too powerful. What should we do? What should we choose now? Let's just choose Garen to defeat Xiao Han. Fine, I'll choose Garen. I won't dwell on it anymore. Garen's temperament is too otherworldly. On the other hand, Xiao Han is the typical example of a villain who has gotten rich overnight. In the battle between the two of them, I still think more highly of Garen. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. This Garen is too prosperous. It's not a good thing. Xiao Han is different. Previously in the Fate game, Xiao Han experienced the Starlight Extinction Calamity. Yet he was still immortal. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I choose Xiao Han. These contestants also began to make their choices. There are actually people who choose Xiao Han? Garen's face twitched slightly as he said indifferently to his junior brothers and sisters. You guys go and tell those guys to all choose me. Tell them what the most correct choice is. Today, not only do they have to choose me, Garen, but they also have to watch the battle between Garen and Xiao Han devoutly and cheer for me. If anyone dares to choose Xiao Han, not only will they not be able to become a demon hero, but I, Garen, will definitely take revenge and punish them after the battle. Quickly go and announce my will to them. Let them know that a wise man submits to circumstances. Garen's junior brothers and sisters were slightly stunned. They realized that their big senior brother Garen's personality had become very extreme. It was completely different from the previous concealing and biding his time. It was as if he had completely changed into a different person. However, they did not dare to disobey Garen at all. They all walked towards the contestants on the periphery. You guys are still hesitating in your hearts. Should you choose our big senior brother Garen or Xiao Han, that grassroot? How stupid! How can a despicable guy like him defeat our big senior brother? Listen, all of you must choose big senior brother Garen. When you become demon heroes in the future, you must also bow down to big senior brother Garen. This is to choose a side. A single mistake may cause everlasting sorrow. If anyone chooses the wrong side and chooses Xiao Han, then only death awaits them. If you go against the people of our demon hero region, the consequences will be unimaginable. One of Garen's die-hard followers roared sternly, threatening many contestants to make their choice. Isn't this too domineering? So domineering? We must choose Garen? Otherwise he will kill us? Arrogant! I won't choose Garen. Many of the contestants had developed feelings of resistance towards Garen. At this moment, boom, a powerful force rose from Garen's body into the sky. The huge aura and power made everyone present tremble. Garen slowly walked towards the crowd. When the wind blew and the water reflected the flowers, behind him, there stood an ancient Buddha shadow that was dozens of feet tall. It was shining with golden light, its eyes were slightly closed, and it was chanting Buddhist Dharma. This ancient Buddha shadow was extremely powerful. Its big hand held the sky, and its feet stepped on the land, the sea, and all living creatures. It made everyone have to kneel down and worship the Buddha devoutly. All the contestants on the other side had extremely ugly expressions. Their true acupoints and flesh seemed to be suppressed by Garen with just a thought. Everyone, do you think that it is too unreasonable of me to ask you to choose me to defeat Xiao Han? Too domineering? Garen looked around, looking down on the world. That's right, I, Garen, am domineering. I, Garen, was accompanied by immortal chi since I was born, and I have the quality to become an immortal. Now, I have mastered the ancient Buddha divine technique, and I can even pick the stars and the moon. With just a thought, no one under level 6 true chi can be my opponent. In fact, once I, Garen, open my eyes, I might even be able to kill a level 6 true chi practitioner. Who is Xiao Han? Mere aphids and ants. How can a firefly compete with the sun and the moon? This is the biggest joke in the world. The battle between me and Xiao Han in 3 days is definitely not a duel. In a duel, both sides were on equal footing, but the strength of the person in question was completely above Xiao Han. Killing him was as easy as killing an ant. How can this be called a duel? This is just a one-sided massacre by me. So that the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower can witness my peerless glory, so that in the future, I will be heavily trained and receive a lot of resources. These contestants were dumbfounded. Moreover, Garen's aura was really too domineering, and they were almost tempted to make a choice immediately. At this moment, ha ha ha. I was wondering who was bragging, so it's you, Garen. Ha ha ha. A sneer came from a demon forest. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, Hua Fan, and Emo Qingtong slowly walking out of a demon forest. Xiao Han's temperament was not as domineering and sharp as Garen's, nor was he as extraordinary and unrestrained as Garen's. He seemed very ordinary, with an elegant temperament, and a faint mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Garen, are you here to create momentum? Ha 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 ha. Okay, continue to talk, continue to brag, but no matter how much you brag, I will make you die in 3 days. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han. The younger generation of the Xianxia region immediately became furious when they saw Xiao Han, pointing their halberds at him. Xiao Han. My senior brother Yun, junior sister Murong, and junior sister Qiao did they die in your hands? A genius of the Xianxia region jumped out, pointed at Xiao Han, and asked sternly. A few days ago, a total of 32 of our junior brothers and junior sisters died in your hands. Is that right? Don't quibble. Senior brother Garen has already deduced that you are the real murderer. I quibble? Xiao Han pointed at himself innocently. When did I quibble? Yes, those idiots wanted to besiege me, so I had to fight back and crush them all to death. However, please rest assured, I acted very quickly, so that when they left, their faces were very peaceful. Sigh. Heaven is really jealous of geniuses. It makes people sigh. Bastard. He even killed those enchanting junior sisters. He even killed women. You're simply an unforgivable bastard. A young man from the Xianxia region couldn't hold back anymore. His body moved, and his body surged with true chi. He directly attacked Xiao Han with an imposing manner and murderous intent. Oh. My dear friend, are you also tired of living? Xiao Han didn't move at all. He directly grabbed with his right hand, and the starlight of extinction flashed. Xiao Han's 5 fingers were like mountains, and the strength of his body's shell went berserk. With a slight grab, it was like a magnificent army, trampling on mountains and rivers. Suddenly, he grabbed the young man's head. Poof! In just a moment, the young man's head was crushed. The next moment, the young man's body cracked and shattered like jade, scattering in all directions. He died without a complete corpse. Hee hee. Who still wants to die? Come out,
I will send him on his way.
Xiao Han smiled slightly.
The whole place was silent, and everyone kept quiet out of fear.
Chapter 2:15.
Xiao Han and Garen were the two most important contestants in this Hex Hero Selection Tournament. They were the two contestants who would decide the Hex Hero Selection Tournament. Garen was domineering and arrogant. Xiao Han was arrogant and had no bottom line. He killed a genius from the Hex Hero region on the spot and crushed him like he was killing a pig. His expression did not change. Ah! Xiao Han flicked his nails. I've been killing people from the Hex Hero region recently, so... Sorry. Brother Garen, you don't mind, do you? Killing people is easier. The muscles at the corner of Garen's eyes twitched wildly. The ancient Buddha shadow behind him suddenly had a ferocious expression.
Streaks of demonic chi swept across.
Garen almost couldn't control himself and opened his eyes. However, at this critical moment, he still showed his superior willpower.
A cluster of shera trees bloomed beside him.
The demonic chi dissipated, and his voice was like the sound of nature.
Good, very good.
Xiao Han, you have the ability. You dare to kill people from the Hex Hero region in front of me, Garen? You are indeed a villain. Once you have power, you no longer know how to restrain and endure.
People like you will die prematurely. I, Garen, will endure you for 3 days. After 3 days, I will kill you.
Burn your bones and scatter your ashes. After a pause, Garen scolded the geniuses from the Hex Hero region who were angry and afraid behind him. Listen, in these 3 days, no one is allowed to provoke Xiao Han. After 3 days, I will avenge my junior brothers and junior sisters, and torture Xiao Han to death.
Yes.
Senior brother Garen, 3 days later, please kill this bastard. The geniuses from the Hex Hero region wailed as if they had lost their parents. Garen, everyone says that the two of us are the best among this batch of contestants. However, it is still uncertain who is the best. But after 3 days, it will be revealed. Xiao Han looked at Garen deeply, and then looked at the group of stunned contestants and smiled.
Make your choice. Between me and Garen, choose one of the two and decide your fate. You only have one chance. Don't make the wrong choice.
After saying that, Xiao Han retreated into the lush demon forest with his companions.
Roar!
Garen was infuriated. He roared and the Buddha light on his body turned into demonic chi. The heavenly demon rampaged and the demonic dragon swallowed the sun. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Sand and stones flew everywhere. A terrifying shadow suddenly appeared on the palm of the ancient Buddha phantom. It was ferocious and intimidating.
Senior brother Garen, you?
The people of the Devil Hero region were all terrified. 3 days later, I will personally kill Xiao Han in front of everyone.
I'll let him be happy for now.
Garen snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Not long after, the group of participants who had yet to make their choice began to discuss again. Xiao Han is too arrogant. When Garen is in the limelight, he still dared to come out and kill people. Garen was caught off guard and couldn't stop Xiao Han in time. I think we can't choose Garen Xiao Han without any hesitation. This person is also showing off his abilities. Forget it. The more I struggle, the more I don't know how to choose.
I'll choose Garen.
Although Xiao Han dares to fight and fight, he doesn't have the demeanor of a master. And Garen is still enduring at this time. It means that he is very shrewd. Real masters are all shrewd. I choose Garen. Moreover, if I don't choose Garen, he will definitely take revenge on us after Garen defeats Xiao Han.
Idiot! Do you think Xiao Han won't take revenge?
If we choose Garen and Xiao Han kills Garen, then we will definitely be killed by Xiao Han. Did you hear Xiao Han admit that he killed dozens of geniuses from the Devil Hero region? This person's heart is darker than anyone else's and he is more ruthless than anyone else's. I choose Xiao Han.
I also choose Xiao Han.
This person was decisive in killing. An ambitious and ruthless character. In comparison, Garen is much inferior. His junior brother was killed in front of him but he didn't dare to stand up. He has no guts.
Bull *T.
You call this gutless? I think Xiao Han is the typical example of a man who only shows off his courage. He's just an ignorant man.
I choose Garen.
The hundreds of contestants also had their own targets between Garen and Xiao Han, and each of them made their choice. Chen Fengchen and Lang Ruyu were also evaluating and making their choice. Ruyu is still optimistic about Garen. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose Garen. Becoming a Buddha with a thought and becoming a demon with a thought. This state is based on talent and not hard work, Lang Ruyu said decisively. Ha ha ha. Chen Fengchen shook his head and laughed. I choose Xiao Han. Just now, Garen was so angry that he almost lost control of his demonic energy. In fact, Garen's current situation is very dangerous. His heart is divided into two parts. One part is a demon and the other part is a Buddha. Once the Buddha's heart is suppressed by the demon's heart, then this person will completely become a demon. At that time, he will be neither human nor demon, he will become a monster. As for Xiao Han, he shows off his abilities and kills decisively. He does whatever he wants and is not affected by Garen's aura at all. This is what I call terrifying. In the demon forest. In this demon forest, the corpses of demon soldiers and demon generals were piled up. This was the result of the hunting of the participants in the past few days. Not far away, the power of time and space was fluctuating. The door was wide open, and demon soldiers and demon generals were constantly teleported over. They were terrifying and their demonic energy was monstrous. However, these demons that were teleported over were also in a situation where they were like a group of dragons without a leader. They did not dare to take the initiative to rampage. Boss, why do I feel that this Garen's temperament is completely different from before? Before this Garen was still putting on an act, obviously showing the face of an otherworldly expert. But now, his demonic energy is dense, and his aura is terrifying. Fatty Zhu muttered. Garen's aura is more than twice as strong as before. His mental energy fluctuation is very strange. It's good and evil, sometimes good and sometimes evil. Could it be that his cultivation caused him to become a demon? Mo Qingtong said worriedly. Xiao Han, you have to be careful. Don't be careless. Just now, you killed Garen's junior brother in front of him, but he actually endured it. This shrewdness is really scary. Ha! It's nothing. I'm also making use of the time to cultivate now. Xiao Han smiled calmly and sat cross-legged. The demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm triggered a vortex-like crazy suction force. In an instant, the demon soldiers and demon generals' corpses in all directions were decomposed and melted, turning into rays of demonic light. All rivers run into the sea, all birds return to their nests, and all entered Xiao Han's left arm. Fatty, Yunrong, Qingtong, senior sister Hua, you guys also cultivate in this environment full of demonic aura. Go and kill those demon soldiers and demon generals that were teleported over to temper your willpower and break through the true meridians. Xiao Han smiled slightly. All right, Xiao Han, it seems that your cultivation method has opened a unique path. You can transform the demon corpses into your own energy. This is rare throughout the ages. Let's hunt the demon soldiers for you. Mo Qingtong raised her hand, and a demonic force field directly enveloped a group of demon generals. The light was distorted, and the void collapsed. In an instant, a group of demon corpses were killed, and they let out heart-wrenching roars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demon soldiers that were killed by Mo Qingtong quickly turned into rays of colored demonic light and shot into the demon monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. On the demon monarch's palm, a new demonic vein was awakened. Soon, Xiao Yunrong, Fatty Zhu, and Hua Yang also attacked brazenly and tried their best to kill the demon soldiers. All the benefits were obtained by Xiao Han. On the 29th floor of the Monster Hero Tower. Sect Master, I have already placed a large bet on junior brother Xiao Han. However, from the odds on the outskirts, there are very few people who are optimistic about junior brother Xiao Han. Garen is the favorite to win. Xiao Mingchu rubbed his hands and said to Crow. Eldest senior brother, I don't have anything valuable on me. Only this sword is valuable. Please help me bet this sword on junior brother Xiao Han. Fong Ling took out a sword from the True Meridian. The sword was simple and unadorned, and it was engraved with dense ancient runes. It flashed with the ancient divine light. One sword light could freeze the 19 continents. It was no small matter. Oh, junior brother Fong Ling, this sword of atonement is your lifeblood. Are you willing to take it out to bet? Xiao Mingchu was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter. I'm optimistic that junior brother Xiao Han will defeat Garen. Feng Ling smiled slightly. Wu Yu also took out 3 ancient books from the True Meridian and handed them to Xiao Mingchu. Mingchu, let's play too. Bet all on Xiao Han. Bet on him to win.
What? The heavenly demon old man was shocked.
Brother Wu, these are the heavenly dragon roar 1,000 miles brain-crushing god sound, the acupoint-breaking 7 spinning finger technique, and the 9 Brahma god seal 8 dragon god fire. These 3 divine skills are all secrets. You're betting them? Isn't this too much of an investment?
I'm just playing.
Wu Yu smiled calmly. If Xiao Han can become a demon hero, I'll give all of these 3 divine skills to him.
Brother Wu is really generous.
The fat Zhu Ganglai clicked his tongue at the side. Xianxia Pagoda. An extremely high level. Everyone, we've already placed heavy bets on the battle between Garen and Xiao Han. Hee, after this battle, we'll definitely make a lot of money. We'll definitely make a killing. One of the old antiques beamed with joy. The other old antiques also laughed. They were all very confident. 3 days later. The central area of Sunshine City. The barren land. Boom, 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 boom. A dense mass of demon eye stones fell from the void. Tens of thousands of demon eye stones formed a large circle, enclosing a space that was hundreds of acres in size. The mist rolled, and the light lingered. Ha! Is the battle between Xiao Han and Garen about to begin? Many contestants had their hearts in their throats as they stared at the area circled by the demon eye stones. These contestants had already made their final choice. Now, the result of the battle between Xiao Han and Garen would directly affect their future. It would decide whether they could become demon heroes or not. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. A vast divine voice descended from the sky and hovered in this area, full of vicissitudes and depth. The final round of this year's Demon Hero Preliminaries, the peak battle, has officially begun. Xiao Han of the Southern Region and Garen of the Demon Hero Region. Xiao Han and Garen, please enter the area in the middle of the Demon Eye Stones. That's your battlefield. Demon Hero Region. In the vast and fertile Xianxia domain, a large light screen floated in the void like a mirage. Countless Xianxia stopped in their tracks and looked at the light screen. On the light screen, a simple arena surrounded by countless demon eye stones appeared. The peak battle is about to begin. Demon Hero Pagoda. A light screen appeared on every floor of the bewitching Hero Pagoda, which transmitted the image of that area, down to the slightest detail. This was the peak battle. Everyone in the entire Demon Hero region, from the ordinary demon heroes to the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Pagoda, was watching the battle. Almost 10,000 people turned out. Everyone was watching. The atmosphere was at its peak. Garen walked down from the lotus platform, his entire body solemn and dignified, untainted by even a speck of dust. His eyes were slightly closed, and a smile was on his face. Behind him, 6 stalks of tranquil bamboo appeared, and he slowly walked towards the arena. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and 10,000 Buddhas paid homage to him. He was like a flower god. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the demonic woods, demonic mountains, demonic stones, and demonic flowers were all absorbed by Xiao Han, including the demonic soldiers and generals who were killed by Xiao Han and his companions. The corpses of the demonic beasts turned into demonic rays and were devoured by the 5-armed monarch beast's palm. Xiao Han walked out on foot. His aura was as calm as an ancient well. He walked slowly to the arena. Finally, the two of them stepped into the arena surrounded by the demon eye stones. They faced each other. Flowers will wither one day when they bloom. Stars are bright, but they will lose their light one day. Compared to these things, a person's life is just a matter of a moment. Xiao Han, today, your dirty blood will be spilled all over this arena. The doctor who will end your sins. Garen's voice was extremely ethereal. I'll torture you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Xiao Han licked his lips. Chapter 216. Xiao Han and Garen finally met in the arena. This was a battle between the strongest of the younger generation. It was also a fateful battle. Everyone was watching. Garen was indeed a genius cultivated by a group of antiques in the Xianxia region. His temperament was becoming more and more extraordinary. With his eyes closed, he looked like a god who had descended from heaven and stood out from the crowd. His fingers pinched together like an orchid, and behind him, an ancient Buddha phantom that was dozens of feet tall appeared. Its eyes were closed, and it seemed to be bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It slowly raised its right palm and pressed down slightly. The void froze and imprisoned, suppressing all evil and evil, crushing a part of the world. Garen's body was covered in Buddha's light. The space around him was constantly blooming. The bamboo of tranquility, the Bodhi tree, the Shura tree, and the holy lotus. His aura had reached its peak. Circles of misty halos appeared on the surface of his body. He was like a saint and a god who was respected and worshipped by thousands of people. His aura was unparalleled. He was the most outstanding. Xiao Han stared at Garen without a ripple in his eyes, laughing coldly. Garen's head moved slightly. He looked around. Although his eyes were not open, it was as if he was using his mind's eye to see through the hearts of every contestant present and see through everyone's inner secrets. Everyone was horrified. In front of Garen, they felt as if their clothes were not enough to cover their bodies. Everyone here, some of you have chosen me, Garen, and some of you have chosen Xiao Han. Garen spoke with fervor and assurance. His aura was calm, and his tone was high and mighty, as if he had everything under control, like an imperial envoy reading an imperial edict to a group of natives. I, Garen, have reached the perfect state of Buddhism. All laws are empty. Those who believe in me, Garen, will have a prosperous fate. It is equivalent to forsaking darkness for light. Those who believe in me, Garen, will have a prosperous family and live a carefree life. Gradually, Garen's words turned into a chant. The ancient Buddha shadow behind him also opened its mouth wide and started chanting. The sound grew louder and louder, majestic, torrential, toppling mountains and overturning seas, shocking the ages. Within the space, there was a rumbling echo. All of a sudden, these sounds turned into a golden river, rushing back and forth, scouring and pouring down. His chanting was so loud that the only thing left in the ears and minds of the contestants was Garen's majestic figure, his ethereal aura, and his voice that was like a flood. Everyone couldn't help but put their palms together and worship Garen. Their minds were swaying, and they couldn't control themselves. Chen, Passing Wind and Lang Ruyu, as well as the veteran heroes, all had serious expressions on their faces. This Garen's Buddhist technique is indeed mysterious. It can actually induce people's faith through their souls and collect the power of will. Of course, Garen's level is too low, so it's not enough for him to seize the willpower of all living beings. He can only create a kind of momentum in a small area, but even so, it's still no small matter. Xianxia region. Countless chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle were attracted by Garen's demeanor, giving him a thumbs up and praising him. Xianxia Tower. Many of Garen's masters were also very satisfied now, laughing continuously. Garen's performance was enough to make them look good. In comparison, up until now, Xiao Han's limelight had been completely overshadowed by Garen. He was dim, and it was difficult to compete with him. At the highest level of the Xianxia Tower, waves of spiritual storms rolled, divine light surged, and mist rolled. This is Garen, right? A faint voice sounded. Just this voice alone was enough to shatter the void. If it was slightly louder, it would definitely cause the wind and clouds to change, and a catastrophe would occur in all directions. This was an almost invincible voice. But no physical form could be seen. It was just a few spiritual storms communicating with each other. It was very strange. The aura of these spiritual storms was simply like the great ancient gods and immortals, shocking the ages and destroying the 9 continents. Moreover, the aura of these spiritual storms was high above, and it did not show any human emotions. At every moment, it revealed the combination of the heavenly axiom, rewarding the good and punishing the evil, and enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. All kinds of rules were set by one hand and controlled by another. Garen, this young man is not bad. He is only at level 5 true Qi, but he can already collect the wishes of all living beings. He has performed the ancient Buddha country's divine power to perfection. However, the aura on his body seems to have turned into a demon. He can create Buddha and demon with a single thought, and if he loses control, he will go berserk. Let's see how the other young man, Xiao Han, will deal with it. This young man, Xiao Han, is also an anomaly. He actually hunted down the evil demon emperor Qing Lin alone. Although the demon emperor was injured and his combat power was less than 50%, he was still not someone that these young people could kill. But Xiao Han did it, and forced us to change the rules of the 4th round. What a rare weirdo. This young man, Xiao Han, has traces of the demon clan on him, and has obtained many secrets of the demon clan. This kind of person, after becoming a chivalrous hero, may establish immortal achievements, but also may go astray and be doomed eternally. This Xiao Han, we need to carefully test and consider in the future. But it seems like there is no problem now. He is still a human. It doesn't matter. This Xiao Han is indeed a prodigy. Let him grow, let him participate in more demon clan hunting operations, and test his temperament. Once he falls, just kill him directly. This is not a problem. Yes, in the history of our human race, there have been many traitors. There were also some chivalrous heroes who were tempted by the demon clan and became a demon Dao, but they all ended tragically, and did not have a good ending. This Xiao Han, if he is not disloyal, we can train him well, but if he is half-hearted, then we can kill him with a flick of our fingers. To the entire human race, he is not a big threat. Alright, continue to watch the battle. The battle between these two young fellows is also very interesting. It has been many years since we have watched this kind of small game. In the arena, Xiao Han. Garen shouted at Xiao Han with the voice of the adjudicator. The morning bell and the evening drum. Your state of mind is very inferior. You are a small character who has achieved success, and you use force to crush others. You do not let the weak go, and bully the weak, and have committed many inhumane killings. You have violated the rules of the heavens, and now I, Garen, will punish you. As Garen said this in the void, there was a dense sound of resonance, roaring at Xiao Han, attacking Xiao Han's soul, trying to make Xiao Han kneel down and repent, subduing him without a fight. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed loudly, and his roar shook the sky like a dragon's roar. This sound was condensed from the power of Xiao Han's entire body, and it suddenly exploded, like a raging river, crashing against the shore, stirring up thousands of layers of waves, like millions of volcanoes erupting. As a result, as he laughed, Garen's voice and the aura he was using suddenly weakened a lot. The contestants who had been tempted by Garen and were almost praying devoutly were also awakened by Xiao Han's howl. Their ears were ringing, but their minds had returned to normal. They were secretly surprised and looked at Xiao Han. Garen, I did not say a word, and let you use your aura. Do you really think you are invincible? I think you are hopelessly stupid. You keep saying that you want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, and talk about the rules of the heavens in front of me. You are just an ant at level 5 true chi, and you know the heavens too? You know the rules too? You are really shameless and reckless. I, Xiao Han, have roamed the world for the past few years, killing demons and killing people, fearless, courageous, and undefeatable. I have experienced countless life and death situations. How can you, Garen, compare to me? When I killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin, I didn't even know where you were hiding and counting the stars. How dare an arrogant idiot like you compare to me, Xiao Han? You must have cultivated some kind of peerless divine technique, but what ability do you have to control this divine technique? You are only at level 5 true chi. You are trash. Even if you obtain the celestial art with your current realm, you will not be able to unleash even a billionth of its power. Today, if I, Xiao Han, want you to die, you will die. I don't care what you have cultivated, I will kill you all. Xiao Han's words were as resounding as a large bell, and everyone heard them clearly. Everyone was shocked. Demon Emperor Qing Lin was killed by Xiao Han. Oh my god! Demon Emperor Qing Lin was killed by Xiao Han. This was too shocking. Nothing could be more shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at Xiao Han as if they were petrified. Everyone knew that even the injured Demon Emperor Qing Lin was not someone that this group of contestants could kill. One wrong move and they would be wiped out. Although Garen was powerful and almost invincible, he would most likely die if he were to face Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Only those with a ranking on the chivalrous ranking were qualified to kill Demon Emperor Qing Lin, and they might have to form a team. Now, Xiao Han actually admitted that he was the one who killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin. This was completely like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All of a sudden, all the momentum and desire that Garen had created were exposed by Xiao Han's words. There was nothing left. Many of the contestants who chose Garen now felt as if they had bitten their gallbladder. In the chivalrous domain, countless chivalrous heroes were silent when they heard Xiao Han say this. Including Crow and the others in the chivalrous tower, they couldn't accept this fact and were all dumbfounded. Dang! Garen's expression suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. Xiao Han, you're so cunning. You lied and claimed that you killed Demon Emperor Qinglin in an attempt to destroy my will. How childish. My Buddha's heart is full. How can I be deceived by you? Dang! Boom! Garen's body was shrouded in Buddha's light and the ancient Buddha shadow behind him suddenly reached out its right hand and grabbed at Xiao Han. This grab destroyed the space, froze the air, and cracked the earth. The Buddha's light surged and delivered all living beings from suffering. It was upright and had a clear conscience. It was as if the giant Buddha from the ancient Buddhist kingdom had been resurrected and was explaining the Dharma to all living beings to subdue demons and demons. Xiao Han, die for this seat. The Dharma is unparalleled. The Buddha's light appears, the Buddha will destroy the mountains and rivers. Garen chanted and completely used the ultimate killing technique. I've said it before, your realm is too low and you can't unleash much combat power. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly. In the next moment, a demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm and the air within a radius of 10 miles seemed to be sucked dry in an instant, forming a vacuum. Then, everyone saw a mountain-like palm flash in the air. Pa! A dull and crisp sound was heard. The ancient Buddha shadow behind Garen actually cracked inch by inch. When they looked at Garen again, he had already fallen from the Holy Lotus platform and flew tens of meters away. He landed heavily on the ground with half of his face embedded in the soil. He kept coughing blood and spitting out mud from his mouth. He was in a sorry state. A slap to the face. No one had expected that Garen, who had a soaring aura and a dignified appearance, who had appeared with a deluge of heavenly flowers and golden lotuses, would be slapped to the ground by Xiao Han. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their teeth chattered and made a gurgling sound. What a good-for-nothing. Xiao Han crossed his arms. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. No matter what Buddhist technique or immortal technique you cultivate, you will always be a good-for-nothing. After Xiao Han sucked Demon Monarch Qinglin dry, 40,000 vital meridians were awakened in his left Demon Monarch palm, which was equivalent to half of Demon Monarch Qinglin's demonic power. These few days, he had been crazily nourishing the Demon Monarch palm, causing the number of awakened demon meridians to reach 43,000. 43,000 demon meridians was equivalent to 3 million ding of pure power. When it was unleashed, rivers were cut off, mountains were shattered, and the ground was cracked. No matter what technique Garen cultivated, he was only at level 5 true chi. Without expanding his meridians, he would never be able to withstand such a tyrannical power. Roar! In an instant, Garen let out a horrifying wail that sounded like a cuckoo's blood-crying apes. It was heart-wrenching as if he was mourning for his parents. The muscles in his eyes twitched non-stop as demonic chi surged around his body. Xiao Han, you forced me to do this. All of a sudden, Garen's eyelids opened a sliver. Wang, wang, wang. Dense demonic clouds began to gather from all directions. The bright and beautiful sky gradually darkened, and the light disappeared bit by bit. The roar of 10,000 demons resounded between heaven and earth. Garen was actually forcing his eyes open. To be continued. Chapter 217. Garen was slapped to the ground by Xiao Han. It was extremely tragic. Moreover, this was something completely unexpected. Garen was born to be a supreme. Moreover, he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days to understand the Dharma. It was almost a great success. Once he realized it, all the laws were gone. May Chinese network, he came out of seclusion in the most powerful and domineering manner. He swore to kill Xiao Han in a dignified manner to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Garen stood on the ring, accumulating his aura. He reached a terrifying state where flowers were falling from the sky, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, the 4 seasons withering, and the universe in his palm. He spoke the truth and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens. On the contrary, Xiao Han was very low-key and restrained his aura. On the surface, it was not a problem for Garen to completely defeat Xiao Han. However, the result of the battle instantly turned into a nightmare. One slap to the ground. There were no unnecessary movements. This was a crushing defeat. A complete destruction and suppression of absolute power. All the contestants on the spot were stunned, including Xiao Han's companions and those who had chosen Xiao Han to win. They could not believe their eyes. In the chivalrous region, countless chivalrous watched the battle through the images sent back by the magic eye stone. It was thrilling. The 29th floor of the chivalrous tower. Kakik, Xiao Mingchu's throat emitted an owl-like sound. He stared at the image on the screen. His vocal cords seemed to have been cut off, and he couldn't say a single word. Dark Dragon and the Sky Demon Old Man, whose hearts had not stirred for a long time, were now surging.
Good. Xiao Han.
Dark Dragon was almost unable to control himself. His combat power has improved so much.
Good. Very good.
The highest floor of the chivalrous tower. Garen's masters. Dead silence. On this floor, there was dead silence. Like a ghost in a grave. After a long time. What's going on? What's going on? Garen was actually defeated in one move. This Xiao Han actually used the Demon Clan's methods. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Directly defeating Garen. Presumptuous. Really presumptuous. Garen is an unparalleled prodigy that we have carefully selected. He has been nurtured by us since he was young and we have spent a large amount of resources on him. Why can't he defeat a nameless grassroots youth? This was unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Garen! You evil creature! Ever since he was young, he had been conceited and looked down on everyone. Mud can't help a wall. We were all blind. Choosing you as his successor. Now we will become the laughingstock of the entire Xianxia pagoda and even the entire Xianxia domain. Before this year's Hex tryouts, we had been boasting and proclaiming how extraordinary Garen was, like a god descending to earth, like he had the help of God. But he was defeated in just one face-to-face encounter. This is a slap to our faces. Shame. What a shame. Utter humiliation. Difficult to wash away. We will never be able to lift our heads again. Live with your tail between your legs. These old fogies. All of them went crazy. Right at this moment. Wait. Garen had demonized. He had actually comprehended the other side of Buddha. One thought to become a demon, one thought to become a Buddha. After demonization, Garen's attack power will skyrocket crazily. So, there is suspense in this battle. He has completely turned into a devil. Garen opened his eyes and the devil chi in his body went berserk. He could no longer control it. He has completely fallen into a devil's path and turned into a mad devil, bringing about a catastrophe. What should we do? Now, it is not a problem for Garen to kill Xiao Han. But from now on, he will be useless. Once he becomes a demon, everyone has the right to kill him. We can't care so much. Let's kill Xiao Han first and make Garen a Hex hero. After that, we will use up all the precious medicine to help Garen eliminate the demonic aura. Good. We've finally managed to save some face. We won't lose all our reputation. Even if Garen is sacrificed for this, it is worth it. Yes, it is not a waste of our training. In the arena, Garen finally opened his eyes that had never been opened since he was born. Boom. All of a sudden, it was like the beginning of chaos, and Garen's eyes were like the only light when the universe was born. Illuminated everything. Engulfed everything. Densely packed lines of latitude and longitude crisscrossed. Rivers ran on the ground. The sun and the moon crossed the sky. Garen's eyes swept across 3,000 worlds, suppressed the universe, condensed the sun and moon, crushed the ages, destroyed the 9 continents, and surged forward. Countless spaces were filled with the sound of glass shattering. Garen's eyes were dignified, cutting through everything, sweeping through everything, shattering everything. The contestants who were watching the battle from all directions were shocked by this violent and invincible aura. They fled in all directions, unable to breathe under the pressure. A group of experienced Hex heroes appeared. They released their true chi one after another, protecting each contestant so that they would not be destroyed by Garen's eyes. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The sun and moon lost their light. And Xiao Han, who was standing opposite Garen, was as steady as a rock. He did not move an inch, and his state of mind was getting calmer. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Demonic aura continuously exploded from Garen's body. His fair face was deeply affected by the demonic aura, becoming ferocious and terrifying. His body also began to grow, inch by inch. On his forehead, a black horn sprang out, and the demonic aura was monstrous. 2 black wings suddenly emerged from Garen's armpits. In an instant, Garen's body straightened, reaching more than 30 feet tall. The horn on his forehead was a foot long, and he had black wings like a bat. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his face was green with fangs. When he opened his mouth, endless demonic aura spewed out, destroying everything and withering the air. He pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground. His giant palms held up the sky, and the sky shook. His body moved slightly, and there was a gas explosion. Black mushroom clouds, like the 3 disasters and 9 disasters, swept everywhere. If it was not for the group of experienced hex heroes appearing in time to protect the contestants, people would have been in an abyss of misery. Demonized. Garen, this person, has completely demonized. Gone astray. He has fallen into the devil's path. A veteran hex hero howled. Evil creature. How dare you demonize so easily? With your realm, you can't control the demonic aura at all, and you will become a murderous demon. What should we do? Should we stop the battle between Xiao Han and Garen now? If this goes on, Xiao Han will definitely die in the hands of this demon, and not even his bones will be left. Xiao Han is a peerless genius, the future hope of our human race. We can't let him die in the hands of a demon. Absolutely not. Kill Garen. Subdue the demon. Eliminate the evil. Completely wipe them out. Wait. The higher-ups are watching this battle. If they wanted to stop it, they would have already done so. However, they don't seem to want to stop it. Let's wait. Why don't we get Xiao Han out first? Don't let Xiao Han get hurt. Wait, don't act rashly. Look, Xiao Han is acting like nothing happened. This state of mind. This old man really admires Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han was almost unaffected by the demonic aura. His whole body was surging with the confidence of winning, rolling like the tide. His state of mind was like the sun shining down, and the sky was clear. At this moment, inside Xiao Han's body, the sound of his acupoints bursting could be heard continuously. The 34th, 35th, 36th, these 3 acupoints were bursting like a hot knife through butter under such a terrible environment. It was unbelievable that Xiao Han could cultivate his true qi and burst his acupoints under the pressure of Garen's demonization. Bang, 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 bang. Garen burst out the demonic aura of a dragon. Within 100 miles, the ground cracked, the sky shattered, and the earth was forcefully pulled up, floating in the void. Pfft! Garen spat out a mouthful of demonic aura, blowing all the giant rocks into dust. Xiao Han released the indestructible golden body. Endless destructive starlight surged, and his whole body shone brightly. The mist was misty, and the divine light was burning, resisting the demonic aura. However, his aura was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Boom! Behind Garen, the 10,000 demonic dragons exploded at the same time, turning into a 10-acre large demonic head, crying piteously, wanting to eat people, wanting to destroy the world. In this demonic head, an evil voice rumbled. Xiao Han, you actually forced me to become a demon. I, Garen, have the quality to become an immortal, but you forced me to become a demon. Dang! I can no longer control the demonic aura. My soul is about to be sacrificed to the great demon god, but before that, I want to kill you. You have blasphemed my will, Garen, and deserve to die 10,000 times. You will fall into the demonic flame prison, and suffer for eternity. Tremble, you lowly aphid. Mortal. Demon Hero Tower. On the 29th floor. This is bad. Garen has become a demon. Now, his attack power has skyrocketed by God knows how many times. Moreover, that demonic aura is too evil, and it can't be dissolved by pure strength. Junior brother Xiao Han is in danger. Xiao Mingchu screamed. Sect Master, quickly think of a way to let the higher-ups make a decision, and immediately stop this battle. The invigilator at the scene made his move to kill the demon Garen. Otherwise, junior brother Xiao Han will be in a desperate situation. Wait a little longer. Although Xiao Han's breath has been suppressed to the lowest point, not only has his faith not been destroyed, but it is also getting stronger. He seems to have a way to kill Garen. Wu Mu's face was serious. Demon Hero Tower, on the highest floor. Garen's masters. It's over. Garen is completely finished. I didn't expect him to be so deeply demonized. He can't extricate himself. He has completely fallen into the demonic path. Now, unless it's an immortal, otherwise, no one can wash away the demonic aura in his body and soul. Garen is finished. However, the deeper the demonization, the stronger the power. Garen, this child, will definitely die, and he will be killed by many invigilators. However, from the current situation, no one is going to stop the battle between Garen and Xiao Han yet. It's very likely that Garen will directly kill Xiao Han before his last bit of consciousness is extinguished. It's considered a mutual destruction. A mutual destruction. That's for the best. In this case, Garen and Xiao Han will both die, and all the remaining contestants in this fourth stage will become demon heroes. We and dozens of disciples can break out of the encirclement and become demon heroes, which will help us regain some of our reputation. Good. Garen, your life is coming to an end. Kill Xiao Han. This is your destiny. On the arena. However, at this critical moment, the tattoo on Xiao Han's left biscuit monarch's palm suddenly burned. Endless demonic light soared into the sky. All the demonic energy in the 43,000 demon veins on the demon monarch's palm was instantly sucked out. A bright demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left hand, and a blood moon scimitar appeared in his hand. This scimitar was curved like the moon, releasing a beautiful, graceful, and pure demonic light. The body of the scimitar was engraved with countless ancient demon runes and talismans, describing the demon race's civilization. The demon fire was burning. There was also an extremely evil eyeball embedded on the scimitar. Demonic chi soared into the sky, devouring the heaven and earth. With a slight blink of this eyeball, all space, time, light, air, life aura, and even demonic chi were all devoured. A demonic chi vortex formed on top of Xiao Han's head, shattering the void. The pious chanting of the ancient demon race could be faintly heard. Between heaven and earth, all the living beings were terrified, and their blood turned cold. Xiao Han held the demonic saber in his left hand, and his body was bathed in the demonic fire. The demonic light was like the sea, and the demonic song was like the tide. Strolling leisurely towards the demonized Garen, he was calm and relaxed. With your small physique and a small realm, even if you demonize, how strong can you be? If the demonic chi is too strong, your body won't be able to withstand it and will explode. This slash of mine contains the power of 43,000 demon veins, which is equivalent to half of Qinglin Demon Monarch's attack power at his peak. I can't kill you with one slash? Ha 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 ha. I don't care if you are a human, a demon, or an immortal. Today you will die in my hands. If you are a human, I will kill you. If you are a demon, I will slay a demon. If you are an immortal, I will kill an immortal. What? The experienced demon warriors were all dumbfounded. Is the world-ending demonic saber? How did Xiao Han get his hands on it? This demonic saber has killed countless young demon warriors. It is the trump card that Qinglin Demon Monarch used to dominate the world. The natal demonic technique was actually obtained by Xiao Han. Poof! A demonic and beautiful saber radiance flashed out from Xiao Han's hand. This slash was poignant, beautiful, sorrowful, desperate, and heartbreaking. It was a beauty that surpassed any secular world. Its speed was a few hundred times faster than the speed of sound. Wherever the saber radiance passed, the world was in chaos. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Everything was sucked out and turned into nothingness. The airflow was chaotic and collapsed. Traces of withering could be seen everywhere. To be continued. Chapter 218. As soon as the apocalyptic demon blade was unleashed, the world was in chaos. Xiao Han extracted all the demon power in the 43,000 demon meridians and slashed out apocalyptic demon blade. The power was half of Demon Emperor Qinglin's peak. Everyone saw a bewitching blade light that could not be described with words. It disappeared in a flash, bringing with it a shock and taking everything away. Under this world-annihilating demon blade, the demonized Garen was instantly disintegrated and devoured. All of his demon chi was gone. On the ground, a ravine that was dozens of miles long was left. It was several feet deep and several feet wide, extending in a straight line. Dust and smoke filled the air. It was a ghastly sight. Phew! Xiaohan let out a breath and kept the demon blade. Now, Emperor Zhuobing's palm was dry and silent. There was no longer any vitality. The 3 demon emperor crystals had dimmed a lot. Strictly speaking, although Xiaohan could activate the demon power of a low-level demon emperor and slashed out a high-level demon emperor's natal demon technique, he was far inferior to a demon emperor in some aspects. For example, after the demon power was drained, it automatically recovered at an extremely slow pace. With 43,000 demonic veins, without any external help, it would probably take a year and a half to fully replenish them. Unless he hunted the demons and absorbed their soul essences. It seems that increasing my own combat strength is the best way. This demon clan's secret technique can only be used as a support, Xiaohan muttered. However, the long heretic hero selection has come to an end. It's completely over. I, Xiaohan, should be able to become a heretic hero now, right? Xiaohan looked at the group of experienced heretic heroes floating in the void. All of them had a powerful aura. In their eyes, there were the sun, moon, stars, and ancient runes.
Good. Xiaohan, good. Very good. An old man as deep as the sea.
He gave people a godlike pressure. With a smile on his face, he looked at Xiaohan with an appreciative gaze. Contestants, please wait a moment. After that, the group of experienced heretic heroes closed their eyes and seemed to communicate with something.
Boss.
Fatty Zhu was the first to pounce on Xiaohan, the fat on his face shaking. He was overjoyed. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang also dashed toward Xiaohan. As for the rest of the contestants, some were happy, while others were sad. Some contestants, such as Tang Feiping from the Eastern Domain, had bet on Xiaohan's victory in this battle of the pinnacle. Thus, they were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. However, he also had a lingering fear in his heart. If he had made the slightest mistake before this, if he had chosen Garen, he would have cried to death right now. He would have been directly eliminated and would never be able to become a fiend hero. Heaven with a thought, hell with a thought. There was nothing better than this. On the contrary, the contestants who had chosen Garen now had a look of defeat and despair on their faces. They were completely disheartened, like eggplants that had been hit by frost. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. This was the rule of the test. Their fate was in their own hands. The winner was the king, and the loser was the thief. Since they had made the wrong choice, they had to bear the consequences themselves. Moreover, after witnessing Xiaohan's monstrous and inhuman extraordinary means, they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Xiaohan would take revenge on them if they even let out a breath of resentment. They were either crippled or killed. They deeply believed that Xiaohan could do such a thing. The younger generation of the Fiend Hero region collectively collapsed. They had all chosen Garen to win. Now, they were all facing the fate of being eliminated. Boss, you're too fierce. Garen was full of tricks, but he was still no match for you. In the end, he was instantly killed by you. This was a direct suppression. You defeated him fair and square. There's nothing to doubt. Boss, you're really Fatty's lifelong idol. Fatty Zhu fawned on him. Xiaohan, you actually learned Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon blade. This is simply too abnormal and invincible. Mo Qingtong also looked at Xiaohan with stars in her eyes. She was extremely excited. Xiao Yunrong and Huiyang said in unison. We've become fiends now? Hehe. It seems that everyone has become fiends. Xiaohan laughed heartily. Xiaohan, congratulations on becoming a fiend. Chen Fengchen and Lang Ruyu walked over slowly. Chen Fengchen smiled slightly. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Lang Ruyu looked at Xiaohan in shock. Xiaohan, Ruyu has always underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even with Garen's monstrous talent, he's completely no match for you. You're invincible under the 6th stage of true Qi. You can now deal with low-level demon emperors. Heh, it's all luck. Xiaohan said humbly. At this moment, the old man with a deep aura announced loudly. Now, candidates whose names I've called out, please come over. Southern Region, Xiao Han, Huayang, Xiao Yunrong, Mo Qingtong, Zhu Hu. The Southern Region did well this time. Pretty good.
Wow. Boss. Let's go.
Fatty Zhu was almost dancing with joy.
Heh, let's go.
Xiao Han smiled slightly. He was also unable to control his excitement. He walked over with his companions. The group of veteran evil heroes smiled as they looked at Xiao Han and the others, secretly commenting on them. These people aren't very strong, but their luck is good. It's very likely that they'll encounter all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the future. Good, they're all good kids. They are all Xiao Han's companions. When one person achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs follow him.
However, this is luck. What else is there to say?
The old man continued to announce. Eastern Region, Tang Feiping, Xianxia, Luo Dehua, Luo Chu. On the Eastern Region side, there were also more than a dozen people whose names were called. They walked over with ecstasy, all trembling with excitement. De Huang, Lu A, Deng Baba, Ying, Jing Li. De Huang had more contestants whose names were called out, 187 people. Because De Huang had the most contestants participating in the fourth stage of the assessment, close to 1,000 people. Northern Region and Western Region each had one person. The Devil Hero region was completely annihilated. Well, the contestants whose names are not called will be teleported out of the Devil Hero region. Among you, about half of the contestants are still young and still have a chance to participate in the next Devil Hero trial in 5 years. Keep up the good work. In fact, you've already benefited a lot from surviving the cruelest Devil Hero trial in history. Forget it, that's it. For the contestants whose names were not read out, this old man. He was not so polite. There was a hint of impatience in his tone.
No.
Examiners. I have something to say. On the Devil Hero region side, a young man in white had a nervous and indignant expression on his face. What do you have to say? The group of senior Devil Heroes was stunned. Examiners. It's true that Xiao Han killed our eldest senior brother Garen. But he actually used Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon saber. This is the secret technique of the devil race. How can we humans use the secret technique of the devil race? I suspect that Xiao Han has already fallen into the devil Dao.
I protest.
I seriously protest. The young man in white from the Devil Hero region roared with grief and indignation.
Shut up.
The old man with a strong aura moved his eyes slightly and runes flashed. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for the young man in white to breathe. He wanted to argue, but he could not say anything. Whether Xiao Han has fallen into the Devil Dao or not, it's not up to you young people to decide. The old man said indifferently. I used to dominate the world. I don't know how many demons I've killed. I can still distinguish between humans and demons.
Don't be noisy.
You're obviously doubting my judgment and intelligence by saying this. All right, all of you will be teleported away. You're all selected and trained by the senior Devil Heroes of the Devil Hero Tower. I was against this at the beginning. If you want to select talents, you should start from the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness. Training disciples for Devil Heroes? This is a rare thing. Now the result is obvious. Failure. All 100 contestants have been eliminated. It's a failure among failures. All right, don't talk nonsense. All of you leave.
No.
We're not willing to accept this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A faint fluctuation of the power of time and space teleported the dozens of people from the Devil Hero region and the hundreds of contestants around them away. Well, you young people are all good. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be the new generation of Devil Heroes. It's really not easy for you to emerge as a new force in what is known as the cruelest hex trial in history. Although your strength and realm may not be the strongest, each of you is very lucky, and you will be able to show your strength in the future. I have high hopes for you. All right, now I'll teleport you to a town. You'll all stay there temporarily. The higher-ups are already preparing the Devil Hero token for you and registering you one by one. In a few days, someone will come to contact you and officially announce that you've all become Devil Heroes. Wait patiently for these few days.
Ha ha ha.
Let's go. Devil Hero Tower. Level 29.
Ha ha ha.
Sect leader, junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huayang have all become devil heroes. This is really a joyous occasion for our Pure Cloud sect. In this year's Devil Hero Preliminaries, which is said to be the cruelest in history, our Pure Cloud sect has sent 2 disciples to participate in the competition, and both of them have become devil heroes. Does this also indicate that in the future, our Pure Cloud sect's luck will also rise steadily like a rainbow piercing through the sun?
Ha ha ha. Cool.
Junior brother Xiao Han's last strike was the Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon blade. He actually practiced it to such a level. With his full strength, even junior brother Fong Ling and junior brother Dong Fongqin would not be able to withstand it. Xiao Mingchu smiled. Fong Ling pondered for a moment and said seriously, "If I were to face junior brother Xiao Han's strike, the only thing I can do is to use my experience to escape. I can't fight head-on." Seriously speaking, with junior brother Xiao Han's current combat strength, it's enough for him to fight for a place on the devil hero list. Dong Fongqin thought for a few breaths and said softly, "It's also impossible for me to fight junior brother Xiao Han head-on. However, I believe that junior brother Xiao Han is not a demon emperor. His replenishment of demonic energy is a big problem. If I were to fight junior brother Xiao Han to the death, I would avoid his attack and wait for his demonic energy to weaken before fighting him. However, junior brother Xiao Han's physical strength is not to be underestimated. It's hard to predict the outcome." The biggest winner of this year's Hex trial is Xiao Han. He has made a lot of progress. Old Wu smiled. "Well, let's prepare to welcome Xiao Han and Huayang. Congratulate them on becoming devil heroes. Let's celebrate." "Ha ha ha, brother Wu. How can I miss such a grand ceremony? By the way, my disciple Qing Tong has also become a devil hero."
Ha 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 ha.
The heavenly devil old man was also overjoyed. "And me, fatty." Zhu Ganglai also joined in the fun. Many of the devil heroes on this floor also came to congratulate them. The highest floor of the Devil Hero Tower. The antiques who cultivated a group of elite disciples of the Devil Hero region. Now, this floor was very quiet. Like a pool of stagnant water. But, in this silence, there was a terrible undercurrent brewing. It was like the moment before the storm. Garen is dead. He couldn't kill Xiao Han, but was killed by Xiao Han with one strike. That was the world-destroying demon blade, which sent Garen out of the 5 elements and out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could be said that he died very cleanly, leaving nothing behind. Our disciples were all wiped out. None of them could become devil heroes. From then on, we were all disgraced. At that time, we resisted the rumors and spent time and energy to cultivate this group of young people, swearing to make this group of young people all become devil heroes, and even the cornerstone of the future devil slayer. Our ambition was higher than the sky, and our confidence was bursting. In the end, we suddenly fell to the bottom. All our hopes were shattered. How ruthless. This fall was so hard that we almost lost our reputation. In the future, we will forever become the topic of other devil heroes. A complete joke. All of this, thanks to Xiao Han. If it wasn't for Xiao Han, Garen would have become a devil hero, and even become the leader of the young generation of devil heroes in the future. The other children can also become devil heroes, so that we can have glory. Unfortunately, there is a variable, Xiao Han. This child makes me want to kill him. If I don't kill this child, I won't be satisfied. All of you shut up. Now this Xiao Han is in the limelight, and the higher-ups must have high hopes and focused on cultivating him. If we jump out now to deal with him, it is like running into the muzzle of a gun. That is courting death. This Xiao Han, we can't vent our anger if we don't kill him. However, this matter needs to be planned and done slowly. In fact, we can even bear with it and wait for an opportunity in the dark. Once we find an opportunity, we will kill him. Don't let him turn over a new leaf. I've already done a thorough investigation. This Xiao Han is a member of the Southern Domain's Cloud Sect. The sect leader of the Cloud Sect, Wu Yu, is also an unruly and difficult person to deal with. However, other than Wu Yu, the Cloud Sect also has other heroes. This Xiao Han has given us too much of a blow. This caused us to waste tens of years of time and the endless resources we used to cultivate Garen and the others. Killing Xiao Han alone is not enough to vent our anger. When we find an opportunity, we must make the Cloud sect pay a heavy price. They will be punished. Alright, from now on, everyone should know their place and don't go overboard. You can even pretend to be magnanimous and congratulate Xiao Han, Wu Bai, and the others. However, you must secretly look for an opportunity. Don't let go of any chance to attack the Cloud sect and Xiao Han. That's it. In short, this is a fight to the death. Xiao Han knows the secrets of the demon clan and is good at using demon techniques. From this matter, we can make a big deal out of it. Well, wait for an opportunity, and we will catch him by his tail. When that time comes, we will trample him to death. Devil Hero Domain. It was a small town with beautiful scenery and an exotic atmosphere. This small town was very quiet and full of spiritual chi. Even the air was warm and lingering, making people feel like they were being cleansed with just a little breath. This place was very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, this place was not disturbed by the outside world at all. It was like a secluded paradise. There were no worries, and it was a paradise. Xiao Han and his companions, as well as the contestants who were about to become devil heroes, lived in this small town. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xiao Han emptied his mind. During this time, his heart, which had been tense because of the Hex Hero preliminaries, was completely relaxed. It was very comfortable, relaxing, refreshing. During this period, the other contestants would find Xiao Han eagerly and flatter him, wanting to make friends with him. Xiao Han always brushed it off indifferently and evaded it. 3 days later, above the small town, the void was broken, and a young man stepped through the void. His aura was like that of a god, and there seemed to be a vision of stars disappearing in his eyes. His hands were empty, and he casually floated in the air, bringing with him an indescribable majesty. Xiao Han and many other contestants gathered together and looked at the young man in the sky. Well, not bad, not bad, the young man said. He looked very young, and his skin was smooth and shiny, but his voice was very old, as if he had experienced the world. Congratulations! You have officially become the new generation of devil heroes. I am here today to distribute the Devil Hero token to you. I will also bring you into the Devil Hero Tower. Because this year's Devil Hero preliminaries are known as the most difficult in history. So once you become a Devil Hero, you will be qualified to enter the Devil Hero Tower. You should know that many Devil Heroes may not be able to earn enough contribution points to enter the Devil Hero Tower even after working hard for a lifetime. This is the privilege given to you. Our world of Devil Heroes does not pay too much attention to formalities, which is different from the secular world, so there is no guard of honor to welcome you. Okay, now I will distribute the Devil Hero token to you, and I will tell you about other things along the way. After entering the Devil Hero Tower, I will also teach you some basic rules of the Devil Hero world. After saying that, the young man swept his gaze across the crowd. Whoever his gaze swept across, they were terrified, and their hearts were beating wildly, as if they had done something wrong and were caught red-handed. Under his gaze, everyone felt as if every inch of their body was seen through by him. Even their souls were seen through. Their realms, cultivation, flesh, bones, skin, hair, acupoints, everything was seen through. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiao Han. Well, you are Xiao Han, right? You are very good, the most demonic existence among the new batch of devil heroes. Good, you are very good. Boom! Xiao Han felt that his body was almost transparent. No secret could hide from this young man's eyes. Xiao Han was shocked and alarmed, but he forced himself to calm down very soon. The spirit turtle's true chi surged, sealing up his heart firmly. As for the demon egg in his heart, it seemed to possess intelligence. Afraid of being spied on, it immediately shrank to the size of a speck of dust, completely still and deathly silent. Moreover, Xiao Han purposely released the aura of Zhuabing Emperor's palm tattoo. A weak demonic light flowed on his left arm. After a full 10 breaths, the young man withdrew his gaze. The pressure on Xiao Han's body disappeared, and he was covered in cold sweat. Not bad, Xiao Han. You did not make any mistakes. You only refined a demon emperor's palm. You are still human in your bones. Alright, congratulations, Xiao Han. You've become a swordsman. This is your devil hero token. Keep it. The young man smiled at Xiao Han in a friendly manner. His eyes were filled with admiration. He raised his hand, and a black token flew towards Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 219. From the moment you received your own chivalrous token, you have officially become a chivalrous hero. Chivalrous heroes are the privileged people of this world. Similarly, you should bear more responsibilities. All of you, take care of yourselves. The young man with an old voice and eyes like those of an ancient god said in a very serious tone. He waved his hands casually a few times, and densely packed chivalrous tokens shot out and distributed to everyone. Xiao Han grabbed the chivalrous token that was flying towards him. He was excited and studied it over and over again. The chivalrous token was the size of a palm, completely black and shiny. He did not know what material it was carved out of. It did not look like metal, nor was it jade. It was engraved with ancient seal characters and talismans, as well as pictures depicting the eternal war scenes between the human race and the demon race. Waves of mysterious energy fluctuations emanated from the Yun chivalrous token. Solemn and sacred. Chivalrous token. The words Xiao Han were written under the three big words, which meant that the chivalrous token belonged to Xiao Han. Boss. Fatty has one too. Fatty Zhu was so excited that he was trembling. He held the Yin chivalrous token in his hand and bounced around Xiao Han. Hua Tiao stared at the Yin chivalrous token in a daze and mumbled something. Then, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Yunrong kissed the Yin chivalrous token and Mo Qingtong clutched it tightly. The new generation of chivalrous heroes could not control their surging emotions when they got their own chivalrous token. They all lost their composure. The most interesting ones were the people from De Huang. They threw spices and bright feathers on the ground, and then knelt on both knees. They prayed devoutly. It seemed like some kind of ceremony. Well, remember, the chivalrous token represents the identity, glory, and dignity of a chivalrous hero. Once your chivalrous token is lost, or even robbed, it will be a great shame. It is something more shameful than death, understand? The chivalrous hero can die in battle, but the chivalrous token cannot be lost. If the order lives, the person lives, and if the order dies, the person dies. The old voice sounded again. The new generation of chivalrous heroes held their breath and solemnly held the chivalrous token. This chivalrous token is carved from meteorites collected from outer space. The so-called meteorites are also known as celestial stones. The immortal world stone. The old voice continued. Immortal stones? Yes, immortal stones. Therefore, each and every devil hero token was extremely magical and mysterious. And the most amazing thing about it was that once the evil hero died, the evil hero would die. Then, the evil hero token that belonged to him, it would be completely reduced to a useless rock. Therefore, every devil hero token was exclusive and unique. If other devil heroes obtained a devil hero token that did not belong to them, it would not be of much use. It was equivalent to picking up a useless stone. Alright, let's complete the last step. Drip a drop of blood to recognize the owner. After the completion of dripping blood to recognize the owner, your soul will establish a flesh and blood connection with the Xianxia token that belongs to you. Furthermore, your psyche waves can seep into your Yen chivalrous token, the old young man warned. Bind it with blood? Xiao Han was stunned. Then, he sent out a strand of saber chi and carefully pierced his right index finger. A drop of hot blood flowed out and dripped onto the evil hero token in his hand. In an instant. Boom. The entire evil hero token suddenly burned with divine flames. Wisps of light and radiance were boiling, and the clouds were steaming. All of a sudden, Xiao Han established a special relationship with his evil hero token. He could clearly and deeply feel that this evil hero token had now evolved into an extension of his consciousness. A part of his body. Before this, Xiao Han had killed devil hero Nangong Yi and obtained his evil hero token. He could also feel that there was an extremely mysterious and incredible power in the evil hero token. However, Xiao Han could not activate this power, and was even resisted by it. But now, after Xiao Han bound his evil hero token with blood, he could control the mysterious power that the evil hero token emitted as he pleased. Swoosh! Xiao Han scanned with his psyche wave and saw the inside of the evil hero token in his hand. There was a whole new world inside. A small world of its own. There was some data inside the Evil Hero token. Evil Hero, Xiao Han birthplace. Southern region contribution value. 20,000 ranking on the Evil Hero ranking list. 0 privilege. Can enter 50% of countries that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Can enter 50% of mystic realms that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Is not restricted by worldly laws. In addition, there were many obscure and mysterious lines and characters engraved inside the Evil Hero token, forming a formation. Xiao Han scanned with his psyche wave and understood. Formation activated. Flying formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to activate the Evil Hero token, allowing it to fly for 100,000 miles in a day. Spirit gathering formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles. Dust isolation formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to avoid dust within a radius of 1 mile. Water separation formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to avoid water and dive into the sea. Offensive formation. Non-defensive formation. Non-special formation. None. Map. None. Accepted mission. None. Completed mission. None. Message bar. Added Evil Hero. None. Added invitation. None. Search for evil heroes nearby. Requires 10 contribution value. Greet evil heroes nearby. None. Send a message to the top management of the Evil Hero Tower. Requires 1,000 contribution value. Send a message to all evil heroes within a radius of 1,000 miles. Requires 10,000 contribution value. Send a message to all evil heroes within a radius of 10,000 miles. Requires 1,000,000 contribution value. Close the message bar. Trading. Bar. Connect to the Evil Hero Region Auction House. Requires 500 contribution value to register. Intelligence bar. Free intelligence. Secret intelligence. Requires contribution value to purchase all kinds of secret intelligence. This Evil Hero token is really a bit complicated. Xiao Han scanned the Evil Hero token with his spiritual force and found out. This was the Evil Hero token. The most basic function. It should be a storage item. But it was filled with all kinds of other functions. For a moment, Xiao Han couldn't figure it out. The other chivalrous men also looked like they didn't quite understand. The young man with the old voice said in a clear voice. Evil heroes, after the blood contract, you have a deeper understanding of the Evil Hero token, don't you? This is not just a token or a pass. It is a symbol of status. It also has many practical functions. Now, I'll give you a brief introduction. Listen up. Everyone pricked up their ears. The most basic function of the Evil Hero token is to store items. Then, in each Evil Hero token, your information is recorded. What is contribution value? In the world of evil heroes, contribution value is equivalent to money in the secular world, true martial coins in sex, and contribution value is the currency circulated among evil heroes. Of course, contribution value can be exchanged for true martial coins, but true martial coins are very difficult to buy contribution value. You are all ordinary evil heroes now. So, you can only enter 50% of ancient countries and secret realms that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Ancient ruins. If you want to explore more mysterious places, you can buy a pass with contribution points. You can also fight for a ranking on the Hex ranking board and get more privileges. You just need to pay a little attention to the array formation. In fact, the function of array is not very useful. For example, some offensive arrays required a huge amount of contribution points to purchase. Not many evil heroes will covet the power of the array. Only when one's own combat power is strong can he be considered strong. There were some formations known as forbidden spells that could destroy an entire world with just a slight activation. However, which of these formations did not require hundreds of millions or even billions of contribution points to purchase? Also, after using it once, you have to spend the same amount of contribution value to replenish the energy of the array. Who can afford to play with this kind of array? The map can guide you to some secret areas. Even the keys to these special areas need to be bought with contribution value. The mission board requires you to accept various missions. Most of these missions are related to killing the demon clan. Of course, some missions are related to killing traitors, and some missions are related to destroying the demon clan's sacrificial altars and nests. Every mission that you complete will be rewarded with a corresponding amount of contribution points. After you get used to it for a while, you should start to accept some missions, either alone or in teams. Doing missions can not only earn contribution value, but also sharpen your mind and improve your realm and combat power. The communication board allows evil heroes to communicate with each other. For example, when you go to complete some missions and encounter sudden changes that you can't deal with, you can use the function to find nearby evil heroes and form a team with them. Turning off the message board will cut off contact with other evil heroes, and make it impossible for nearby evil heroes to find your location. When you complete some secret missions, you can turn off the message board. The young man with the old voice explained the many functions of the evil hero token concisely. Many evil heroes nodded. All right, I'll take you to the evil hero tower now. The young man with the old voice smiled. Follow me, all of you. You can now activate the flying array in the evil hero token and try this function. You only need to inject a small amount of vital chi. However, when you go out to complete various missions in the future, try to use your own vital chi to fly so that you don't attract too much attention. You might even be seen through by the hidden demons. Let's go. Swoosh! Xiaohan tried to inject a wisp of vital chi into the flying array in the evil hero token. In a breath, the evil hero token in his hand suddenly grew bigger. It was 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, flashing with light and characters as it floated in the air. Interesting. Xiaohan jumped onto the evil hero token. The other evil heroes followed suit. In an instant, all the evil heroes activated the flying array in the evil hero token and flew on the evil hero token. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The group of evil heroes followed the young man with the old voice and quickly flew away from the area. They flew in the direction of the evil hero pagoda. Fatty Zhu flew to Xiaohan's side and said loudly, "Boss, I have already thoroughly studied the communication function of the evil hero token. Now, let's add each other. In the future, no matter where we go, even if we are scattered across the world, we can still communicate with each other." Okay, let's add each other. Mo Qingtong also smiled. Soon, Xiaohan, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huayang successfully added each other. The other evil heroes also added each other. Suddenly, a message flashed in the communication column of Xiaohan's evil hero token. Xiaohan scanned with his mind and found more than a dozen evil heroes nearby who were greeting him were requesting to be added. Evil hero Tang Faping of the East is requesting to add you as a friend? Do you agree to be added? Evil hero Xianxia of the East is requesting to add you as a friend? Do you agree to be added? Evil hero Gu Lida of the Great Wilderness is requesting to add you as a friend? Do you agree to be added? Xiaohan shook his head and laughed. Then, he rejected all these requests. Xiaohan did not want to add people who had nothing to do with him. This Xiaohan. He actually rejected my request. Tang Faping of the East stared at Xiaohan who was flying in front of him. Isn't he too arrogant? That's enough, Tang Faping. He also rejected my request, Xianxia said with a wry smile. Tang Faping, don't be angry. Now that we are all evil heroes, we can get a lot of resources and enter all kinds of secret realms and blessed lands full of fortuitous encounters. We will all improve rapidly. One day, we will surpass Xiaohan. At that time we will slap his face. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again. Boss, there are 2,000 contribution points in Fatty's evil hero token. How many do you have? Fatty Zhu asked Xiaohan with a smile. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huayang said in unison. We also have 2,000 contribution points. Ah? 2,000? Xiaohan was stunned for a moment and then said in a low voice. How can I have 20,000 contribution points? Is there a mistake? The young man with the old voice seemed to have heard the conversation between Xiaohan and the others and said with a smile. Xiaohan, you have 20,000 contribution points. That's right. You are the evil hero with the most outstanding performance this time and you killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Therefore you have the most contribution points 20,000. This is equivalent to a reward for you. As for the other evil heroes, they only have 2,000 contribution points. Far less than you, Xiaohan. However, other evil heroes, don't be discouraged. You should know that the evil heroes produced in any of the selections in the past would only be given 100 to 500 contribution points when they received the evil hero token. Because your selections this time are the most difficult and have the highest death rate, The contribution points you will get for the first time are also the most abundant. You can use these contribution points to purchase all the mystical arts, secret manuals, mystic realm maps, and information that you want. However, in the future, the contribution points will not be distributed to you for free. You will need to complete various missions and earn your own contribution points. P.S. This chapter is about the settings. After becoming an evil hero, some settings need to be explained. I hope everyone won't be too bored reading it. To be continued. Chapter 220. Xiao Han, together with a group of new heroes, flew above the Devil Hero region on the Devil Hero token. Everyone looked at the Devil Hero region from a bird's eye view. What a dazzling array of treasures! It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. There were continents, oceans, divine mountains that glowed with the light of treasures, palaces that rose and fell majestically like heavenly palaces, burning with golden splendor, and grasslands that were full of immortal herbs and lingji, and many rivers that flowed like jade ribbons. The blue ocean was very magnificent. The wind was gentle and the sun was shining, exuding a spring aura. The coastal port was anchored with giant ships, and many shops and high-end buildings had been set up. Moreover, everything here was very colorful and rich in layers. The mountains and rivers in the distance were full of dreamy poetry. The air was clear, clean, and flawless. There was no smell of the demon clan here. In the blue sky, there were birds and auspicious birds flying past. With a slight breath, people could feel that the air was very warm, lingering, and nourishing. When inhaled into the body and lungs, it could even wash away the impurities and filth in the body. Snow spirit. People born here must have been born with a strong physique, immune to all diseases, and unobstructed meridians. The origin of the Devil Hero region was many times stronger than that of the north, south, east, west, and the Great Wilderness. At this moment, the chivalrous heroes standing on the ground stopped and looked up at Xiao Han's new batch of chivalrous heroes. They were all commenting and whispering to each other, but no one flew up to disturb or talk to them. Ha! I've received a lot of messages from nearby heroes greeting me. They all want to add me as a friend. Xiao Han was speechless. However, he would not blindly add heroes that he did not know. To avoid trouble, he rejected them one by one. At this moment, with a sweep of his mental power, he saw a message. The Devil Hero of the southern region, Wu ***, requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Sect Master? Xiao Han was stunned. Then he laughed and quickly agreed to Wu ***'s request. Xiao Han? As soon as he agreed to Wu ***'s request, Xiao Han's mental power swept the message that Wu *** had sent him. This kind of message was not a voice, but an exchange of spiritual waves. Therefore, other than Xiao Han, there was no one nearby who could eavesdrop. Sect Leader. I've received your message. Hee, Sect Leader. I've gotten the Devil Hero token and am now a Devil Hero. Xiao Han immediately replied with a mental wave message. Alright. Very good. You did not disappoint the high hopes of our sect. Xiao Han, you and Huayang have won glory for the Pure Cloud sect. Now, you should be coming to the Xianxia Tower, right? I, Ming Chu, and the others will be waiting for you and Huayang on the 29th floor of the Xianxia Pagoda. Yes. Sect Master. A senior wants to bring us into the Xianxia Pagoda and seems to have something to tell us. Later, this disciple will go with senior sister Hua Shou. Go to the 29th floor and meet the sect master and senior brothers. Alright, there's no rush. We'll wait for you. It's really convenient to use the evil hero token to send messages. It seems that it's not unreasonable for so many martial artists to rack their brains and fight for it, even at the cost of their lives, to become a devil hero. Let's not talk about other things. Just the evil hero token alone has such a magical function. TSK. This is unimaginable in the secular world. Xiao Han sighed. Boss, we're about to reach the Xianxia Pagoda. Fatty Zhu shouted. Xiao Han looked around. A dazzling golden pagoda stood in front of him. It had a magnificent aura as it pierced through the blue sky. The Xianxia Pagoda. The Xianxia Pagoda that would never fall. It was the greatest building of the human race in this world. Once the Xianxia Pagoda fell, it would mean that this world would be ruled by the demon race. The human race would be completely destroyed and exterminated. The Xianxia pagoda was at least 100,000 meters tall. It pierced deep into the sky and the clouds, as if it was connected to the legendary immortal world. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. The Xianxia pagoda emitted a sacred glow, making it hard for people to look at it directly. It was like a temple. Layers upon layers. Each layer was dazzling, and there were probably more than 1,000 layers. It was really too solemn. Not only could one not see the end of it, but it also made people want to kneel down and worship it. Vaguely, one could see a large number of giant reliefs engraved on the Xianxia pagoda. The contents of these reliefs could not be seen clearly, but it gave people the feeling that they were describing the birth of this world, the mysteries of this universe, and the eternal truth. We've arrived at the Xianxia pagoda. It's very difficult for ordinary Xianxia to enter the Xianxia pagoda even once. This is because every time they enter the Xianxia pagoda, they have to spend 2,000 contribution points. Moreover, every day they stay in the Xianxia pagoda requires 1,000 contribution points. Unless they get the corresponding ranking on the Xianxia ranking, have certain qualifications, and apply to stay in the Xianxia pagoda and become a senior Xianxia who is responsible for various matters. For example, I'm responsible for welcoming every new Xianxia, so I have the qualification to stay in the Xianxia pagoda for a long time. I don't need to spend any contribution points, the young man with the old voice said calmly. All of you, land and enter the first floor of the Xianxia pagoda on foot. This year's trial is the most difficult and the death rate is the highest, so you have the qualification to enter the Xianxia pagoda for free. This time, your contribution points will not be deducted. However, you can only stay for 3 days this time. From the 4th day onwards, 1,000 contribution points will be deducted from you every day. You have to keep this in mind, lest you are kicked out of the pagoda without knowing it when all your contribution points are deducted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the guidance of the senior Xianxia, Xiao Han and the others landed on a square in front of the first floor of the Xianxia pagoda. There were many Xianxia standing in groups of 3 to 5, communicating with each other. Some Xianxia were walking out of the Xianxia pagoda in a hurry, as if they were rushing to do something. Oh! The batch of newcomers who emerged from the cruelest trial in history? Many Xianxia glanced over. The Xianxia that appeared near the Xianxia pagoda were all extraordinary. They were majestic. Their bodies were full of true qi. They were surrounded by divine light and precious clouds, making it hard to tell how strong they were, but they must be the mighty figures who were famous in this area. These Xianxia looked at Xiao Han and the others with interest, but they were very reserved and knew their limits. They did not rashly disturb them, and only watched from afar. Of course, not every senior Xianxia is willing to stay in the Xianxia pagoda for a long time like me. Most of them like to adventure in the outside world, hunt demons, search for historical sites, and earn contribution points. That way, no one will control them, and they can do whatever they want, the senior Xianxia continued. I'm tired of running around in the pugilistic world, and I've lost my edge and ambition. That's why I'm willing to retreat to the Xianxia pagoda. I'm doing the leisurely job of welcoming newcomers. I'm tired. I'm tired of killing. There was deep exhaustion in his eyes. The future of you young people. You should wait until you're my age and have experienced too many life and death situations before you consider stopping. I'll die in the Xianxia pagoda. All right, let's stop sighing. Come with me. The first floor of the Xianxia pagoda. This was an extremely vast space, and the ground was engraved with hundreds and thousands of formations. Divine mist pervaded the air, and beams of light shot into the sky. One could see some evil heroes entering and exiting these formations. They all seemed to be teleportation arrays. The Xianxia pagoda has 1,001 floors. This first floor has a teleportation array that leads to the 1,000 floors above. Each floor has its own duty. Now, you can scan the free intelligence column in the Xianxia token. There will be the basic information of the 1,000 floors above the Xianxia pagoda. Okay. Xiao Han and the others immediately sent their mental energy into the Xianxia token. In the intelligence column of the Xianxia token, free intelligence was displayed. Everyone read, First floor of the Xianxia Pagoda, teleportation area. Second to 10th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, mission release area. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the second to 10th floors will cost 50 contribution points. 11th to 100th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, leisure and entertainment residential area. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 11th to 100th floors will cost 200 contribution points. 101st to 300th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, Sutra Pavilion. Containing the world's martial arts, secret techniques, forbidden spells, true Qi divine arts, and body tempering techniques. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 101st to 300th floors will cost 300 contribution points. 301st to 500th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, Cultivation Room. Illusory Realm Cultivation Room, Fire Element Cultivation Room, Ice Element Cultivation Room, Mind Cultivation Room, Flesh Shell Cultivation Room, Time Room. If he wanted to be teleported from the first floor to any of the 301 to 500 floors, he would have to spend 400 contribution points. 501st to 700th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, selling weapons, secret land details, maps, precious medicines, spirit pills, keys, and all kinds of rare treasures. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 501st to 700th floors will cost 500 contribution points. 701st to 800th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, the residence of the senior Xianxia Pagoda, teleportation is prohibited. 801st to 950th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, arena. 951st to 980th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, advanced arena. 981st to 1000th floors of the Xianxia Pagoda, forbidden area. 1001st floor of the Xianxia Pagoda, forbidden area of the Pagoda Master. Oh. So this is the specific distribution of each floor of the Xianxia Pagoda. Xiao Han nodded slightly, completely understanding in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Han, the sect master greeted me when I was nearby just now. I've already added the sect master as a friend. He told us that he and the senior brothers are on the 29th floor. Huafan smiled at Xiao Han. I already know that. I'll go and look for the sect master later. Xiao Han nodded. All right, fellow Xianxia, I've successfully brought all of you to the Xianxia Pagoda. I've also informed all of you about the Xianxia token and the Xianxia Pagoda. You can take your time to study the rest. You can stay in the Xianxia Pagoda for free for 3 days. Therefore, there's no need for you to leave in a hurry. You can go to the mission issuance area to take a look, or you can go to the Sutra Pavilion to see if there are any martial arts manuals that suit you. However, the manuals and the like are all very expensive. I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them with the contribution points you have. There are all kinds of secret cultivation rooms on the 301 to 500 floors. Don't go there for the time being. The rent for each secret cultivation room is more than tens of thousands of contribution points. There are maps of all kinds of mystic realms and ruins. You can only look at them and lament your inadequacy now. However, don't be impatient. You've just become Xianxia and are all newcomers. Everything seems to be out of reach for you. But remember, as long as you do more missions, kill more demons, and earn contribution points, then you can get everything you want in the Xianxia Pagoda. Finally, I'll tell you the rules of Xianxia. As a Xianxia, there aren't many rules. To put it bluntly, you can't collude with the demons. As long as you abide by this rule, the rest doesn't matter. We Xianxia pay attention to doing whatever we want and not being bound by the norm. It's not uncommon for Xianxia to become enemies with each other. Generally speaking, ordinary Xianxia who are not ranked on the Xianxia ranking will not be too concerned about them. Even if they die, the higher-ups will not specifically investigate them. When a Xianxia with a ranking dies, the higher-ups will send other Xianxia to investigate the cause of death. Therefore, if there's a fight between Xianxia with a ranking, it's best to fight it out in the arena. It's okay to stab someone in the back, but you have to guarantee that the higher-ups won't find out about it. Hearing this, Xiao Han and the others laughed. This Xianxia world is also not bad. There aren't so many rules and regulations to restrict me. There's a sense of letting go. Not bad. It suits me very well. Xiao Han thought. All right, everyone, I've said what needs to be said. Now, everyone is free to do whatever you want. I hope that everyone will be safe from now on. Kill more demons, earn more contribution points, and advance your cultivation bravely and rapidly. Ha ha ha. Goodbye, goodbye. The senior Xianxia smiled and nodded.
Then, he entered a teleportation array on the 739th floor and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye.
Ha, boss, I got it. These senior Xianxia who guard the Xianxia pagoda are all here for retirement. I guess they rarely go out to hunt demons. Fatty Zhu came over and said. By the way, boss, my father is also on the 29th floor. Why don't we go to the 29th floor first? Xiao Han, Fatty, Qing Tong, Hua Yang, the villa master of the Mingjian villa has also come to the Xianxia pagoda. He just added Yun Rong and asked her to go to the 18th floor to meet him.
Xiao Yunrong walked over and said,
All right, Yun Rong, let's part here and do our own things. If there's anything, just use the Xianxia token to send a message. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll definitely stay in the Xianxia pagoda for the next 3 days. Xiao Han smiled. At this time, the other Xianxia also parted ways and teleported to each floor. Let's go directly to the 29th floor. Xiao Han began to look for the teleportation array on the first floor to the 29th floor. To be continued. Chapter 221. Xiao Han and Hua Fan were going to the 29th floor to find Wu Feng, Mo Qingtong's master, the heavenly devil old man, and Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai, were also on the 29th floor. Thus, the four of them found the teleportation formation on the first floor and teleported there together. Each of them consumed 200 contribution points needed for teleportation. Beams of light shot out, clouds were steaming, and the mysterious power of space was circulating. In the next moment, the four of them had already arrived at the 29th floor. This floor was extremely quiet. There were many halls and countless elegant private rooms. The environment was elegant and comfortable. Everywhere was filled with a refreshing fragrance, like the fragrance of the leaves of the trees in the distant mountains. It allowed the wandering rangers to empty their minds and enjoy this happiness with peace of mind. It was an excellent place for chivalrous heroes to cultivate their minds. All of a sudden, Xiao Han and the others saw a few young women with graceful figures wrapped in light gauze, exquisite curves, and exotic charm. They were peerless beauties, and they quietly walked out of some private rooms. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were moist, as if they were about to drip water. Their expressions were languid, and their eyes were like silk. These women quietly came out of the private room, tiptoed like kittens, and walked away.
Xiao Han and the others could vaguely hear their conversation.
That Lord Wuxia came back from the bitter cold of the western regions. Perhaps he had held it in for too long. Just now he almost... Let's not talk about it. My place is already swollen. It's our fortune to be able to serve Lord Wuxia.
The Lord Wuxia that I served just now, in order to kill a ferocious low-level demon emperor. He had been hiding in the great wilderness for 3 years.
In these 3 years, he had never touched a woman. So, when he came back this time, the 7 of us took turns to serve him. We can't take it either. Ah. Hearing these words, Xiao Han could roughly guess something.
He turned his gaze and looked at Hua Fan beside him.
Hua Wu blushed and said hurriedly, Let's go find the sect master quickly.
After a pause, she said in a low voice,
Junior brother Xiao Han, don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't be greedy for these things. Ha! Perhaps, chivalrous men are very lonely. It's normal for me to have some fun occasionally to vent my depression and depression. Fatty Zhu chuckled. Wretched! Hua Gang and Mo Qingtong cursed at the same time. All right, stop making a racket, Xiao Han stopped them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then he stood outside a private room and gently knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. It was Dongfeng Qin who opened the door.
Senior brother Dongfeng.
After reuniting with him after such a long time, Xiao Han immediately called out. Dongfeng Qin gave Xiao Han a bear hug. Junior brother Xiao Han, good job. Your performance in this year's Devil Hero tryouts. We all saw it with our own eyes. What a freak, a natural-born supreme being. You've made us proud. Now, as the senior brother when I go out, I will have glory in front of the other heroes. Ha ha ha. Is junior brother Xiao Han here? Xiao Mingchu's lazy voice sounded in the private room. Dongfeng Qin then let go of Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, Fatty Zhu, and Mo Qingtong entered the private room. In the private room, Wu Bohu, the heavenly devil old man, Zhu Ganglai, Fong Ling, and Xiao Mingchu were sitting and drinking tea. As soon as they saw Xiao Han and the others enter, they all stood up. Good boy, you're really something. Xiao Mingchu directly rushed in front of Xiao Han and punched Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han pretended to be in pain and retreated. Eldest senior brother, you've seriously injured me. I'm going to cough up blood. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Stop pretending. Your flesh shell is now comparable to an ancient species. Do you think I don't know? Hee hee. Xiao Han also laughed. Now, the brothers were getting more and more intimate. There was no restraint between them. They were happy and harmonious. This made Xiao Han feel a strong sense of friendship. Xiao Han, you're really capable. I'm far from being your opponent now, Fong Ling said concisely. His eyes were full of praise. When I first met you, it was in the desolate town. At that time, you were still a live target, bullied and humiliated by the disciples. In just a few years you have already grown to such a level, and you have also become a demon hero. In the future, you will make a name for yourself, and your name will shake the world. Senior brother Fong Ling brought me to the western region to forcefully break through the true acupoint, allowing me to advance from the flesh-body realm to the true chi realm. I've reached the sky in one step and have a glimpse of the door. I'll never forget junior brother Fong Ling's kindness and friendship. Xiao Han bowed deeply to Fong Ling with a serious face. Xiao Han, you don't have to do this. From now on, we're all demon heroes. We'll treat each other as equals, Fong Ling quickly said. After exchanging greetings with Fong Ling, Xiao Han walked to Wu Bohu and bowed. Sect Master, you're well. I was lucky enough to break through some obstacles and become a demon hero. I didn't embarrass you. It's not luck. In Wu Bohu's eyes, light swam and intertwined. Xiao Han, you're a rare genius. In the process of this selection, you've experienced many trials and tribulations between life and death. You're also very lucky. The reason why you became a demon hero is because you fought with your fists and kicks. You fought with the heavens and fought with men. You're upright and have a clear conscience. Your battle with Garen will also be a world-shaking battle and be recorded in the history of the demon hero selection. At this time, the heavenly devil old man and Zhu Ganglai also came to thank Xiao Han for taking care of Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu during the competition. Xiao Han was humble, neither servile nor overbearing. All right, we're all friends. Sit down and let's have a chat, Wu Bohu said graciously. Everyone sat down. Xiao Han was pulled by Xiao Mingchu to sit next to him. Their brotherhood was very deep. Xiao Han, Hua Yang, although you've become demon heroes now, don't get carried away. Becoming demon heroes is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. Moreover, demon heroes are the people with special authority in this world. That's right, but they're also the most dangerous kind of people in this world. They walk on the edge of death and they can't live without killing demons in their lives. Even the intrigues and cliques among the fiends were very serious. Some powerful and high-ranking demon heroes even form cliques to oppress newcomers. These are not surprising at all. Our sect was also oppressed all the way. Ha ha ha. The path of demon hero is very exciting, but it's also rough and bloody. I hope you'll be able to prove your Tao in the future and become an immortal. Wu Bohu took a sip of fragrant tea. He smiled faintly. Well, children, now that you're demon heroes, you have to fulfill some of the duties of a demon hero. You can ask any questions and we'll answer them. The heavenly devil old man's eyes were filled with demonic aura and haze, revealing a rare kindness. Master, the most important thing after becoming a demon hero is to continuously accept missions and kill demons, right? You mean to continuously take on missions to kill demons, right? Mo Qingtong asked. Well, there are all kinds of missions in the Demon Hero Tower's mission release area. 70% of them are related to killing demons. The relatively low-level mission is to kill demon generals. The slightly more difficult mission is to kill low-level demon emperors. After that, it's to kill middle-level and high-level demon emperors. Generally speaking, most demon heroes will choose to form a team to kill middle-level and high-level demon emperors. After completing the mission, the benefits will be divided equally. As for the mission to kill mutated demon emperors, It can be called a battle. The so-called battle requires a large number of demon heroes to form a team. Some battles are extremely tragic. The demon heroes have to face the demon army under the command of mutated demon emperors. Blood is shed on the battlefield and corpses are everywhere.
The heavenly devil old man shook his head and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes.
Now that you've just become demon heroes, you can take on some missions to kill demon generals alone and slowly hone yourself. There's no hurry to kill demon emperors. Don't easily team up with other demon heroes. It's hard to predict people's minds. The world of demon heroes is not clean. There are dirty people everywhere. In addition to the missions to kill demon heroes, there are also some missions to kill traitors, escort missions, search missions. In short, there are all kinds of missions. After each mission is completed, there will be contribution points as a reward. The amount of reward depends on the difficulty of the mission. For example, if you kill a low-level demon emperor alone, you will get at least 100,000 contribution points. 100,000 contribution points. You can live freely in the demon hero tower for a long time.
Dong Fengqin licked his lips and said,
"What you need to do now is to take on more missions that are within your ability. Continue to complete various missions, accumulate contribution points, and temper your cultivation. Then, buy suitable secret manuals for yourself. If you're outstanding enough and earn enough contribution points, then you can try playing in the cultivation chamber. Cultivating in the cultivation chamber will allow you to advance by leaps and bounds. However, the cost is too high, and normal villains can't afford it," Heavenly Devil Old Man said confidently. When a new demon hero has more than 2 years of experience and pays 50,000 contribution points in one go, he can apply to fight for a place on the demon hero list. This is the ranking battle. Wu Chu smiled. However, Xiao Han, you've just become a demon hero and don't have enough experience to fight for a place. Wait for 2 years. I won't tell you more about the demon hero ranking battle for now. Demon hero ranking battle?
Xiao Han's heart was burning.
This disciple is very interested. I heard that on the demon hero list, the higher the rank, the greater the privilege. Sect Master, you must have a rank on the demon hero list. What's your rank?
Hearing this, the black-haired old man laughed involuntarily and said non-committally,
"Well, Xiao Han, when you get a rank on the demon hero list, you can check our ranks. There's no hurry. Every 10 years, the demon hero list will undergo a major adjustment. All the ranked demon heroes will participate in the 10-year Holy War to determine the order of the ranking." Xiao Mingchu said with his eyes burning. The 10-year Holy War is a grand banquet for the most powerful demon heroes of the human race. It's unprecedentedly grand and shocking. Some semi-retired senior demon heroes will participate in the Holy War to protect their ranks. Junior brother Xiao Han, the demon hero list, the ranking battle, and the 10-year Holy War are too far away from you. It's meaningless to tell you these now. I'll only tell you one thing. Xiao Mingchu stared at Xiao Han and smiled lazily. There will always be 10,000 demon heroes on the demon hero list. 10,000 demon heroes. Xiao Han was stunned. Hua Fan, Mo Qingtong, and Fatty Zhu also pricked up their ears to listen. Yes, Xiao Mingchu said seriously. The Jianghu continent is very big. The 4 regions are vast, and the vast wilderness is endless. Therefore, there are as many martial artists as the eternal sands. Demon heroes are the most outstanding group of geniuses among the trillions of martial artists. However, since the Demon Hero Pagoda was born, after a long time, there are only about 5 million demon heroes in the Jianghu continent. Among the 5 million demon heroes, there are 10,000. There are 10,000 people with a ranking. Every day, there will be demon heroes falling. Among them, there will also be demon heroes falling from the list. As long as there is an empty ranking, there will be countless demon heroes competing to fill the vacancy. The demon hero list has always been controlled at 10,000 people to maintain competition.
The heavenly devil old man smiled.
The evil heroes who are ranked in the top 1,000 are all tycoons who dominate the world. They have killed countless demons in their lives and founded their own sections. They can be called the eternal tycoons. With a wave of their hands, they have the supreme power to overturn rivers and seas. The evil heroes who are ranked in the top 100 are the eternal tycoons. They have a long lifespan and live as long as the heavens and the earth. They are immortal and all-powerful. They are born to be supreme. Each of them is a legend, a myth, and each of them is unique. They can take the moon and the sun as easily as taking something out of their pocket. Who can compete with them? Basically, they will not fall. The demon heroes in the top 10. They are too mysterious. They are all existences that can become immortals at any time. Of course, it is possible that they are already immortals, but no one knows. Dong Fangqin sighed. Xiao Han nodded. In the entire Jianghu continent, there were only about 5 million demon heroes in history. The demon hero list had always maintained a ranking of 10,000 demon heroes. The top 1,000 were the eternal tycoons. The top 100 were the eternal tycoons. They were the real old antiques. These existences were all legends. They were hard to erase and hard to fall. The top 10 were suspected to be immortals. Extremely mysterious. Hearing this, Xiao Han's thoughts wandered and he was shaken to the core. Sect Master. Eldest senior brother. Let's not talk about this to junior brother Xiao Han for the time being. Look at him, he is dumbfounded. Dong Fangqin laughed involuntarily. Okay, junior brother Xiao Han, I will not tell you more about these things that are out of reach. Let me tell you some experience. Under normal circumstances, the communication function of the demon hero token should be turned off to prevent the nearby demon heroes from knowing your whereabouts. For example, I have been in the great wilderness for countless years. I have always turned off the communication function of the demon hero token, so that no one knows whether I am alive or dead. Xiao Mingchu said with a smile, only rookies will turn on the communication function at any time and expose their whereabouts. Hearing this, Xiao Han and the others immediately turned off the communication function of the demon hero token. Phew. This way, no one can find our whereabouts and whereabouts. I'll only turn on the communication function in an emergency, Fatty Zhu said with a chuckle. Let's go. I will bring you to the mission issuance area. The heavenly devil old man stood up excitedly. You guys, try to take a few missions for fun. Alright. Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong couldn't help but stand up together. Let's go take some missions. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said with a smile. Then I will go to the sutra depository first and choose a suitable cultivation technique for me. Fatty, Qingtong, senior sister Hua, you guys go to the mission issuance area first. I will come down to find you later. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han and smiled. Xiao Han, I will accompany you to the sutra depository. Okay, sect master. Xiao Han nodded. To be continued. Chapter 222. The heavenly devil old man, Zhu Ganglai, Xiao Mingchu, and the others brought Mo Qingtong, Hua Gang, and Fatty Zhu to the Xiaoxia Tower's mission issuance area. Not only Mo Qingtong, Hua Yang, and Fatty Zhu, the three rookies, needed to accept missions, but Feng Ling and Dong Fangqin also wanted to accept some missions to earn contribution points. Only Xiao Han and Blackbird were left in the private room. Xiao Han, do you want to go to the scripture pavilion to choose a secret manual? Wu Yu asked with a smile. Xiao Han nodded. After thinking for a few breaths he said. Sect Master, this disciple's greatest trump card is my flesh shell. And, the demon race's secret technique. In terms of true qi cultivation, this disciple is still too weak. I knew that the flesh shell and the secret arts of the demon race were ultimately unorthodox and not the righteous path. This disciple must work hard to improve his true qi cultivation. Otherwise, he would be overtaken by others sooner or later. Furthermore, this disciple knows that to become an immortal and to prove one's Tao, one must cultivate true qi. This was the only way. If you don't cultivate your true qi, you won't become an immortal. Wu Hu stared at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, your current problem isn't that you lack true energy techniques, but that your true energy level is too low. You have opened 36 acupoints in your body, and you are only at the 4th level of true qi. Even if you were given a top-notch true qi divine art manual, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Xiao Han was taken aback. My realm isn't high enough. Wu Yu smiled. The difference between level 5 and level 6 is like the difference between heaven and earth. There was a fundamental difference. If he didn't ascend to the 6th stage of true qi, he would forever be a low-level Yao Xia. he wouldn't be able to make it to the top 5,000 of the Xianxia ranking. Feng Ling and Dongfeng Qin were already outstanding among those at the 5th level of True Qi. But they can only hover outside the top 5,000 of the Monster Man list. A true peerless divine art. He had to reach the 6th stage of True Qi. Only then could he cultivate.
Even those at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Zhenqi would not be able to see through it.
This is also the reason why we haven't taught Feng Ling and Dongfeng Qin the ultimate skill, the Great 8 Unity Qi.
Wu Yu said indifferently.
Xiao Han, our sect has already prepared to gift you with a few True Qi divine skill manuals. However, your cultivation level is too low, so you can't cultivate them. Wait until you reach the 6th stage of True Qi. Level 6 Xinqi. Also known as the Acupoint Expansion Realm. Expanding the capacity of the true acupoints. Now, I will simply tell you that the expansion of acupoints depends on one's talent, root bone, and fortuitous encounters. Some martial artists at the 6th stage of True Qi could only expand their acupoints by a few times, while others could expand their acupoints by 10 times. To be able to expand one's acupoints by 50 times, one could be called a heaven-sent monster, a genius that could shock the world. If my memory serves me right, there has been a case in the history of the Jianghu continent that successfully expanded the acupoint by 80 times. There was even a legend that it could expand the acupoints by 95 times. But they were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. It's a rare sight. 95 times. Xiao Han was shocked. The capacity of his true acupoint had been expanded by 95 times. How much true energy could it contain?
It was definitely not a small matter. After the acupoints were expanded, the amount of true qi contained in 1 or 2 true acupoints would be more than the amount of true qi contained in all the true acupoints of the body at the 5th level of true qi.
At expanded acupoint realm, the slightest release of Zhenqi is sufficient to cover the entire world, illuminating the world with a divine radiance.
From the looks of it, the difference between level 6 and level 5 Zhenqi was like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and could not be compared at all.
Sect leader, you said that all peerless divine arts require one to expand their acupoints and have an abundant amount of true qi before one can cultivate it?
Xiao Han asked in a low voice.
Yes.
Wu Yu nodded his head. There are many martial artists in the world, but those who can reach the 6th stage of true qi and proceed with the expansion of acupoints are few and far between.
The 7th stage of true qi is also known as the talisman materialization realm. It allows one to transform the true qi in one's body into the true talismans, greatly raising the quality of one's true qi. The talismans within one's true qi are formed, and with just a slight strike, the space around them will warp, destroying everything in its path. Furthermore, the incomparably profound intent contained within the talismans can destroy mountains and rivers, and even ghosts and deities. It's an easy feat. As he spoke, Wu Yu flipped his right hand and opened his palm.
A small ball of true qi appeared in the center of his palm.
This. Xiao Han stared dumbfoundedly at the ball of true qi.
It seemed to contain many laws and principles within the ball of true qi, and its luster resembled that of an exquisite nectar. Flowing within the ball of true qi were jade-like runes that exuded an ethereal charm. Some of these runes were in the shape of mountains, some were in the shape of birds, some were in the shape of flames, and some were in the shape of dragons and snakes.
True talismans?
Xiao Han shivered in fear.
The quality is too high. Sect leader, the quality of the ball of true qi in your palm doesn't seem to belong to the mortal world. There are traces of supreme divine energy within it, and just a sliver of it is enough to create a phenomenon in the world. Wu Yu casually grabbed the ball of true qi and destroyed it. The expanded acupoint realm is still just a foundation. Once the foundation is built up, one can attempt to break through to the 7th stage of true qi, the talisman materialization realm. Once one's zhenqi is transformed into true talismans, one will be able to cause the heavens to crumble and the earth to crumble. Xiao Han was mesmerized by Wu Yu's words. Zhenqi Stage 6. Expanded Acupoint Realm. Zhenqi Stage 7. Talisman Materialization Realm. Alright, Xiao Han, the higher realms are Zhenqi Stage 8 and Zhenqi Stage 9. I won't talk about them for now. You should accumulate your strength and reach Zhenqi Stage 6 first. If you want to take a look at the scripture depository, I'll accompany you there now. However, don't expect to be able to buy any decent secret manuals there. Firstly, your cultivation level is not high enough.
Secondly, the true top-notch secret manuals require at least a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 contribution points, Wu Yu said with a straight face. Then I'll just go and take a look.
Xiao Han was a little disinterested. Let's go.
The two of them teleported back to the first floor of the Xianxia pagoda and randomly chose a floor of the scripture depository, level 101.
300 contribution points were used to teleport. Xianxia pagoda. Level 101. Scripture depository region.
The spacious 101st floor was filled with beautiful and dreamy rays of light.
Every scarlet glow was wrapped in a book. Xiao Han took a quick glance and was speechless.
Just on this 101st floor alone, there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions of martial arts manuals stored here. In the outside world, ordinary sects, even those with tens of thousands of years of heritage, would only collect tens of thousands of martial arts secret manuals, including a large number of low-level secret manuals for physical body realm martial artists. However, the number of secret manuals on just one floor of the Xianxia pagoda was more than 1,000,000.
More than 1,000,000. One had to know. In the Xianxia pagoda,
the 101st to 300th floors were all part of the scripture depository.
How many secret manuals would there be? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. The Xianxia pagoda's heritage was too terrifying. It was frightening. Oh, is that Brother Wu?
A middle-aged man in linen clothes with golden light surging around his body. His aura was as oppressive as a god's, and there were characters floating in his eyes.
It was terrifying. He walked over slowly and greeted Wu Yu. Brother Xia, long time no see. How have you been? Wu Yu smiled. Oh, this young man is Xiao Han, right?
The most talented young man in this year's Xiaoxia contest. The middle-aged man in linen clothes looked at Xiao Han in a friendly manner. Not bad at all.
Greetings, Senior. Xiao Han bowed slightly. You don't have to be so polite, Xiao Han. Choose the secret manuals yourself.
The middle-aged man in linen clothes smiled. All the secret manuals on this floor will be shown in the free information column of your Xiaoxia token.
You can check them yourself and choose the one you want. Just tell me directly. Yes.
Xiao Han nodded, and then his soul force seeped into his Xiaoxia token. The densely packed names of martial art manuals and the required contribution points started surging up. Heaven Wasteland Old True Chi. Level 6 True Chi and above, 5,000,000 contribution points. Aurora Freezing Divine Fist. Level 6 True Chi and above, 2,000,000 contribution points. Doomsday Palm. Level 6 True Chi and above, 2,000,000 contribution points. Unbreakable Immortal Body. Body Refining Technique. 5,000,000 contribution points. Fire Emperor Body Refining Technique. 5,000,000 contribution points. Sun Dominating Blade. Level 6 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Heavenly Demon Body Refining Technique. Body Refining Technique. 500,000 contribution points. Blazing Divine Shield, Defense Technique, Level 6 True Chi and above, 200,000 contribution points. 7 Samadhi True Fire, Level 6 True Chi and above, 200,000 contribution points. Whale Swallowing True Chi, Level 5 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Galaxy Blast Slash, Level 5 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Golden Dragon Body, Body Refining Technique, 500,000 contribution points. Vast Yang True Fire, Level 5 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Great Light Divine Fist, Level 5 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Heavenly Sound of Brain Breaking, Level 5 True Chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Ice Soul Chilling Body Technique, Body Refining Technique, 500,000 contribution points. There were as many True Chi and body refining techniques on this floor as there were stars in the sky. Xiao Han was dazzled, but he kept shaking his head. Just like what Wu said, the secret manuals in the scripture pavilion were too expensive. They could easily cost hundreds of thousands of contribution points, and there were even millions of contribution points. Even the cheapest one would cost tens of thousands of contribution points. Furthermore, Xiao Han's cultivation realm was not high enough. Even if he bought the secret manuals, he would not be able to cultivate them. Heh! The middle-aged man in linen clothes smiled faintly as he looked at the man's expression.
Xiaohan, you don't have to rush. You have just become a devil hero and do not have any foundation.
When your cultivation realm is higher and you reach the expanded acupoint realm, you can choose the secret manuals again.
By then, you should have accumulated quite a lot of contribution points. You are talented, and it is only a matter of time before you become famous.
Xiaohan nodded his head blankly. At this moment, Xiaohan scanned the area with his soul and found a secret manual. Nameless secret manual, an ancient remnant, suspected to be an immortal art.
However, there is only one page and it is incomplete. No one can cultivate it.
Forcefully cultivating it will cause one to go berserk and explode.
Suspected to be a body refining technique. 10,000 contribution points.
Alright, Xiaohan, let's go now.
Let's go to the mission announcement area and see if there are any suitable missions for you, Wu said with a smile.
Brother Wu, we will meet again, the middle-aged man in hemp clothes said with a smile.
Wait. Xiaohan licked his lips. In an instant, his mind was in turmoil. An incomplete secret manual? An incomplete martial arts manual passed down from the ancient times? There is only one page and no one can cultivate it successfully? The invincible golden body, 7 fragment saber art, Son of Heaven's divine fist, 9 revolutions divine art are all incomplete. They were triggered by the mysterious seal on the demon egg, thus completing them.
This. Xiaohan.
Wu looked at Xiaohan doubtfully. Sect Master. Please wait a moment. Xiaohan's heart was beating wildly.
He forcefully suppressed his restless and uncontrollable emotions and pretended to be calm as he said to the middle-aged man in hemp clothes.
Senior, I would like to buy the incomplete ancient secret manual. It is worth 10,000 contribution points.
Ha!
The middle-aged man's body trembled.
This.
Xiaohan, the incomplete manual you mentioned can't even be called a secret manual. It is an incomplete manual that a devil hero found in an ancient ruin. It is extremely dilapidated and the words and pictures on it have been eroded and destroyed. After being identified by a mighty who ranked in the top 100 on the devil hero list, this remnant might be a body refining technique, or even a legendary magic art. However, it had been corroded and damaged by the passage of time, and no one could clearly recognize the handwriting on the remnant. It is even more impossible for me to cultivate it. This is an incomplete manual and only has some commemorative value. Spending 10,000 contribution points to buy this incomplete manual is really unwise.
This.
I only have about 20,000 contribution points in my devil hero token. Since I can't buy any secret manuals, I might as well buy the incomplete ancient manual that is worth 10,000 contribution points. Even if I can't cultivate it, isn't it quite meaningful to take it back and paste it? After all, it is something passed down from the ancient times. Xiaohan said nonsense. The other devil heroes who were choosing secret manuals on this floor also heard Xiaohan's words. They all stopped and looked at Xiaohan with slight mockery. This guy actually wants to buy that incomplete manual. Spending 10,000 contribution points just like that and it is meaningless. How many demon generals does he have to kill to earn 10,000 contribution points?
Really?
It is better to find a few lively little beauties in the resting area to have some fun. These rookies are really naive. Do they think they can cultivate a peerless divine skill just by randomly finding an incomplete ancient manual? God knows how many devil heroes have studied that incomplete manual but to no avail. It has long been appraised as a waste. How dare he insist on buying it? Xiaohan, studying this kind of ghost talisman passed down from the ancient times might cause you to be possessed by the devil. Wu Yu reminded. This doesn't matter. This disciple just wants to have some fun. Xiaohan insisted. Then, all right, it's up to you. Wu Yu looked at Xiaohan with scrutiny. If that's the case. All right. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of light from the void. Within the light, there was an ancient mottled beast skin scroll. It was faintly discernible that there were some characters written on it. They did not look like characters from the human world. However, it was really rotten. The edges were wrinkled and full of mold. It emitted the smell of dust from history. Of course, it also emitted a choking stench. Xiaohan, Are you sure you want to buy this incomplete manual? The middle-aged man asked solemnly. Once you make a deal, you can't go back on your word. Do you understand? Ah. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's heart twitched and throbbed. Poof! The seal on the surface of the demon egg that was wrapped around Xiao Han's heart suddenly broke into pieces. This was the 5th seal that had been broken. Compared to the previous 4 seals that had been broken, the 5th seal that had been broken was bigger and had a stronger aura. Once it was broken, a surge of desolate divine power would burst out and break free from the shackles. The sound of drums and harps would be heard and the sound of celestial music could be heard. Boom! The seal and the 5th seal that was wrapped around the demon egg suddenly broke into pieces. Clouds were steaming and rosy. The aura of the 5th seal was extremely strong. Once it was broken, a crack would appear on the surface of the demon egg and billowing demonic chi would seep out. Oh no! This 5th seal is incomparable to the previous 4 seals. Xiao Han's heart was pounding. In a split second, he mobilized all the spirit turtle true chi in his body and madly filled the crack on the surface of the egg. At the same time on the ancient scroll, a few huge characters that were full of celestial chi appeared. Art of 10,000 beasts. These characters were definitely not characters from the human world. However, it was strange that Xiao Han could understand them. Xiao Han, what's wrong? Wu Yu and the middle-aged man asked at the same time. To be continued. Chapter 223. Myriad Beast Devouring Spell? Xiao Han was shocked. As expected, a tattered remnant scroll actually triggered the seal in his heart, turning something rotten into something miraculous. It was going to complete a magical technique. It was going to give birth to a supreme martial art. Moreover, the aura of the 5th seal was much stronger than the previous 4. It was like a surging tide, which made Xiao Han believe that the Myriad Beast Devouring spell was a peerless martial art that was created by the heavens and earth. However, with Wu Yu and the middle-aged man by his side, Xiao Han had to control his emotions. Xiao Han sucked in a deep breath. As he powered the spirit turtle's true chi, he suppressed the shocking crack that had appeared from the shattering of the 5th seal on the demon egg and plugged up the demon chi. He forced himself to smile calmly. Nothing. Wu Yu sighed. This remnant page was indeed an ancient relic. The heavy aura of history was suffocating. Yes, Senior. I'll buy this remnant page. I won't regret it. Oh. Wu Yu glanced at Xiao Han suspiciously. The middle-aged man was also a bit surprised, but he didn't ask further. Xiao Han quickly completed the transaction and carefully stored the remnant page in his true acupoint. He spent 10,000 contribution points. Under the mocking and sarcastic gazes of the other heroes, Xiao Han and Wu Yu teleported back to the first floor of the Xianxia Tower. Xiao Han, what happened to you just now? Is there anything wrong with that remnant page? Wu Yu asked in a low voice. Sect Master, Wu Yu just lost his composure. It's nothing, Xiao Han said. Xiao Han could reveal the secret of the Monarch Beast's left arm, but he had to keep his mouth shut about the Monarch Beast's egg in his heart and the mysterious seals. He couldn't let anyone know about it, including Wu Yu. Otherwise, he would be disemboweled and die a horrible death. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han deeply but didn't ask anything else. He smiled. It's okay. Everyone has their own secrets. Xiao Han, I won't ask you anything else. Thank you, Sect Master, Xiao Han said gratefully and immediately changed the topic. Sect Master, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Blackbird smiled faintly. Sect Master, do the demon generals and demon emperors of the demon race have any other means to replenish their demon energy after their demon meridians dry up and their demon energy is depleted? Xiao Han asked seriously. Heh. Xiao Han, your left arm has refined a great demon emperor's palm and awakened quite a number of demon veins, right? To be able to even refine the demon emperor crystal and learn the demon emperor's natal demonic technique, this was a miraculous thing that was rarely seen. In the battle with Garen, your demonic power was drained and exhausted, right? You want to replenish your demonic power? Wu Xiao laughed. I know that other than devouring humans to recover their demonic power, the demon race can also devour a kind of heavenly desolate demonic fruit,
which can also quickly replenish their lost demonic power.
Heavenly Desolate Demonic Fruit?
Xiao Han was stunned.
Yes.
That is the habitat of the demon clan, and the plants of the demon realm bred by the demon Qi are equivalent to the immortal pills and precious medicines of our human clan.
The demonic beasts often consumed the Heavenly Desolate Demonic Fruit.
Not only did it strengthen their demonic energy, but it also had a chance to awaken their demonic veins. There were even some supreme-grade Heavenly Desolate Demonic Fruits that could cause ordinary demonic emperors to mutate and ascend to the heavens in a single step. For the demon race, the Heavenly Desolation Demonic Fruit is a supreme treasure, but for us, it's a first-class evil item. The Monster Hero Pagoda would issue a large number of missions to destroy the Heavenly Desolate Demonic Fruit. This kind of mission could be said to be tragic, because the guards of the Demon Fruit Woods of Heavenly Wasteland were at least middle-level and high-level demon emperors, and some were even mutated demon emperors. Low-level demon sovereigns don't have the qualifications to rule over a demon fruit forest of the Heavenly Wasteland, Wu Yu explained.
Oh, I got it.
Xiao Han nodded.
All right, let's go take a look at the mission posting area.
Xiao Han, you should also accept some quests. Let's go to the 5th floor. The missions there might be more suitable for you.
All right.
Xiao Han nodded. The two of them instantly teleported to the 5th floor through the teleportation array on the 1st floor of the Xianxia Pagoda. This place was still a misty space that surged with golden radiance and crimson light. It was beautiful and spectacular. Many notices were floating in the void of space. Each notice was a quest. On the 5th floor of the Xianxia Pagoda, there were hundreds of thousands of notices floating. About thousands of Xianxia were browsing through the various quests posted on the notice. For ordinary Xianxia, contribution points are extremely scarce, so they can't often enter the Xianxia Pagoda to accept quests. Therefore, they will gather enough contribution points and ask some companions to accept quests. Then, everyone will form a team to complete the quests and split the contribution points equally. Wu Yu explained a little and then said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, your Xianxia token has already read all the quests on this floor. You can browse it yourself.
Xiao Han nodded slightly.
Then, he seeped his mental energy into the Xianxia token and read a large amount of quest information. Blue Moon City, Beacon Fire Empire of the Southern Region, 4 to 10 high-level demon generals appeared half a month ago.
It has been confirmed that there are no demon emperors. Exterminate the demon clan in Blue Moon City. Contribution points reward. 5,500.
Originally ranked 7,386th on the Xianxia ranking, Xian Bingling, peak of the 5th stage of True Qi. She was bewitched by a demon clan woman and betrayed the human clan.
Evil beyond redemption.
She appeared in the Frost Empire of the Northern Region 10 days ago.
Hunted down and beheaded Xian Bingling. Contribution points reward. 50,000.
Great Dream Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a mid-level demon emperor. He appears in the Earth Hill Empire of the Western Region. Kill him.
Contribution points reward. 300,000.
This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 5,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. Nine-tailed fox Shir has been confirmed as a mutated demon emperor.
She appears in the Great Wilderness.
Kill the nine-tailed fox Shir and obtain 1 million contribution points. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 1,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. 7 Knights Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a high-level demon emperor. There is a possibility of mutation.
He appears in the Great Wilderness.
Kill him.
Contribution points reward. 700,000.
This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 3,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a high-level demon emperor. There is a possibility of mutation. He appears in the ancient kingdom of the Great Wilderness and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Known information. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has a treasure that can conceal demon qi. He has already infiltrated the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. No one can find him. Any member of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire could be Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in disguise. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's innate demonic technique can make his demonic body have the physique of an ancient dragon. He can overturn rivers and seas, sweep across the starry sky, and destroy everything. A month ago, he was ranked 7998, 7987, 7557, 679, 5998, 4877, 4798, 4409. 8 Xianxia entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire in a team and all died. The quest failed. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has secretly planted Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Quest 1. Kill Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Quest 2. Destroy the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Reward: 1 million. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 3,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire and kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor.
This? Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Xiaohan started thinking.
An advanced Demon Emperor. He is roughly the same as Qinglin Demon Emperor.
He might mutate, but he hasn't mutated yet.
This Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has consumed a spiritual medicine that can block demonic qi.
However, it doesn't work on me.
My demonic eyes and demonic eggs can see through all disguises and I can instantly detect demons among humans. Moreover, this Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has planted Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest might be able to nourish the Demon Emperor's dried-up demonic meridians. If I store a large number of Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruits, I might not have to worry about the Demon Emperor's dried-up demonic meridians and slow demonic power recovery. Moreover, once I complete this quest, I'll be rewarded with 1 million contribution points.
Should I do it?
As long as I reach the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'll definitely be able to see through the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's disguise. He might be able to fool others, but he can't fool me. Xiaohan, why don't we hunt some demon generals to warm up?
Wu Li suggested gently.
Killing demon generals is just a few thousand contribution points. That's too meaningless, Xiaohan said without hesitation. In the next moment, he scanned the area with his spiritual force and accepted the quest to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The quest could be triggered in the Devil Hero token. Moreover, multiple people could accept the same quest. It all depended on who could complete it first. Sect Master, Wu Li has already accepted a quest.
Xiaohan smiled. Oh, what quest? Wu Li asked curiously.
Kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor that appears in the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Xiaohan told Wu Li the details of the quest.
Ah! Wu Li choked.
Xiaohan smiled awkwardly. Sect Master, isn't Wu Li overestimating himself?
Wu Li just wants to give it a try. He wants to try his luck.
Fortune comes from danger. Killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is worth 1 million contribution points.
It's too generous.
It's much more interesting than killing demon generals and low-level demon emperors. He really dares to fight. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. His fighting spirit is unimaginable. Wu Li frowned and said, in the history of the Devil Hero, the first quest of a rookie who just became a Devil Hero is to kill a high-level demon emperor that might mutate. This is extremely rare and almost unique. Xiaohan, you have to know that high-level demon emperors at their peak are extremely terrifying. They can shake the heavens and the earth, shatter mountains and rivers with their roars. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's bloodline is nobler than the Demon Emperor Qinglin that you killed.
It might mutate.
It probably planted the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire to mutate. Once the bloodline of such a high-level demon emperor mutates, it's not a joke.
Well, Wu Li wants to give it a try.
Xiaohan felt a little itchy.
Ha!
Interesting. Wu Li looked at Xiaohan deeply, as if he wanted to see through Xiaohan's mind. He saw the terrifying fighting spirit in Xiaohan's eyes. He couldn't help but think more highly of this young man. Since you want to go, go ahead. Maybe there will be other devil heroes who will enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire. By then you might have a chance. You're very lucky. You might be able to take advantage of the situation and gain some benefits. After a pause, Wu Li coughed softly and said in a low voice, Xiaohan, I have another thing to tell you. Xiaohan pricked up his ears. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a mysterious ancient country with a long history in the Great Wilderness. It is prosperous and has hundreds of millions of people.
The people are brave and raise pure-blooded heavenly dragons and pure-blooded swanni. Although there are not many devil heroes in this ancient country, their overall strength is very tyrannical. There are nearly 100 tribes of various sizes nearby that are attached to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In this year's Devil Hero trial, the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince from the Great Wilderness should have died in your hands, right?
Ha!
Tsong Dragon Crown Prince? Sect Master, the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince died in the hands of Fatty Zhu, but Wu Li first crippled him and then handed him over to Fatty Zhu to kill. Xiao Han licked his lips. Sect Master, could it be?
Yes.
The Tsong Dragon Crown Prince is a member of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family and the biological son of the current king. The death of the Tsong Dragon Crown Prince is closely related to you. It's impossible for the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family to not know about this.
So,
Wu Li smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, think carefully. Are you going or not? What a coincidence. Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness. On the 18th floor of the Demon Hero Tower, in an elegant private room, a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe sat on a wooden chair, holding a teacup in his hand and sipping tea indifferently. His whole body was surging with sword chi. This sword chi was majestic and domineering, with a trace of cutting and killing everything. The middle-aged man was full of arrogance. In his eyes, there was a sword intent that was born and extinguished. Runes interweaved, as if the kingdom of swords was sealed. In his pupils, the sword chi that shot out from his eyes was enough to kill. Behind the middle-aged man stood two elders. They were also heaven-defying sword cultivators, and they reigned supreme over everyone else. Xiao Yunrong stood in front of the middle-aged man in white and said respectfully, "Villa Master, you are well." "Well, Yunrong, you are not bad. You actually broke through all the obstacles and became a devil hero. To be honest, I was not optimistic about you at first. I thought you would be eliminated in the first round of the main competition. I didn't expect that. Well, this is your luck. Your future is limitless. In the future, I will focus on training you in the Mingjian Villa. I will even help you kill the Demon Emperor and earn contribution points." The middle-aged man in white was the Villa Master of the Mingjian Villa, Shimin Piaoxue. "Thank you for your help, Villa Master," Xiao Yunrong said gratefully. Shimin Piaoxue took a deep look at Xiao Yunrong. Then, he put the teacup on the table and slowly tapped the table with his right index finger. Every tap was at the interval between Xiao Yunrong's heartbeat. He was very precise, showing the cultivation of a swordsman. Xiao Yunrong was a little flustered. After a full 30 breaths, Shimin Piaoxue said indifferently, "Yunrong, I heard that you have a good relationship with Xiao Han of the Pure Cloud sect. I heard that you are Xiao Han's woman. Is that true?" Xiao Yunrong's pretty face suddenly turned red. She hesitated for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Villa Master, no. That's not true." "Well, Yunrong, Xiafeng was disabled by Xiao Han. You know that Xiafeng, the most outstanding genius in the history of the Mingjian Villa, the future sword god, was destroyed by Xiao Han. It is tantamount to destroying the foundation of the Mingjian Villa." Shimin Piaoxue's mouth showed a grim smile. He slowly took out a scarlet pill, which was the size of a peanut, and gently put it on the table. "Yunrong, this pill will melt in water. It is colorless and tasteless." "Villa Master, this is?" Xiao Yunrong's delicate body trembled. "Dissolve this pill in water or wine and let Xiao Han take it. You have a good relationship with him. He will not guard against you." Shimin Piaoxue sneered. "Don't worry. This is a slow poison. It will seep into the bones day by day. It will only take effect after a full 3 years. There's no way Xiao Han would suspect you." "No. Villa Master. I can't do this." Xiao Yunrong screamed in shock. "Yunrong, how dare you disobey me?" Shimin Piaoxue roared. "Have you forgotten the cultivation of the Mingjian Villa? Without the Mingjian Villa, how could you be who you are today? Now that you have become a demon hero and your wings have grown, you dare to refuse my orders? No, Yunrong will not harm Xiao Han." Xiao Yunrong stepped back, her face pale. "Villa Master. Villa Master." Before she finished her words, she had already left the private room. "How dare you? The two old men standing behind Shimen Piaoxue were full of killing intent. Quickly send people to the Shao family in the scorching fire city. Shimen Piaoxue kept smiling hideously. Shao Yunrong, it seems that you have a deep affection for Shao Han. How could you betray him? However, if I hold your whole family in my hands, will you still protect Shao Han? Chapter 224. Shao Han and Wu Li returned to the 29th floor of the Xianxia Tower from the mission issuance area. In the resting area, Shao Han's face was filled with hesitation. His emotions were extremely complicated. He was eager to give it a try and his heart was itching. However, he was also a little fearful. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was extremely dangerous. He was a high-level Demon Emperor, and his demonic bloodline was even more noble than that of Qing Lin Demon Emperor. There was a chance for him to mutate, and he secretly planted the demonic fruit forest of Heaven Wasteland in search of a supreme opportunity to mutate. It was too difficult to kill it. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was actually the hometown of the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. As long as I appear in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'm afraid I'll have a lot of fun. Shao Han's thoughts were fluctuating. It's fine. Shao Han, think about it carefully. You've just become a demon hero, and you're going to the enemy's territory to hunt a high-level demon emperor that's highly likely to mutate. This can be said to be heaven-defying, and there's almost no chance of survival, Wu Yu said with a faint smile. Young man, don't be greedy for achievements. After a pause, he sighed in a low voice. Back then, when I was young, I was also full of fighting spirit and fearless. In the private room, the heavenly fiend old man, Xiao Mingchu, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and company had already returned. Boss, what mission did you accept? Fatty Zhu asked chatteringly. Fatty, what mission did you accept? Shao Han asked instead of answering. Boss, I'm going to the northern region to kill a few high-ranking demon generals. Fatty Zhu was extremely excited. Although Fatty's battle prowess is lacking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill a few demon generals. I can also earn a few thousand contribution points. Shao Han, Qingtong will team up with someone to hunt a low-level demon sovereign in the north region. Mo Qingtong smiled charmingly. Shao Han, why don't you go with Qingtong? After saying this, Mo Qingtong's watery eyes were full of charm. He glanced left and right. She saw Xiao Mingchu and Dongfang Qin laughing ambiguously. Xiao Mingchu instigated. Junior brother Shao Han. You can come with me. You'll benefit from it. These words were said with a double meaning. The heavenly demon old man said seriously. Shao Han, you go. Mo Qingtong immediately blushed and hid behind the heavenly devil old man. Her smile and frown were both charming to the bone. She was a natural stunner. Shao Han smiled awkwardly. He asked Holly. Senior Sister Hua, what mission did you accept? I joined a temporary escort team to escort the princess of a country in the eastern region to the western region. The journey is long, and I need some demon heroes to protect me. However, the remuneration is not cheap. Huagang smiled. Junior brother, I need to accumulate more contribution points now. Hua Fan, you took a banned drug during the southern region qualifier. You've overdrafted your life's potential, causing you to only have 10 years of lifespan left. Regarding this matter, I will think of a way to find the antidote for you. Wu Yu promised. Thank you, Sect Master. Huagang bowed. Shao Han, what mission did you accept? You haven't answered me yet. Mo Qingtong poked her head out from behind the heavenly devil old man and asked shyly. Me. I did accept a mission, and I might go to the great wilderness. However, I haven't decided yet, Shao Han stammered. All right, the few of us will temporarily separate and go our separate ways. However, we can use the Devil Hero token to communicate at any time. If anyone needs help, you can leave a message for me. Boss, I hope that the next time we meet, everyone will be able to advance by leaps and bounds and become independent demon heroes. Fatty Zhu walked over and carefully stretched out his hand. Pa! Shao Han laughed heartily and held Fatty Zhu's hand. Hua Gang and Mo Qingtong also walked forward and stretched out their hands. The four of them put their hands together. For a moment, the scenes of everyone experiencing life and death together in the Devil Hero qualifier appeared vividly in front of them. A strong friendship rippled between the four of them. Xiao Han, be careful. If anything happens, Qing Tong will definitely send a message to tell you. At that time, just don't ignore me. Mo Qing Tong glanced at Xiao Han bitterly and said in a low voice, I asked you to accompany Qing Tong to the northern region, but you refused. There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future, Xiao Han quickly explained. Junior brother, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Hu Gang looked at Xiao Han deeply. There was tenderness in the depths of his eyes. After a long time, the four of them separated. All right, don't make it seem like a separation of life and death. There will be opportunities for you to team up and explore in the future. The heavenly fiend old man laughed. I hope that all of you can enter the Devil Hero ranking in a few years. You might even have the resources to participate in the 10-year sacred war of the Devil Hero Pagoda. After chatting for a few hours in the private room, everyone went to a hall outside for a meal. It was an extremely sumptuous banquet. It was a feast for the eyes, inviting people to gorge themselves on it. After the meal, Xiao Han was placed in a small room on this floor by Wu Luo. Wu Luo had the demeanor of a nouveau riche. His contribution points were spent like water, covering all the expenses on this floor. Xiao Han, think about it carefully. Do you want to go to the great wilderness to complete the mission that is akin to fishing for fish in water with your current strength? Wu Luo instructed Xiao Han. Leave the Devil Hero Pagoda tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and return to the Pure Cloud sect. After pausing for a moment, Wu Luo gave Xiao Han a meaningful smile. Xiao Han, it is time for you to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. You are also a devil hero now. It is their fortune to marry 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Yes, sect master. Xiao Han's heart suddenly felt a little warm. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's smile and frown flashed into Xiao Han's mind. Good boy. You will be able to hold the beauties soon. I wonder if the heavenly fiend old man's disciple will be jealous if he knows about this. Wu Luo laughed and left the private room. Xiao Han sat on the edge of the bed and immediately took off his shoes and sat cross-legged. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. I, Xiao Han, have finally become a devil hero. From a live target that was bullied by others to a person with special authority in this world. It really feels like a lifetime has passed. The reason why I, Xiao Han, am able to do all of this is because of the demon egg in my heart and the seals. Regardless of whether the demon egg is a blessing or a curse, or a blessing or a curse, it has finally brought me a great fortune. It has allowed me, Xiao Han, to change my fate. After a long time, Xiao Han finally calmed his mind and carefully. He treasured and treasured it. He took out the remnant page that was stored in his true meridian. 10,000 beasts devouring art? I now. Let me see what it is. As soon as Xiao Han opened the tattered and decayed scroll, the 5th seal in his heart started to throb and tremble. Rays of divine light and precious rays of light rushed out from Xiao Han's heart and shone brightly. They directly shot onto the remnant page in his hand. Buzz. Fish and dragons were everywhere. Clouds were rising. Densely packed jade talisman characters and seal characters were produced and crisscrossed. The immortal charm was faintly discernible. These talisman characters and seal characters did not seem to belong to this world. Strange and profound. Soon, all the precious rays, red clouds, light, talisman characters, and seal characters all condensed and formed a huge cocoon of light, floating in the void. It was unsteady. There was only one cocoon of light. This cultivation technique only has one move? Xiao Han was puzzled. Pooh! In an instant, the cocoon of light shattered and turned into pictures, hand seals, and talisman characters. They scattered in all directions and all merged into Xiao Han's mind. Boom! A feeling of enlightenment directly enveloped Xiao Han. For a moment, all the distracting thoughts in his mind disappeared. His aura was flawless and transparent. Moreover, Xiao Han's hands were continuously practicing all kinds of profound hand seals. At first, there was nothing strange. But soon, as Xiao Han's hand seals changed and guided, rays of precious light were released from his heart,
lingering between Xiao Han's hand seals and forming many talisman characters. 10,000 beast devouring art. Only one move. This cultivation technique is neither offensive nor defensive, and it's definitely not a movement technique. Seriously speaking, this is a body-refining cultivation technique. This cultivation technique creates a large formation and directly seals a giant beast. This giant beast will be swallowed by force and scattered into the bones, hair, cells, organs, pores, and skin of the body. This will cause every cell in the body to absorb the giant beast's life essence, blood, and genes to be nourished and strengthened. This cultivation technique is extremely domineering. It can devour ordinary wild beasts, pure-blooded ancient beasts, and even divine beasts. Devour all beasts. I am the only one in the world. The premise of the devouring beasts is that one's flesh shell must be extremely strong. For example, if one devours a pure-blooded true Ho, if one's flesh shell is too weak, then the pure-blood true Ho's enormous life force will flow into one's body, causing one's body to explode. Those with relatively weak flesh shells can first devour some low-level wild beasts to slowly refine their flesh shells. When their flesh shells are strong enough, they can then devour ancient beasts. At this moment, as Xiao Han's hands kept forming hand seals, wisps of precious light were extracted from his heart, causing sacred talisman characters to form. These talisman characters followed a special pattern and instantly formed a large formation. 10,000 beast devouring art. In the void, there was a mysterious large formation with a surging desolate aura floating. Every talisman that formed this large formation was not written in the human world. A faint immortal aura was rising from it, giving off an immortal aura. This is a celestial art. Xiao Han's heart was shaken. These talismans are actually written in the immortal world. I actually obtained a celestial art. Soon, with a thought from Xiao Han, the great formation in the void was inserted into Xiao Han's body. I was able to master the celestial art, the 10,000 beast devouring art, in such a short period of time because the origin of this cultivation technique, the broken fifth seal, has leaked out a lot of energy essence, allowing me to refine it. Xiao Han looked inside himself. On the surface of the demon egg, the broken fifth seal had completely lost its ability to suppress the demon egg. Originally, the seal had a jade-like luster and rippled with energy. But now, the seal had turned into a deathly gray color. All of its energy had been absorbed. When Xiao Han was cultivating this cultivation method, he absorbed all of the essence energy from the fifth seal, making it almost effortless for him to cultivate this cultivation method. To put it simply, there seems to be an immortal aura fluctuation on the seal. Now, I have directly extracted the immortal aura to cultivate this divine celestial art. This immortal aura is the origin immortal aura of this cultivation technique. Many thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind. This cultivation technique can directly devour 10,000 beasts and forcefully absorb them, crushing everything in its path. It is a top-notch body-refining cultivation technique. In fact, it is many times stronger than the indestructible golden body. Even the legendary divine beasts can be absorbed. Heavens! If I devour a divine beast, to what extent will my strength increase? I don't dare to imagine. However, with the current strength of my flesh shell, even if I have the indestructible golden body, if I were to devour a divine beast, I don't think I will be able to bear the consequences. I will be stuffed to death. Take it slow, take it slow. To be continued.
Chapter 225.
Xiao Han also understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the 10,000 beast devouring tactic so effortlessly was because he had unscrupulously absorbed the origin energy contained in the fifth seal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice it even if he had the cultivation method of this divine art.
It was a great stroke of luck. But very soon, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Wait.
There's immortal chi on the seal, and the triggered myriad beast devouring method is an immortal art. In other words, the person who cast this seal was an immortal? Xiao Han was completely astounded.
Just what was the origins of this demon egg? It actually needed an immortal to seal it. Moreover, the surface of the eggshell was densely covered in seals. Who knew how many there were?
Did a group of immortals work together to seal this demon egg? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. Immortals were legendary existences. They were as bright as the sun and moon and lived as long as the world. They were basically indestructible. Who knew how many times more powerful than the great figures of the past? A group of immortals worked together to seal the demon egg. A demon emperor hatched from the eggshell.
A demon emperor?
I'm afraid even a demon emperor isn't worth a group of immortals working together to seal, right? Moreover, after the fifth seal was broken, a startling crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell.
Demon chi surged out and filled the air with viciousness.
Xiao Han had to seal up the crack with the spirit turtle true chi to prevent the demon chi from seeping out. Xiao Han had a feeling that once the surging demon chi burst out, he would struggle to control it.
I can vaguely sense the quality of the demon chi.
It's even more powerful than a demon emperor like Qing Lin. The demon chi it gives off is even more terrifying.
It's even more terrifying.
Fortunately, my spirit turtle true chi is barely enough to block up this gap, Xiao Han thought quickly. However, if I were to break one or two more seals, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. Unless my true chi realm increases, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. That way, I'll have abundant spirit turtle true chi to seal the demon egg so that the demon chi won't leak out. For a moment, Xiao Han had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, it was clear that he had to continuously cultivate and raise his cultivation and battle prowess. Only then would he be able to grasp his life and death in his own hands.
This demon egg has already completely fused with my heart. Once a mutation occurs, I will die without a burial place. No. I must cultivate like crazy.
Constantly sharpening himself between life and death, Xiao Han had a premonition that there was a hidden danger lurking in the air.
All right.
I will seek life in death and enter the great desolate heavenly dragon empire. Kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. To undergo a tempering that was extremely dangerous. At the edge of life and death, you will transform yourself. In Xiao Han's eyes, a saber light flashed. The saber intent that could shatter the void instantly extinguished all fear, causing Xiao Han's fighting spirit to soar. His spirit and will could not be extinguished. Furthermore, there are many ancient beasts in the great wilderness, such as the great phoenix savage beast, which allows my 10,000 beast devouring art to be of use. It's like putting what I've learned to use, like a fish in water or a dragon returning to the sea.
Good, very good.
I've heard from the sect master that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family has a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanni.
This.
Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. In his mind, he could not help but come up with some devious ideas.
The next day,
Xiao Han came to the mission issuance area of the Xianxia Pagoda. This mission issuance area was not only used to accept missions, but many Xianxia could also issue missions here. Xiao Han was about to leave the Xianxia Pagoda with Xiao Mingqiu and the others and return to the Pure Cloud sect. Before he left, he also asked for A Chou on how to treat the scar on his face. The scar on A Chou's face could not be healed by medicine. Only a true energy realm martial artist who was proficient in the reincarnation divine fire could use the reincarnation divine fire to burn the acne on A Chou's face. This would allow A Chou to regain his previous appearance. There was no other way. Xiao Han spent 1,000 contribution points to issue a mission in the mission issuance area. Find a Xianxia who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to treat the scar on a friend's face. The reward will be negotiable. Once Xiao Han's mission was accepted by other Xianxia, Xiao Han would receive a notification in the Xianxia token. He would communicate and negotiate with the Xianxia who accepted the mission. Senior brother A Chou, I issued this mission. Any Xianxia who cultivated the reincarnation divine fire will definitely accept this mission after seeing it. It is to burn the scar on your face. This mission is extremely simple and effortless. At that time, let's see if senior brother A Chou is really as handsome and unrestrained as you claim to be. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the chance to see A Chou's true appearance, Xiao Han felt that it was quite interesting. Before returning to the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Yunrong went to the 29th floor to find Xiao Han.
Yunrong, you're here?
Xiao Han smiled and brought Xiao Yunrong into his small single room.
Sit here for a while.
Xiao Yunrong sat on the edge of the bed and raised her head to look at Xiao Han. In the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of undetectable sadness and heartbreak. Xiao Han, are you going to return to the Pure Cloud sect now?
Did you accept a mission? I will go back with Sect Master today. As for a mission, I accepted one and will go to the Great Wilderness soon. Xiao Han smiled. By the way, Yunrong, did you accept a mission?
Not yet.
Xiao Yunrong's eyes were evasive. Yunrong, you seem to have something on your mind?
Xiao Han suddenly noticed Xiao Yunrong's restless mood and stared at her. What's wrong?
No.
Xiao Han, Yunrong has nothing.
Xiao Yunrong said in a panic.
No, you must have something on your mind.
Xiao Han walked over and sat beside Xiao Yunrong.
Fatty, Qing Tong and senior sister Hua, after they became evil heroes, they were all smiling all day long.
But Yunrong, you look like you have something on your mind. What happened? You can tell me. Don't you trust me?
No. Xiao Yunrong suddenly turned her head and stared at Xiao Han. Her eyes were like water. She was very close to Xiao Han and the faint virgin fragrance on her body lingered in Xiao Han's nose.
Xiao Han, I came here today to tell you that in this life, I will not do anything to hurt you.
I know that one day, Xiao Han, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers and you will be all-powerful.
Unhindered in the world. Becoming a famous figure on the evil hero ranking. Yunrong just hopes.
At that time, sometimes you can still remember Yunrong.
Ah? What do you mean? Xiao Han was completely confused by Xiao Yunrong. Right at this moment.
Bo. All of a sudden, Xiao Yunrong kissed Xiao Han's left cheek quickly, and then stood up, blushing and said shyly.
Xiao Han. I'm going to take on the task. See you later.
After saying that, Xiao Yunrong ran out of the room. As soon as Xiao Yunrong left, Xiao Mingchu walked in with his arms crossed. He whistled and said with a lazy face.
Junior brother, it's not right for you to be so affectionate.
First senior brother, it seems that something happened to Yunrong.
Xiao Han stood up with suspicion.
It's just a love affair.
Xiao Mingchu smiled and said, nothing will happen.
Xiao Yunrong is the only evil hero of Mingjian Villa this time and will definitely become the cornerstone of Mingjian Villa in the future. The villa master of Mingjian Villa must regard her as a treasure. He was afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. What could happen?
Well, junior brother, let's go back to Pure Cloud Sect now. The sect master will rush back to arrange your marriage. This time, our Pure Cloud Sect will come to Medicine King Valley to propose marriage in a grand manner.
It's a great honor for Medicine King Valley.
Oh! Xiao Han nodded with a little embarrassment.
There's no need to mobilize so many people. Ha ha ha, junior brother, you're now an outstanding figure among the younger generation in the world.
If we don't arrange this grand marriage for you, our Pure Cloud Sect will lose face.
Ha ha!
Let's go! Xiao Mingchu turned and left. Forget it. I'll go back to Pure Cloud Sect first. I can communicate with Yunrong through the evil hero token at any time and ask her what's on her mind. Xiao Han was also eager to go back.
Xiao Han, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and Huayang bid farewell to the heavenly devil old man and Mo Qingtong.
Everyone said goodbye to each other.
The mountains would not change and the rivers would flow forever. After saying goodbye today, they would meet again in the future and have a drink and talk happily.
Everyone parted ways. Crow carried the cloud, and everyone rode on the cloud, leaving the Devil Hero region. Back to the southern region, Pure Cloud Sect. On the 33rd floor of the Evil Hero Tower. In a private room.
With a scorching sun above his head, the great Sun Emperor, who had a clear temperament, sat at the table with the dragon-boned Saint Saber.
Great Sun, how's your cultivation recently? Have you accumulated enough? If it's enough, let's start the last meridian expansion. After 10 times of meridian expansion, one could condense a true talisman. At that time, he would also become an ancient giant. In the 10 years Sacred War, he would be ranked within the top 1,000.
In the eyes of the great Sun Emperor, there were faint runes floating up and down.
However, these runes did not seem to solidify and had a half-real, half-fake feeling. True Qi talisman must be a true talisman and not half-fake.
However, this great son of heaven was only a step away.
True Qi level 6. Meridian expansion realm. Starting from the 51st to the 60th true meridian, Every time I open a true meridian, I will expand it once. I have now expanded my meridians 9 times, which is a total of 43 times. Looking at the entire Devil Hero ranking list, my talent is above average.
The last expansion is no small matter. I am constantly accumulating my foundation, just so that the capacity of the true meridians can be expanded to 50 times during the last expansion.
Then I will enter the Talisman Transformation realm.
In the Holy War 5 years from now, I will definitely become one of the greatest powerhouses of all time.
It is not impossible for me to enter the top 800.
The eyes of the great Sun Emperor were filled with arrogance as if he had everything in his control. However, his face suddenly darkened.
Long Gu, Xiao Han actually became the champion of this year's Monster Hero trial. He's in the limelight. That little bastard knows the secrets of the Monster Clan, but the higher-ups didn't even ask about it. How dare they? It is a pity that our words do not carry much weight. We sent some news to the higher-ups but they actually ignored it. Damn it! Humph. Great Sun is just a little bastard who does not know his place. Bastard! His true chi cultivation is a mess. He only relies on his flesh shell and a few evil skills. He has not started expanding his meridian. It is easy for us to kill him.
However, we are all people who have 1 foot in the ranks of ancient giants.
If we personally kill this little ant, it will be too embarrassing. Moreover, he has Xiao Mingqiu and Wu Bai as his backing. Right now, the higher-ups seem to think highly of him. If we act rashly, it will be the opposite of what we want. How about this? Keep an eye on this little bastard and see what he does recently. Dragon Bone, I will leave this matter to you. I am going into seclusion because I lost the bet to Xiao Mingqiu. I am afraid that he will come looking for me. I need to avoid him. Secondly, I need to properly expand my meridian for the 10th time. Once I refine the true talisman, I may be able to deal with Xiao Mingqiu. Right now, I do not know what realm Xiao Mingqiu is at. This guy is cunning. I am afraid that he has already reached the peak of Talisman Transformation realm. On the Evil Hero ranking board, he is firmly ranked 898. He is not that easy to deal with. Alright, Great Sun, I will keep an eye on Xiao Han for you. You go into seclusion with peace of mind. I have just condensed my true chi into talisman. My realm is not stable yet. I also need to find some treasured herbs to nourish the true talisman.
The Dragon Bone Saint Saber said solemnly.
After a pause, the Dragon Bone Saint Saber sneered. But it does not matter. In the southern region preliminaries and even in the main competition, this little bastard Xiao Han has killed countless people and made many enemies. Naturally, there will be many people who covet him and want to put him to death. Let us watch the fire from the other side. If there is a chance, we will make a move and turn him into ashes. We can also have a share of the evil monster race's secrets. On the 18th floor of the Evil Hero Tower, Xiao Yunrong stood in front of Shimen Piaoxue. On the table, there was a medicinal pill. Yunrong, what do you think? In this world, it is not easy to produce an evil hero. Since you are the new evil hero of our Mingjian villa, then I will definitely not hurt you. On the contrary, I will use all the resources to nurture you. I value you. However, your family, Blazing Flame City's Xiao clan, and I will not tolerate them. Do you understand what I mean? Shimen Piaoxue's face was gloomy.
On the contrary, Xiao Yunrong's face was very calm, so calm that it was scary.
And Yunrong has thought it through. Xiao Yunrong nodded. Her eyes were filled with relief. Yunrong, you have finally thought it through? And right. What is Xiao Han? What is his relationship with you? Why do you have to rebel against the sect for him? The loss outweighs the gain. Yunrong, don't worry. As long as you trick Xiao Han into taking this medicinal pill, I promise that I will use all the resources of Mingjian Villa to nurture you. Shimen Piaoxue said fervently. Xiao Yunrong stepped forward and gently picked up the medicinal pill. Villa Master, do you have more of this medicinal pill? Please give Yunrong a few more. Yunrong is afraid that I will not be able to get it this time. No more. This medicinal pill is extremely expensive and can only be found by luck. Our sect only has one. Shimen Piaoxue shook his head. At this moment, suddenly, Xiao Yunrong put the medicinal pill in her hand into her mouth. It melted in her mouth.
Without thinking, she directly retreated to the side of the door.
Please forgive me, Villa Master. Yunrong cannot harm Xiao Han and cannot do anything that goes against the sect. Therefore, Yunrong is willing to take the blame for him and die to thank Villa Master. After she finished speaking, Xiao Yunrong flashed out of the private room under Shimin Piaoshue's dumbstruck eyes.
Villa Master.
Not good. Yunrong swallowed this rotting heartbone pill. The medicinal power spread out and slowly seeped into her internal organs and bones. 3 years later, she will pass away. How could this be? For Xiao Han, she actually did such a stupid thing. An old man said in shock. Damn it! Shimin Piaoshue was furious. The sword qi on his body exploded. The air in the private room instantly collapsed. The tables and chairs were all crushed into powder by the violent sword qi. To be continued. Chapter 226. Southern Region. Pure Cloud Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountain ridges, like a sleeping dragon, traversing across the Beacon Fire Empire. The mountains were bathed in divine light. It was picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, in the area of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Han's mountain peak, decorated with lanterns, decorated with flowers, red candles burning, big red lanterns hanging high. A large group of true disciples was instructing the inner and outer sect disciples to decorate Xiao Han's mountain peak. Hang the lanterns higher. A middle-aged true disciple was instructing a group of inner sect disciples to hang lanterns everywhere. Reporting to this true disciple, the disciple who gathered the flowers has returned. He has brought back all the flowers that could be purchased within 1,000 miles. An inner sect elder carefully reported to a female true disciple. Decorate senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak with fresh flowers. Oh right, find some clever female disciples to make a large number of bonsai and flower baskets. The female true disciple said indifferently. Ha! Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han? The inner sect elder was shocked. The female successor disciple glared at him and said, Senior brother Xiao Han made a killing in the devil hero trial this time. Not only did he become a devil hero, but he was also the most powerful one among the contestants. He overcame all the obstacles along the way and was very impressive. Although I am not qualified to go to the devil hero region to admire senior brother Xiao Han, I am still impressed. This time, senior brother Xiao Han is going to marry 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak. Make it festive. Warm. Understand? Yes. I will immediately order all the female disciples to come and help. The inner sect elder quickly bowed and left. Change the bed in senior brother Xiao Han's bedroom to a big bed. Another true disciple was instructing the inner sect disciples to bring some red wedding blankets embroidered with dragons and phoenixes into Xiao Han's bedroom. This true disciple, we forgot to buy a bed. But senior brother Xiao Han's bed is already big enough, an inner sect disciple said in fear. Go get a bigger bed right now. Eldest senior apprentice brother sent a message back. It was said that senior apprentice brother Xiao Han had married 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley in a row. The bed was too small to turn over, so senior apprentice brother Xiao Han would definitely not be happy. If senior brother Xiao Han isn't happy, we, as his junior brothers, can't do anything about it. You won't be happy. Change him. That true inheritor said. He waved his hands frantically. The inner court disciple stuck out his tongue and muttered. Direct disciple senior brother Xiao is truly blessed with women, to be able to marry 2 at once. Furthermore, they are 2 of the 4 beauties of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. How enviable. What do you know? The true inheritor sneered. Do you know who senior brother Xiao Han is now? Evil hero. Moreover, he was the most promising hero. 2. Even if you marry all the female disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. It turned out that Xiao Mingchu had used a special method to transmit the news of the Crow Dragon, Xiao Han, and the others returning to the Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, He simply announced that Xiao Han had won the crown in the main competition and had become the evil hero. In addition, Xiao Mingqiu also ordered all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, from the direct inheritor to the outer court disciples, to properly decorate Xiao Han's mountain peak. Xiao Han was about to marry 2 female outer court disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The 3 leaders of the outer court peak where Cho and Xiao Han were previously stood on Xiao Han's mountain peak with a face full of emotion. My brother Xiao Han has really become the evil hero. Ha ha ha, 3 leaders, Xiao Han has really become the evil hero. That's great. I've heard that below the group of immortals is the evil hero, below the evil hero are all living beings. Although I don't understand what this sentence means, I know that it must mean something very powerful. Cho was almost incoherent. The 3 leaders were also in tears. The heavens have eyes, this child Xiao Han has actually become the evil hero. Our mountain peak has produced an evil hero. That is an unparalleled genius that is rarely seen throughout the ages. Only a genius in the true Qi realm, with both wisdom and courage, is qualified to compete for the title of evil hero. Now, even if we 3 old things die, it will not be in vain.
Ha ha ha. Back then, when Xiao Han had just entered the outer court, he was so young and did not know anything, but now.
The 3 chiefs were on the verge of bursting into tears. At this moment, sect leader is back. Eldest senior brother is back. Senior brother Xiao Han is back. A group of true inheritors started to shout. Boom! In the next moment, a large group of true disciples released their true Qi at the same time, completely igniting Xiao Han's mountain peak. Auspicious clouds, divine light, heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground, causing Xiao Han's mountain peak to look like a divine mountain. It was a magnificent sight. In the sky. Sect leader, why are there so many people busy decorating the disciples' mountain peak? Moreover, many true disciples are willing to use their true Qi to decorate the disciples' mountain peak.
Xiao Han was stunned.
Ha! Junior brother, it was I who sent a message to ask everyone to decorate your mountain peak. You are about to get married, so you can have a good time.
Xiao Mingqiu laughed.
This. Eldest senior brother, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiao Han was extremely embarrassed. All right, Xiao Han, let's go to your mountain peak. Wu Yu smiled indifferently. The smoke descended and floated towards Xiao Han's mountain peak. For a moment, countless people on Xiao Han's mountain peak were shouting in unison. Welcome sect leader, welcome eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. Congratulations to senior brother Xiao Han for your triumphant return, becoming another evil hero of our Pure Cloud sect. Congratulations to senior sister Hua Yang for becoming an evil hero. I wish senior brother Xiao Han a happy wedding. Xiao Han and the others finally landed on the mountain peak. Xiao Han looked around and saw that his mountain peak was filled with flowers. There were white cranes holding Ganoderma, immortal apes holding longevity peaches, and many spirit beasts walking back and forth on the mountain, adding to the festive atmosphere. Big red lanterns decorated the mountain in a picturesque manner. The doors and windows were plastered with big red happiness characters. The atmosphere was joyous. The entire mountain peak was enveloped by true Qi, and the morning glow soared to the sky. Light rays filled the air. It was like a dream. Phew! Xiao Han was dazzled. Junior brother, are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, you can tell me. Xiao Mingqiu smiled.
It's already very good.
Xiao Han was very touched. Thank you, senior brother. I never thought that I would have such glory today. After exchanging some pleasantries with the direct disciples on the mountain peak and receiving everyone's congratulations, Xiao Han rushed towards Cho and the 3 chiefs. Senior brother Cho, 3 chiefs. Xiao Han laughed loudly.
Xiao Han, you are returning home in glory now.
Cho had a sincere smile on his face. His face was almost rotten from smiling.
Xiao Han, you have really made a name for yourself.
Ha! It's just a... Xiao Han grinned. He patted Cho's shoulder. Senior brother Cho, I have issued a mission in the Demon Hero Pagoda this time. I believe that someone will come and treat your face injury soon. At that time, I will see if senior brother Cho is as handsome as you boast.
Ha! Chiefs, it's been a long time.
Xiao Han greeted the three chiefs with a smile. Then, he walked out from the true acupoint. Then, he took out a pile of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones and precious medicines. They were all given to Ah Cho and the three chiefs. These things, senior brother Ah Cho and the three chiefs, please take them and play with them. Then, Xiao Han began to distribute items on the mountain peak. They were all the supreme-grade true qi spiritual stones, treasured sabers, swords, precious medicines, and glossy Ganoderma that were dropped from the true acupoints of the contestants he killed in the monster hero preliminaries. It was as if everyone had a share, and everyone had gained some benefits. Then, Xiao Han returned to Wu Yu's side. Xiao Han, have you decided to go to the great desolate Sky Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Wu Yu asked. Yes, I have decided to complete this mission. Xiao Han nodded. Then hurry up and get married. Wu Yu smiled slightly. How about this? I will immediately send Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling with a betrothal gift to the Medicine King Valley to inform them. 3 days later, Xiao Han, you will go to fetch the bride. So fast. Sect Master, I don't know if the Medicine King Valley will agree readily. I am not sure. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. Ha! Wu Yu glanced at the mountain peak. Xiao Han, it has already been arranged like this. They have to agree whether they want to or not. Xiao Han, go fetch the bride 3 days later. I will not go. Go by yourself. If there are any twists and turns, you can deal with it yourself. Remember, you are already a demon hero now. Go ahead and don't worry too much. If anything happens, I and Mingchu will solve it for you. Yes, Xiao Han nodded. Xianxia and Shi Rong have promised me that when I become a demon hero, I will go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch them. They are all waiting for me. Dong Feng, Feng Ling, both of you immediately go to the Medicine King Valley. Tell Old Man Gong's son that in 3 days, Xiao Han will personally go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch the bride. Tell the people of the Medicine King Valley not to neglect them. Wu Yu ordered. Yes, Sect Master. The Southern Region. The Medicine King Valley. In the Medicine King Valley, the paths crisscrossed and colorful butterflies fluttered. It was as beautiful as a poem. In the Medicine King Valley, the most attractive landscape was the 1,000-story trapezoidal medicine field. This trapezoidal medicine field was at least a few thousand meters above sea level, and the slope was inclined. From the foot of the mountain to the top, the small hills were like a snail, and the big mountains were like a tower layer upon layer high and low. The lines were smooth and flowing, elegant and smooth. Each layer of the trapezoidal medicine field was planted with countless Ganoderma and herbs. The fragrance of medicine filled the field. A large number of Medicine King Valley disciples were carefully picking herbs between the trapezoidal medicine field with a hoe and a basket on their back. At the bottom layer of the trapezoidal medicine field, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women gathered together, digging for herbs and chatting in private. Senior Sister Shi Rong, when do you think Uncle will come to pick us up? Xianxia looked depressed. Uncle went to participate in the Devil Hero trial. I heard from some true disciples that this time's Devil Hero trial is extremely dangerous, and the death rate is very high. I don't know if Uncle can pass. But Uncle is so brave, he will definitely become a Devil Hero and come to pick us up. Xianxia looked towards the horizon. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a young girl's first awakening of love, as well as a young girl's prayers and fantasies. I don't know why, but I always dream of Uncle recently. Xianxia murmured. Little love-struck fool. Lan Shi Rong covered her mouth and laughed. Senior Sister Shi Rong, don't you think about Uncle? I do. Don't laugh at me. Don't tell anyone. Suddenly, Xianxia clasped her hands together, looked towards the horizon, and said in a very serious tone. Since the heavens arranged for Uncle and I to meet in that small town, he sacrificed himself to save my life. Although he was playing tricks at the beginning and even wanted to steal our dragon horse, Xianxia believes that he is definitely not an ordinary person. I can't be wrong. Xianxia knows that one day, he will appear in front of everyone, wearing a golden saint robe, stepping on a 7-colored cloud to marry me. He will become a devil hero. He said that he will come to pick us up, and he will not go back on his words. Lan Shi Rong murmured. I am just a little woman. I don't have any big dreams, and I have never thought of reaching the true Qi realm. I just want to be with the person I like and be with him every day. He is in my heart, and I am in his heart. Nothing will change even if the world turns old. Humph. Become a devil hero?
A crazy person like Xiao Han who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth can also become a devil hero? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Junior sisters, although Xiao Han was lucky to enter the main competition, there are thousands of experts from the Great Wilderness participating in this devil hero selection competition. There are also countless geniuses from the East region, and there are even a group of monstrous geniuses trained by the devil hero region.
Xiao Han?
Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that his bones have already turned cold.
I advise you two junior sisters, don't daydream here. You probably don't know, but 3 days later, the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire will send someone to pick you up.
It is a foregone conclusion that you will marry into the royal family.
Senior brother Si Kongji? Xianxia and Lan Shirong stood up together. The person who came was wearing a light yellow robe. His face was like jade, and he had an imposing appearance. His whole body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. Impressively, he was the #1 genius among the younger generation of Medicine King Valley, Si Kongji. Previously, in the Southern Region qualifier, Si Kongji fought against Xiao Han. He was seriously injured by Xiao Han. After he returned to Medicine King Valley, he consumed an unknown number of sacred medicines before he could barely recover from his injuries. However, now that he was cultivating, he did not improve, but instead regressed. The halo of a genius also gradually dimmed. In this life, he could be considered half a cripple.
Xiao Han.
Once Si Kongji mentioned Xiao Han, he was full of hatred, and his face was full of a sinister smile. Behind Si Kongji stood a few Medicine King Valley disciples in the true Qi realm. Junior brother Si Kongji, although the results of this time's Devil Hero qualifier have not had time to spread, I think that Xiao Han is definitely dead. What kind of thing is he? I heard that this little B** starred was born a living target, a dog-like person. How can he become a devil hero? Dream on. Junior brother Si Kongji, if Xiao Han did not die this time, we brothers will definitely help you get back at him and break his arms and legs.
He is not a little B** starred.
Xianxia and Lan Shirong said in unison. All right, junior sisters, in 3 days, you will be married into the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire.
I heard that the emperor is choosing concubines and has chosen the two of you.
Si Kongji said with a fake smile.
It is also your fortune to serve the current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire. We do not want to marry into the royal family.
Senior brother Si Kongji, you are talking nonsense. The Valley Master said that we will wait for Xiao Han to come and pick us up. Xianxia clenched her fists. Xiao Han is already dead. Maybe not even his bones are left. How can he come and pick you up?
Ha 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 ha. It is a pity that I cannot kill this bastard with my own hands.
Si Kongji gritted his teeth. At this moment, Valley Master Gong, son of the Medicine King Valley, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling of the Pure Rain sect are here to pay a visit with betrothal gifts. In 3 days, my junior brother Xiao Han will come personally to marry the two junior sisters, Xianxia and Lan Shirong. In the void, sword Qi lotuses bloomed. Feng Ling broke through the space and walked out with his head held high. His hands were behind his back and his sword Qi was like a rainbow. He looked at Si Kongji and said, Si Kongji, don't talk behind our backs. My junior brother Xiao Han has already become a demon hero and has a respectable status. If he hears you talking bad about him, he will beat you to death. You deserve it.
Ha 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 ha.
Si Kongji's eyes widened and his face was ashen.
His throat let out the sound of an owl.
Demon hero.
Xiao Han.
Xiao Han. He actually became a demon hero. Impossible. How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongji felt the world was spinning. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 227. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling entered Medicine King Valley with betrothal gifts and announced the engagement between Xiao Han and Xianxia and Lan Shirong. They finally announced the fact that Xiao Han had become a demon hero to the world.
The entire Medicine King Valley was in absolute silence.
How could Xiao Han become a demon hero?
PFFF. Si Kongji vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground.
Xianxia and Lan Shirong were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their throats were choked and they couldn't say anything.
They only felt that their hearts were filled with comfort and pleasure, as if they had fallen into the clouds. At this moment, a vast aura rose from one of the main halls of the Medicine King Valley, and a powerful airflow burst out. The heaven and earth spiritual chi formed a huge vortex, from which the fragrance of medicine filled the air, and it also contained the traces of the 4 seasons. A young man in white slowly walked out from the airflow whirlpool. With a slight movement of his body, the weather within a small area fluctuated. The spring rain lingered, the summer thunder was swift, the autumn frost covered the ground, and the winter snow filled the fields.
Brother Dongfang, Brother Fongling, how have you been?
The young man in white smiled.
And Feng Xiaoling, hello?
Dongfang Qin and Fongling nodded at the young man in white at the same time. After so many years, you two are still as brilliant as ever and your cultivation has improved a lot.
Back then, I teamed up with you two to kill a demon king. If it wasn't for you two taking care of me, I'm afraid I would have died.
The young man in white smiled.
Feng Xiaoling, we didn't come here to catch up with you. Where's Valley Master Gong's son? Why didn't he come out? Dongfang Qin frowned. Oh, Valley Master is in seclusion. He's going to refine a cauldron of secret medicine this time.
It's no small matter. The young man in white smiled.
So he's hiding. Fongling sneered.
During the Southern Region qualifier, our sect master made a promise with Valley Master Gong's son. If Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han became a demon hero, he would visit us personally and marry Xianxia and Lan Shirong.
Valley Master Gong's son also agreed to it. But now, Valley Master Gong's son actually found an excuse to hide. What a joke.
Ordinary people might not know that Junior Brother Xiao Han had become a demon hero, but how could Valley Master Gong's son not know? Valley Master Gong's son didn't go into seclusion earlier or later. Why did he have to go into seclusion at such a critical juncture?
Ha 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 ha, what a joke.
Fongling's words struck the heart, causing Feng Xiaoling to be speechless. Feng Xiaoling sighed after a few breaths of time passed. To be honest, the current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, His Majesty Mo Chen, has already issued an imperial edict. 3 days later, he will marry the 2 junior sisters Xianxia and Lan Shirong as concubines.
I hope the 2 of you won't make things difficult for my Medicine King Valley. The Valley Master has chosen to go into seclusion. I had no other choice.
Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Qin laughed wildly.
What is an emperor in the secular world? I don't understand.
Valley Master Gong's son is also a hero. Why would he willingly submit to Mo Chen?
All right, that's all I have to say.
3 days later, Junior Brother Xiao Han will personally come to Medicine King Valley. Junior Brother Xiao Han is now a demon hero and is not bound by the secular laws.
Mo Chen's ranking on the Devilman list. It wasn't a big deal. They wanted to snatch his love away.
He doesn't have the ability to snatch Junior Brother Xiao Han's woman.
Let's wait and see. After saying that, he put down the betrothal gifts. Fongling and Dongfang Qin floated away.
The people of the Pure Cloud sect are too powerful. Some of the true disciples of Medicine King Valley expressed their dissatisfaction. I heard that the sect master of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Ling, is ranked at the top of the Devilman list. Their chief disciple, Xiao Mingchu, is also not an ordinary person.
However, who is Xiao Han?
He has just become a Devilman. What background does he have to bully our Medicine King Valley? He's just a dog relying on his master's power. However, Sect Master Wu will not directly intervene in this kind of matter as it will disgrace his identity.
Feng Xiaoling's eyes flashed with a look of consideration and worry.
Immediately after, his figure flashed and directly returned to the main hall of Medicine King Valley. Feng Xiaoling stood outside a room with a closed door and said in a low voice, "Valley Master, I have already negotiated with Fongling and Dongfang Qin of the Pure Cloud sect. However, their attitude is extremely tough and they will not let it go easily. Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently and is high-spirited. He will definitely not be willing to be defeated. Valley Master, why don't we
Cancel the engagement with Emperor Mo Chen of the Fire Beacon Empire? After all, although Mo Chen is the emperor of the secular world, his ranking on the Devilman list is far lower than Wu Ling and even far lower than Xiao Ming-chu. Emperor Mo Chen is also like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Relying on his power in the secular world, he does not put the pure cloud sect in his eyes. Cough cough. In the room, there was the sound of an old man coughing. Ah! Xiaoling, do you think that I am willing to rely on Mo Chen? It is really forced by the situation. Although the disciples of Medicine King Valley are good at refining elixirs, their battle strength cannot be compared to the experts of other sections. Therefore, throughout history, the geniuses of Medicine King Valley have always been at the bottom of the Devilman list.
The reason that I can barely make it into the top 5,000 is also because of the various secret medicines that I have refined, which have helped me form many good karma.
After thinking about it, I feel that the disciples of Medicine King Valley really do not have the resources to compete with others on the Devilman list. Therefore, we might as well withdraw from the Devilman list, return to the secular world, rely on the Empire, and focus on refining elixirs. This old man's voice also sounded a little disheartened. I have already given up my ranking on the Devilman list. I will not compete anymore. I will not compete anymore. Logically speaking, I should not offend Wu Ling for Emperor Mo Chen's sake. After all, although Wu Ling has always been low-key, his strength far exceeds Mo Chen's. If he makes a move, he will definitely kill Mo Chen in a second. However, the ancestral land of the Fire Beacon Empire is in the prosperous eastern region. The heaven-devouring empire in the eastern region is prosperous and has many talents. It is not something that a small empire like the southern region can compare to. I heard that in the heaven-devouring empire, there are more than 100 sects big and small, and they have produced many devilman. Now, Mo Chen has already made contact with the heaven-devouring empire. In recent days, an envoy from the heaven-devouring empire has specially come from the eastern region to discuss the matter of Mo Chen's return. So that's how it is? No wonder Emperor Mo Chen dared to challenge Wu Ling. So it is because of him.
Feng Xiaoling suddenly understood.
Mo Chen knows that after Xiao Han becomes a devilman, he will definitely come to the Medicine King Valley to marry Xianxia and Lan Shirong. Therefore, he deliberately made things difficult and forced Xianxia and Lan Shirong to marry Xianxia and Lan Shirong. It is obvious that he wants to go against the Pure Cloud sect. Without the support of the heaven-devouring empire, do you think Mo Chen would dare to do this? He is not stupid. Speaking of which, Xiao Han killed Mo Chen's biological son, Crown Prince Mo Zhan, in the southern region preliminaries. This is a feud that will not end until one of them is dead. Therefore, Mo Chen will definitely stop Xiao Han from marrying the Devilman. Moreover, there might be a day when we will meet again. If the heaven-devouring empire supports Mo Chen will have the ability to challenge the Pure Cloud sect. The Eastern Domain is a powerful nation with a well-deserved reputation. It has given birth to many geniuses, and some of the old-timers are definitely no weaker than Xiao Ming-chu. Feng Xiaoling nodded. Valley Master, what should we do now? Let's just watch from the sidelines. Let the two of them fight it out. We don't need to get involved. Whoever has the ability can take Xianxia and Lan Shirong away. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Chen, was serving two men politely and attentively. One of them was an old man. His face was fair and beardless. His face was very white, like a peeled egg. Not a single wrinkle could be found. The strangest thing was on his lips. She also seemed to have applied rouge on her face. It was bright red and very frightening. The old man was flipping through an ancient book with his thumb and middle finger. He spoke in an arrogant tone. Your Majesty Mo Chen, I have already checked and verified your lineage. Indeed, a prince of my heaven-devouring empire came from the eastern domain to the southern domain and founded your Beacon Fire Empire. Your origin is in the eastern domain. Yes, Unicorn. This time, I have the intention to return to my roots, Mo Chen said hurriedly. It was obvious that he was being subservient. The old man, Unicorn, said arrogantly. I heard that one of the 5 great sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Medicine King Valley, is also going to submit to the great heaven-devouring empire? Yes, the current Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley has the same intention. Valley Master Gong's son has already reached an agreement with me. In 3 days, I will send someone to the Medicine King Valley to announce the Imperial Edict. The Medicine King Valley will be recognized as a sect of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family.
After that, I will bring all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to return to the Eastern Domain.
Good, Mo Chen. Not bad. The Medicine King Valley is a sect that specializes in alchemy. It is of some value to the heaven-devouring empire.
How about this? I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley in 3 days and announce the Imperial Edict on your behalf, Unicorn said sinisterly.
Thank you, Unicorn. Mo Chen was deeply grateful. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly and he said darkly,
Unicorn, in 3 days' time, I will be choosing a concubine in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, I have received news from an informant in the Valley of the Medicine Masters that in 3 days' time, Xiao Han from the Pure Cloud sect will also be going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters.
He has threatened to snatch away 2 of my concubines. Xiao Han of the Pure Cloud sect? Unicorn was stunned. Yes, this person is my mortal enemy. He personally killed my son, Mo Zhen. I can't wait to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Furthermore, I wanted to send my youngest daughter, Mo Hen, to the eastern region as a sacrifice to the ancestors. However, everything was ruined by Xiao Han. He actually kidnapped Princess Mo Hen and killed one of my generals, Devil Hero Nangong Yi. These are all heinous crimes. Mo Chen said bitterly. Xiao Han? I don't have time to personally watch the Devil Hero selection this time. However, I have heard of Xiao Han's name. It is said that he performed exceptionally in this election. Another man stood by the window with his hands behind his back.
He wore a light yellow robe and his face was as white as a powder. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and his face was filled with arrogance. It was as if he did not place anyone in his eyes. It was as if looking at someone for an extra moment was a gift. He's just a rookie. No matter how monstrous he is, how monstrous can he be? In this world, there were not many devil heroes, but there were also millions of them. Those who were not on the devil hero ranking were all trash. Not to mention a rookie. 3 days later, I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley. If I meet that Xiao Han, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, like father like son. Young Master Luan, you already have the style of General Luan in the past. Majestic and unparalleled. Unicorn beamed with delight as he flattered him. With young Master Luan teaching that Xiao Han a lesson, nothing could be better. Mo Chen was overjoyed. Young Master Luan, please humiliate that Xiao Han. I heard that guy killed many young heroes in the eastern region. I'll personally measure his worth. Young Master Luan laughed coldly. 3 days later. Medicine King Valley. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in Medicine King Valley was somewhat unusual. Many disciples of Medicine King Valley were busy arranging various matters in the valley. Xianxia and Lan Shirong, each wearing a bright red robe, were placed in a small hall and waited quietly. It was as if they were waiting to be married. However, not only was there no joy in Medicine King Valley, it was filled with danger. Today, there were actually 2 groups of people who came to Medicine King Valley to marry Xianxia and Lan Shirong. Furthermore, these 2 groups of people had enmity with each other. It was possible that they would kidnap the bride. The 2 groups of people started fighting. And the attitude of Medicine King Valley was to watch the fire from the other side. They would not interfere in this matter. It was close to noon. Outside Medicine King Valley, there was the beating of gongs and drums, the sound of stringed instruments, flutes, and soon, firecrackers. It was lively and festive. Suddenly, all the outer sect disciples of Medicine King Valley, the inner sect disciples and true disciples all went out to watch. They saw that the wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect had already entered Medicine King Valley. The wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect was made up of a large number of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and some true disciples. A bright red bridal sedan, a majestic flood dragon horse, a group of female disciples who were proficient in music, a flute, a zither, zhuji, pipa, huqin, kong shao. They played with all their might. Xiao Han was wearing a festive light red robe.
He looked handsome as he sat on a flood dragon horse. Xiao Mingqiu, Feng Ling, and Dong Fengqin clustered around Xiao Han. The people from the Pure Rain sect are really here. They are going to oppose the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Yi Qingtong's eyes widened. Even the Valley Master has avoided it. Let's not be nosy and let the two of them fight. I wonder when the wedding procession of the Imperial family of Fire Beacon Empire will come. Junior brother, from today onwards, you have grown up.
I am very pleased. Xiao Mingqiu said to Xiao Han with a smile. Senior brother, don't tease me. I'll treat this wedding as an engagement.
After marrying Xianxia and Shi Rong back to the Pure Maiden sect, I'll enter the Great Wilderness and return from the Great Wilderness to complete the wedding.
Xiao Han clearly had a plan in mind. Oh, so long? Early wedding night is the right thing to do. Xiao Mingqiu teased.
Senior brother. This time, I am going to take on a mission with a slim chance of survival. Isn't it too irresponsible to go to the bridal chamber rashly?
All right, senior brother, I have made up my mind.
Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Great Wilderness alone.
Xiao Han said.
Junior brother Xiao Han, are you really going to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor?
Feng Ling frowned.
Before Xiao Han could answer, at this moment, above the Medicine King Valley, a powerful energy wave came. True Qi soared into the sky, causing everyone in the Medicine King Valley, including Xiao Han and the others, to look up. A giant dragon ship was coming from the sky. It was more than 100 feet long and was pulled by 2 fierce flood dragons. On the dragon ship, there was a group of true Qi realm martial artists standing arrogantly. In next to no time, a carriage slowly drove up from behind the dragon boat, and a young man in light yellow clothes stood in the carriage. He was probably around the age of 27 or 28, and he had his hands behind his back as he looked up into the sky.
He seemed aloof and proud to the extreme. The true Qi in his body was fluctuating like a tide. There was even a galaxy rolling above his head. Pulling the carriage were 2 5-colored divine bulls with wings on their backs. Their bodies were shining with 5 different colors. It was a spectacular sight. They were the descendants of the ancient bloodline. They were found in the Great Wilderness at a high price.
Oh, the people from the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family are here?
Xiao Mingqiu looked at the dragon boats and carriages in the sky with great interest.
He touched his nose and said, "What a grand show!
Junior brother, these people are here to snatch your wife."
Ha ha ha, do as you see fit. Yes, Xiao Han licked his lips and said calmly.
The dragon ship stopped in the sky above the Medicine King Valley. From the dragon ship, an old man walked out. His face was fair and beardless, and his lips were red.
He held an imperial edict in his hand and said in a strange tone,
"The imperial edict has arrived." All the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, kneel down and receive the edict. It was Eunuch N, a eunuch from the East region. The many disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked at each other, speechless. Before this, the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family had also sent an imperial edict, but the disciples of the Medicine King Valley had never knelt down. But today, this eunuch actually wanted the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to kneel down and receive the edict. This caused all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to be dumbfounded. They did not know whether to kneel or not.
Humph. Eunuch looked down as if he was some noble who had come to the countryside to inspect.
This southern region is indeed a small pond. The Medicine King Valley is known as one of the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, but it is also in such a decline. No wonder they want to rely on the heaven-devouring empire and move their sect to the east region. Suddenly, Eunuch looked at Xiao Han and the others and laughed coldly. "You are from the Pure Rain sect, right? Who is Xiao Han? Step forward." This time, the heaven-devouring empire has issued an imperial edict. Not only all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley must kneel, but also you, Xiao Han, must kneel. Step forward quickly. Hearing this, Feng Ling and Dong Fengqin's expressions changed and were about to explode. Xiao Mingqiu gave them a look, telling them not to be impatient. He said in a low voice, "Let junior brother Xiao Han handle it himself. He is also a demon now, he can't let us do everything. Sect leader has already said to let junior brother Xiao Han do as he pleases.
Now, let's wait and see what junior brother Xiao Han has up his sleeve.
Hey!
Xiao Han stretched his body, flipped off the horse, and looked up at Eunuch and in the sky.
You are Xiao Han, right? Eunuch looked down at Xiao Han, his eyes full of disdain, as if he was looking at an ant that could be squashed at any time.
Kneel!
You are the legendary eunuch?
Xiao Han suddenly said seriously.
No little tricks? Chapter 228. Eunuch was a eunuch. A eunuch.
There was no doubt about that, but that did not mean that he was willing to be called a eunuch in front of so many people.
This was a great humiliation. In an instant, Eunuch's fair and delicate face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was so angry that his whole body was convulsing and trembling. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. The group of true energy realm martial artists standing on the dragon ship were all furious. They bared their teeth and were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han calmly raised his head and looked at Eunuch, saying calmly,
Yang. You!
Eunuch's eyes widened.
What did you say? I said you are a Yang. You want me to kneel? I think you're tired of living. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask a demon hero to kneel? Xiao Han laughed coldly. Indeed, demon heroes were not bound by the laws of the world. Even the emperor of a country did not have the right to ask a demon hero to kneel, much less a eunuch. This eunuch was simply trying to bully Xiao Han for being young and ignorant. He had just become a demon hero, and wanted to force Xiao Han to death. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not fall for it. Since you want me to kneel and humiliate me, then, you should kneel.
All of you kneel, Xiao Han said slowly.
I think a eunuch cannot become a demon hero.
Below the immortals are the demon heroes, and below them are the mortals.
Since you are not a demon hero, then it is reasonable for you to kneel to me. As soon as these words came out, the entire valley of the medicine masters fell silent. Arrogant. Unscrupulous. That indifferent tone, that arrogant attitude, that slight smirk. It was arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant to the extreme. Everyone knew that Xiao Han had risen to fame recently.
But to the ordinary disciples of the Medicine Masters Valley and the Pure Rain sect,
they had not seen Xiao Han's methods before, but this time, they had seen it with their own eyes. It was indeed outrageous.
He had ignored the imperial edict of the Heaven-Devouring Empire, a powerful country in the eastern region, and instead wanted the envoy of the Heaven-Devouring Empire to kneel to him.
Ha 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 ha. Did I hear wrongly? You are courting death. Eunuch laughed sinisterly. Just then. Come down. Xiao Han's right hand suddenly reached out. In an instant, the starlight of extinction surged. Endless dazzling light beams rushed out from under Xiao Han's skin. Fine and dense dust and star sand were rolling. Xiao Han's temperament instantly changed from calm to dazzling, like a god.
However, his eyes were very calm as the bright moon. Hong. He slapped at the dragon boat. The terrifying power of 1,500,000 ding condensed into a single point and exploded. This palm strike caused the wind and clouds to surge, and its might pressed down upon the heavens. The void collapsed. This was pure power. There was not the slightest fluctuation of Xianxia, but it was extremely majestic, as if it could break through all Xianxia. In an instant, the space cracked inch by inch. Puchi. With a loud explosion, the dragon boat was smashed into pieces. Including Eunuch, the dozen or so true Qi realm martial artists standing on the boat were instantly smashed down. Boom, 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 boom. Eunuch and the rest of the true Qi realm martial artists fell to the ground, pressed down by the powerful force. Many of the bones in their bodies were cracked, and they knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the two dragons pulling the dragon boat were suppressed by Xiao Han's power, lying prostrate on the ground, trembling. A bunch of scum. You can't even compare to those competitors, and yet you dare to jump out and bark? Xiao Han said coldly. With one palm strike, a group of true Qi realm martial artists all knelt. There was even more silence. Everyone looked at Xiao Han with terrified eyes. Even Valley Master Gongsun, who was hiding in the main hall of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as the true disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, were stunned. Xiao Han was too domineering.
There was no logic to it. He had completely crushed everything with brute force.
I'll fight you to the death. Unicorn wailed as he spat out blood. His body twisted and he tried to stand up.
Kneel!
Xiao Han extended a finger and pressed down, forcing Unicorn's knees several feet into the ground.
Unicorn wailed.
Young Master Luan. Young Master Luan.
You have to stand up for me. This kid is too domineering.
At this moment, young Master Luan, who was standing in the carriage with his hands behind his back, fixed his gaze on Xiao Han. You are indeed the most eye-catching competitor in this year's Devil Hero Trials. Although your true chi cultivation is a mess, your body is like that of a beast in human form. But it is still not enough. Xiao Han, I was the Devil Hero who stood out in the previous Devil Hero Trials. I became a Devil Hero 5 years ago, and 2 years ago, I was ranked 8,498th on the Devil Hero leaderboard.
Luan Xiaoxiong.
How dare you injure Unicorn? You deserve to die. Originally, I would not have bothered to deal with a rookie without a ranking like you, but you are too arrogant. I need to teach you how to be a reserved person. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death when you go out in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his body burned with 48 pentagram true acupoints. Beams of light shot up to the sky, and clouds of mist swirled around him. Tisk! 8,498th.
Xiao Mingchu sneered. The few of you are laughing at me?
Young Master Luan looked at Xiao Mingchu. I really don't know what qualifications you have to laugh at me.
You are that Xiao Mingchu, right?
I heard that you are also an ancient tycoon.
But, how old are you? How old am I?
How many years have you been cultivating? How many years have I been cultivating? You are an old antique who has lived for hundreds and thousands of years. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me?
I am only 28 years old this year.
To cultivate to your age, you are at least an ancient tycoon.
Are you going to intervene in today's matter?
If you don't care about your status and interfere, then this young master will admit defeat and leave.
Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed.
You actually used such words to make it inconvenient for us to intervene because of our status.
What a joke.
You probably think that you are a genius just because you became a Devil Hero at the age of 28 and obtained a position on the Devil Hero leaderboard.
Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han. Do it.
At this moment, suddenly, both of Xiao Han's hands were seen forming seals. Immortal chi floated around the runes. They were like butterflies flying through flowers. They circled and danced between Xiao Han's hands. In an instant, Xiao Han formed a large array that was a few acres in size. It covered the sky and directly covered the 2 5-colored divine bulls that were pulling Luan Xiaoxiong's carriage. Moo! In an instant, the 2 descendants of the ancient bloodline let out heart-wrenching howls. The array turned slightly. Its enormous body was like a cocoon, directly turning into rays of light and multicolored light. Like pillars of water, it rushed toward Xiao Han. Boom! 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 Endless rays of light merged into Xiao Han's limbs and bones, internal organs, bones, muscles, and every cell. These rays of light were the life essence of the 2 5-colored divine bulls. They were formed by their bloodline genes and were forcibly absorbed by the 10,000 beast-devouring art. They merged into Xiao Han's body and refined Xiao Han. All the cells in Xiao Han's body swelled. His whole body felt comfortable, and his strength was rising steadily. Although he did not grow taller by 1.5 inches, his aura was violent. His whole body pointed to the sky and stood on the ground, like an ancient giant, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. The people in all directions could not help but take a few steps back. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It actually has a faint immortal chi. Xiao Mingchu only felt shocked. In the blink of an eye. Pooh! After losing the pull of the 2 5-colored divine bulls, the carriage immediately fell down. Luan Xiaoxiong was shocked, and Xiao Han took the opportunity to slap with his right palm. The power of this palm was even stronger than before. It instantly pierced through the sky, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It even caused a large mass of air to solidify. Poochie! With a loud sound, the carriage was smashed into pieces.
Luan Xiaoxiong let out a heart-wrenching scream and was forcefully slapped down from the sky by Xiao Han. A human-shaped pit was formed on the ground, and he kept twitching and vomiting blood. He wanted to get up, but he could not get up for a long time. You want to find trouble with junior brother Xiao Han just because you're ranked 8,498th? You're really reckless. Dongfeng Qin sneered. Junior brother Xiao Han, what kind of cultivation technique did you just use? Feng Ling frowned and asked. I've just learned a kind of body-refining cultivation technique. I couldn't help but use it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At this time, the blood, genes and life essence of the two five-color divine bulls were far from being refined by Xiao Han's body. Therefore, under Xiao Han's skin, they kept rolling and faintly made miserable moaning sounds. The situation was very strange. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can actually refine wild beasts. Xiao Mingchu was a little shocked. Heh, eldest senior brother, I accidentally learned a small cultivation method. It's not very elegant, it's just an insignificant skill. Xiao Han casually laughed and changed the topic. Eldest senior brother, it seems that I can defeat those ranked 8,000 10,000 on the monster ranking list. Xiao Mingchu knew that Xiao Han was deliberately changing the topic. He did not say anything and followed Xiao Han's words. Junior brother Xiao Han, in fact, on the monster ranking list, the 7,000 10,000 are very volatile. The monster heroes in these rankings will often change. In other words, there are many monster heroes who have the ability to challenge the 7,000 10,000 ranks. Therefore, the monster heroes in these rankings will not be able to sit still and will be replaced by other monster heroes. After a pause, Xiao Mingchu smiled. All right, junior brother Xiao Han, go and receive the bride. Because of Xiao Han's strength, the Beacon Fire Empire's wedding procession all knelt on the ground in extreme humiliation. The Mo Chen Emperor did not come personally. Otherwise, his fate would have been even worse. Xiao Han single-handedly took care of the group of true Qi realm cultivators from the Beacon Fire Empire as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Even the monster hero Luan Xiaoxiong was defeated by Xiao Han without any ability to resist. This caused the Valley of Medicine Masters to quickly understand the situation. The valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, personally came out and handed Xianxia and Lan Shirong to Xiao Han to take away. When Xiao Han and the others returned to the Cloud Sect, Xiao Han had completely refined the two five-colored divine bulls. The strength of the flesh had increased from 1,500,000 ding to 1,550,000 ding. This allowed Xiao Han to taste the wonders of the 10,000 beast devouring method. This also strengthened Xiao Han's determination to immediately leave for the great wilderness. After returning to the Cloud Sect, Xiao Han reported to the Crow King that he, Xianxia, and Lan Shirong were temporarily engaged. When Xiao Han returned from the great wilderness, they would marry and share the same room. Night. On Xiao Han's mountain peak, many of the true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples celebrated for a few hours before dispersing. At this time, on the mountain peak, Xiao Han had already vacated 2 courtyards for Lan Shirong and Xianxia to stay in. The three sat in a pavilion on the mountain peak. Xianxia and Lan Shirong were both dressed in bright red robes, their faces full of shyness. Under the melted moonlight, a kind of warm and subtle atmosphere circulated between the three of them. Xiao Han sat between the two girls. He thought for a moment, then grabbed Xianxia and Lan Shirong's hands with his left and right hands. The two girls blushed and lowered their heads slightly, but allowed Xiao Han to hold their hands. Xiao Han's hands were full of warm and fragrant jade, and his heart was filled with joy. He said in a low voice, I will go to the great wilderness tomorrow. You two stay in the Cloud Sect and wait for my return. Uncle, what are you going to do in the great wilderness? Xianxia blinked her bright and beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Lan Shirong also looked at Xiao Han affectionately. I am going to train. Xiao Han said softly. I need to become stronger continuously to be able to protect you too, right? NN. Then can we go with you? Xianxia said. No, the great wilderness is too dangerous. You two cannot go. All right, I will accompany you to watch the stars and moon tonight. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Xiao Han smiled and said. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the two girls quieted down and quietly leaned on Xiao Han's arms. P.S. I caught a cold and feel dizzy. I don't feel well. Hurry up and take some medicine to sleep. I will try to get better tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.